Perfect. It's fantastic to see such a big crowd. After 2 years hiatus, we are glad to bring back in-person WiSec to the security community in beautiful San Antonio, Texas. So thank you all for joining us. My name is Murtuza Jarliwala. I am the General Chair for ACM WiSec 2022. We have an exciting lineup of paper presentations and talks over the next 3 days or so. So I am really hopeful that you guys will enjoy that. Our program chair, Alexandra, is going to give a little bit more details about that. So let's get the show started. Let me begin by inviting our first guest, Dr. David Silva, for his opening remarks. Dr. David Silva is the Dean of the College of Sciences here at the University of Texas at San Antonio. Before joining UTSA, Dr. Silva was the director of the National Science Foundation's National Optical Astronomy Observatory, or NOAO, the U.S. National Observatory for Nighttime Optical Infrared Astronomy. Previously, he held positions with the 30-meter telescope project in Pasadena, California, the European Southern Observatory, and the Kitt Peak National Observatory in Tucson, Arizona. Dr. Silva has served on various international governance and review boards, as well as held positions in the American Astronomical Society and the International Astronomical Union. And he's a full professor in the Department of Physics and Astronomy here at the University of Texas, San Antonio. So without further ado, Dr. Silva, let's give him a big round of applause.
How do we get it onto the screen? Nope, go ahead.
Eric.
So, we've been in the pandemic now for like 2.5 years, and you would think that this will be perfect now, but still not quite there. So just give us a few minutes, give us a few seconds here, and we'll Oh, there you go. Perfect. All right. Whoop. Okay, I'll let you go back.
All right, hopefully it should be smooth now.
Awesome. Well, good morning. Thanks for that introduction. My name is David Silva. On behalf of the University of Texas San Antonio, welcome to San Antonio. San Antonio is a very interesting place for those who to visit here. We are the 7th largest city in the United States. People don't often realize that. With one of the largest economic dispersions between our high-income community and our more lower-income community, which tends to be Hispanic and African-American. So for UTSA, we have a really critical mission in actually working with our community leaders to help continue our rise as a city, not only for our citizens, but for the entire state. So just here's a couple of fast facts about UTSA. I'm not going to read all of this. Relatively young university, about 52 years old at this point. 35,000 students, 1,400 faculty, living alumni, 142,000. It's now 150 since we graduated, almost 5,000 graduates this weekend. That was fun. What's not on this slide is that we are about 60% Hispanic. identifying students, mostly here from Texas, and about 40% first generation. So we're really dealing with a unique population within the United States higher education system. You are currently, you're down here inside of this inner loop. You're about somewhere in here. We're actually, our main campus is actually about 13 miles away up the Interstate 10. But there's a lot going on down here. Just to the west of us on the other side of the I-10, I-35 is our downtown campus. And you'll see in a few minutes, we're actually building some really a kind of a whole new extension of this on the other side, right in this little block right here. And I'll talk about that in a second. So as I mentioned before, we have a large Hispanic population. We consider ourselves to be a next generation Hispanic thriving institution. We know that especially for our first gen families, when we graduate people with a 4-year degree, no matter what that field is, we're making huge generational change. It's not just for them, but for their families. And so we are growing the leaders of tomorrow. We've also just become designated this year a Tier 1 research university. So in the Carnegie classifications, that means we've joined the ranks of the most research-intensive institutions in the country. And again, because we are a Hispanic serving institution, that makes us kind of unique in that multidimensional space. I think the other thing that if some of you may know this, hopefully most of you know this, I didn't know it when I came here 3 years ago, is that San Antonio is actually the second largest concentration of cybersecurity and national security activity outside of the Washington, D.C. area. This is because we have a very large military presence here, especially the 16th Air Force, which is their global cyber operational wing. NSA Texas is the second biggest national security agency hub outside of Washington, D.C. There are many national security and cybersecurity agencies here, about $6 billion in defense contracts and personnel spending. And we have just recently started, we UTSA are leading a new cybersecurity manufacturing innovation institute, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. So within that larger ecosystem, we ourselves have a very large academic and research enterprises that encompasses the entire range of the cybersecurity challenges, working all the way down from bare metal design, all the way up to mission critical continental infrastructure issues. So we have three, this is concentrated in 3 academic departments, the Department of Information Systems and Cybersecurity, Computer Science, and Electrical Computing Engineering. If you're a UTSA faculty or student, could you raise your hand? All right, good, welcome. And then beyond that, we actually have collaborative interdepartment, intercollege, and in fact, intra-community centers in infrastructure assurance and security, the Cyber Center for Security Analysis, the Institute for Cybersecurity, the National Security Collaboration Center, and again, the Cyber Manufacturing Innovation Institute. We're proud to say we're one of the only universities in the country to hold all 3 National Center of Academic Excellence designations from the NSA and DHS. And since for me as a dean, education is really critical, not only with our students, but in the community. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Center for Infrastructure Assurance and Security, which is again a multi-college, multi-department exercise, which is really working at the leading edge of doing multidisciplinary education, not only for students but within the various communities here in Texas. It's you can whenever I think whenever people get hacked in our local communities. Of course, you know that if you're like at a local bank or you're a small city somewhere out in the middle of West Texas, this can be hugely devastating. And so this group has been working pretty diligently for more than 15 years on trying to help those smaller communities and smaller groups protect themselves from all sorts of threats. This is a nice picture of one of our collegiate teams competing in one of the many collegiate level competitions that we organize. I should say the CIS organizes. Wanted to talk briefly about the National Security Collaboration Center. This is a relatively new amalgamation of activities that we did on campus in connection with our industry and government partners. This is actually a center which allows us to do both non-classified and classified research. It's currently hosted up on the main campus, but just west of here, between us and the highway, remember I mentioned we're building new buildings. We are building a new building, which you'll see a picture of in a second. It will have a SCIF, and it will also have other areas outside this SCIF for this group to work. So very excited about launching this and moving this forward. Another relatively recent start here at UTSA is something called the Cybersecurity Manufacturing Innovation Institute, CyMani. CyMani is a DOE sponsored project, which involves more than 70 institutions, more than $100 million, which is being managed from San Antonio. As you can see, it has the whole idea is to try to secure a manufacturing chain. You can think of this as, so much of what we do now is actually done with computer-aided manufacturing. All you need to do is put a little error or, a little bug into working on turbines for jet engines or something like that. And that could obviously be a, huge disaster. Even if you don't crash a plane, for example, you're still going to screw up the entire supply chain. So securing automation, protecting the supply chain, and building a national program in education workforce development is something that is happening right here in San Antonio. So I already mentioned that we're building a new building. You can see here on the right, on the lower side, is what the architect's drawings looked like 2.5 years ago. In the upper right, you can see what the building looked like in February. It's actually got the outside on it now, so those open floors are now covered. What looks like a big ditch in the front of it is actually part of a City of San Antonio project to actually create a river walk-like experience along something called the San Pedro Creek. So when you go out tonight and you walk around the San Antonio River project, the city, thanks to taxpayer approved bond issues, is now actually working on improving a different watershed just to the west of here, so that our new building will be connected to a whole bunch of other things going on. This was a $90 million build project, and we will open it this summer. I'd like to say this is reality, but this is another drawing. You can see on the left. You can sort of orientate yourself by where by what that water is, that big ditch you saw in the last in the real picture. So the thing to the left is the building where we'll have a school for data science co-located with our National Security Collaboration Center. And then to the west of the creek, closer to the highway, we have submitted plans to the state for an innovation, entrepreneurship, and careers building, so that we actually have this innovation hub downtown, co-located with the city government, a lot of corporate headquarters, and a lot of our biotech startup companies, et cetera, et cetera. So I come to the end of a relatively short and quick introduction to UTSA with a concentration on cyber and national security. There's, of course, all sorts of other things going on. I hope you get a chance to walk around town or perhaps come up and visit us on campus. And I just end, as always, with pictures of what I think is our core business, which is, educating students and helping them move into the workforce. So have a great conference. Wish I could stay, but otherwise, have a great couple of days, and thank you.
All right, good thing not to forget the mask. Yeah, my name is Alexandra Dmitryenko. I'm associate professor at the University of Würzburg in Germany. And together with my co-chair, Yang De Kim, we chair WiSec this year. Unfortunately, Yang De is not presented at the conference now, but he's going to join later, so you will have the opportunity to meet him at the conference. Let me check why the clicker doesn't work. It doesn't work, but maybe I can just do it at the keyboard. We are really very happy, everybody, to be here, including me, and I hope this is also the same for you. We are for the very first time after pandemic, okay, maybe not the first for those who were already, for example, at the NDSS, but eventually this is one of the first events which we hold in presence, and we are very happy about it. And welcome to the San Antonio, and enjoy the conference. So this is one of the complete in-person events. And this conference won't be possible without our amazing PC members. We had relatively large PCs this time, around 76 PC members. And without them, this conference won't be possible. So they made it this conference a success because in a relatively short review period time, they could do the great work of reviewing the papers. So I am going to share some statistics about the review process. First of all, the review process was, as I already mentioned, quite short this time. We had only 3 weeks for the reviews, and this was due to the fact that we decided to extend the deadline for WiSec for the second time. It was a challenge, but we jointly together, we could conquer this challenge. And in this time period of 3 weeks of the review period plus 6 days for discussion, more than 230 reviews have been written, and all but one papers had at least 3 reviews. And thank you very much to all the reviewers, discussion leads and shepherds. And my special thank goes also to those PC members who could, on request, deliver reviews in 1-2 days. This is the emergency reviews which made it possible to be in time. So some statistics on acceptance rate. We had 81 papers submitted to the conference. 25 among them were accepted, 17 full papers, and 6 papers as short papers. 4 papers were desk rejected, and 52 papers were rejected from the conference. And this results in the acceptance rate 31%, which is along the lines of the previous years. So accepted papers, accepted and rejected papers by topic are displayed on this chart. I hope you can see that well. So we can see that there were more popular topics, for example, on the wireless or mobile security for cyber-physical systems and IoT systems. We also had many submissions on topics such as security and privacy for smart devices. Not all categories are as successful. So in some categories, we see that we had more submissions, large portions of submissions were rejected, for example, like in security protocols for wireless networking. And when we see at this chart, acceptance rate by topic, we see that the most successful was NFC and smart payment applications, and the most unlucky one, wireless network security and satellite systems. However, here I must say that we had only one submission, and this is the new topic we added this year. So we expect this topic to become more popular in the next years when people discover that we accept such submissions. So this is the interesting chart, accepted papers by country. Not surprising, the most papers we accepted. They are by US-based authors. Something which really makes me happy that a significant contribution was also made by institutions from Germany. So we have, Germany is relatively small country compared to US, yet we had many papers from Germany. Also number of papers from other EU countries, Sweden, France, Austria, and also we had papers from China, 2 accepted papers from China and 1 from United Arab Emirates. This chart shows the paper scores during the review process. This shows, for example, that the reviewers are not very generous in giving positive assessment. You know, they are very careful. We have only a limited number of accept and only 1 score strong accept given to the papers. Many weak rejects. The most number goes to weak rejects. And when we look at the scores for accepted and rejected papers, we see the distribution here. Of course, the overall merit for rejected papers is centered around the weak reject and around weak accept for the accepted papers. So let me now also introduce you the program of this year. We have this year 3 great keynote speakers. In the first day, we have a talk by Sergeant Kapkun. He's going to present directly after my presentation. Then we have after lunch presentation by William Eng, and tomorrow by Gabriela Ziocarli from University of Texas at San Antonio. So the whole program, we have 3 days of great program, and the first day goes until 5 p.m. and in the evening, somehow it's a bit cut here, but in the evening we have also poster demo session with the reception. On Tuesday, we have also the award and banquet dinner. So please be there because we're also going to introduce best paper and poster awards. And the Wednesday day is a bit shorter, so it's going to go until 4 p.m. And please note that on Tuesday and Wednesday, we are going to start a little earlier, so 8:45, the day is going to start. So let's get started. Thank you everybody who helped. It goes to our program committee members, to organizers, steering committees, general chair and organization team, but also to all the authors who submitted the paper, all the presenters who are going to present today. So thank you very much, and let us make this conference great and enjoy the experience of in-presence event. Thank you. I'm going to switch the microphone. I'm going to give the introduction of our first keynote speaker. So I'm supposed to use this mic that the keynote speaker also hears me, but I think maybe this part we can do it without him listening. So I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker. This is going to be Sergeant Kapkun. I can just, roll back the slide. Sergeant Kapkun is a full professor at ETH Zurich, and he is also a director of the Zurich Information Security and Privacy Center. This is my great pleasure to introduce him because I know him very well. I also spent 2 years of time as postdoc in his group. He was born in Croatia, in Split, where he also got his engineering diploma in 1998, and he also got his PhD from EPFL in 2004. And his research focuses around platform security and network security, and in particular His interests are in trusted computing technology and blockchains. He's co-founder of 2 successful startups, one in the area of secure distance measuring and proximity-based access control, and the second one on usable online authentication for users. In 2016, he also received a very prestigious funding from European Research Council Consolidator program. This is a very competitive program in Europe, and for the project on securing positioning in wireless networks. And he's also a fellow of ACM. So let's welcome our first speaker. So he's going to present his talk remotely. That's why I think we are going to start now the recording.
Thank you for inviting me to give this keynote. WiSec is my home conference, so I'm excited to do this. I used to submit papers and publish papers at WiSec when I was a PhD student, so it's a great pleasure to be here, and I thank the chairs for this invitation. Today, I want to talk about the physical layer attacks and their impact on wireless networks through 2 case studies that came out of the research in my group. And of course, I want to thank my PhD students and the postdoctoral researchers who work with me on these problems. So in terms of wireless networks and their physical layer, we have been doing a lot of research, and a lot of it has been published here at WiSec on friendly jamming, channel-based key establishment, essentially showing that wireless networks and their physical layer can be used to secure up the applications that sit on top of them. And that this can be done even without, for example, pre-sharing any keys, that this can be done, that this can boost the security level of a network in some sort of a spontaneous and non-orchestrated manner. But I don't want to discuss those topics today. Instead, I want to focus on the vulnerabilities that different communication technologies and inherently contain in their physical layer through 2 examples of the manipulation of the time of arrival, which is essentially a manipulation of the integrity of the arrival time of a message, which is relevant in the context of GNSS and ultra-wideband, so meaning ranging and clock synchronization applications. And the second example that I want to give is the one of an overshadowing, and essentially the attacks on the integrity of the messages that are transmitted over a physical layer. So we're no longer talking about the confidentiality like earlier, but the integrity of the message is being modified on the fly on the wireless channel. And these kind of attacks enabling over-the-air man-in-the-middle attacks, specifically in cellular networks. And I hope that this excites further research in this space. I want to start by covering this first example, which is the manipulation of time of arrival. And for this, I need one example, that one concrete example from practice. And those of you who have been following my talks and potentially my research have seen this example. So this is a real world theft of a car via a relay attack. So this is a car standing parked outside of a house, and two of the thieves are essentially relaying the messages between the key fob, which is in the house. So this camera is mounted on the house door, and one of the thieves is exciting a key that's in the house, and the other one is standing close to the doors of the car. And by performing this relay, they can convince the car and the key that they are close close to each other, therefore violating this distance that is measured between the car and the key. So they're shortening the measured distance, and this will result in the car being open and the car being driven away. So this problem, the problem of secure ranging, has been looked into over the years. People try to solve it using received signal strength, using phase, using other properties of the propagation of the wireless signal. But somehow the industry concluded, the industry and academia concluded that these are insecure techniques and that we should instead focus on time of flight techniques. More specifically, ultra wideband was deemed very appropriate for this particular purpose, and resulted in a standard which you see here highlighted, which is IEEE 802.15.4z, which has been published in 2020. I have to say I'm very proud that our group also contributed to the creation of this standard, which involved a number of companies, clearly Apple, Samsung, many others. So from semiconductors to companies producing consumer products. So this focus on time of flight essentially brings up the question of, okay, how is, in the case of these ultra wideband technologies, this time of flight essentially then protected, and is it even protected? But before we get into that, I want to excite you a little bit more about this by showing to you that this is an area that is in real deployment. So in parallel with the development of the standard, there have been chips have been produced. So Microchip, Renesas, 3DB, Access, they are all producing chips that are based on a mode which is called the LRP mode of the 4Z standard, and then other companies are also working on what is called the HRP mode of the standard, namely 3DB again, Qorvo, NXP, and Apple. They have different kinds of open or closed security designs, and I will touch upon this during this talk. But also around these technologies and their applications, there are several consortia being formed, like FIRA, like Car Connectivity Consortium, which are exploring the application and the requirements for the ultra wideband secure ranging in various applications. So we have two modes. We have time of flight ranging based on the ultra wideband technology. On a very high kind of logical layer, this standard introduces essentially a simple challenge response with a time measurement, a round trip time of measurement system. So we have two parties in the distance bounding terminology. You can call one a verifier and the other one a prover. Although in this case, both of these devices trust each other. So you typically have a car and the key fob, or you have two phones, or you have a phone and an AirTag and tag, and they are part of the same ecosystem. So they trust each other with these processing times here, and they pre-share a key, and this key is used to derive some randomness that they will exchange, right, in one way and then in the other way, and the round trip time of flight will be measured, and this processing time will be subtracted, and this will not happen in the same way that was described in distance bounding protocol papers of the early 2000s, but rather it's going to be two messages that are exchanged. So one message flies in one way and the other one flies back. And so the main purpose of these are to prevent distance reduction. Distance enlargement in this case would be easy to achieve because you just need to delay some messages. But given that the messages are random, the adversary should not be able to advance these messages and therefore violate this distance, at least to reduce this distance. Looking in a little bit more detail into the standard, here's an example of a format of an HRP packet. So the particular mode of the standard. And you can see here that there are some synchronization preambles, there are some start of frame delimiters, and that there is a what is called a scramble timestamp sequence, which is a random sequence of pulses, so ultra-wideband pulses that are then being exchanged one way and the other. And based on, and this is essentially the security guarantee. I mean, this is the basis of the security of this particular mode, right? Something very similar happens in the other mode. Again, we have random messages being exchanged as a part of some larger packet, and these fields are essentially then used to protect the distance measurement. So this design will prevent logical layer attacks, but clearly we have learned from the past with early detect late commit attacks and other attacks that people explored that we also need to protect ranging against physical layer attacks. So we need to analyze the particular modulation that is being used, so the symbols that are used to communicate this information, and also time of arrival. So in essence, crypto is not enough. It's not sufficient to say this is going to be random, and I'm going to pre-share a key and transmit some randomness one way, and then randomness back, and I'm fine. Because the question is essentially, when did the message arrive? When is the time of arrival of the message? So when does one of the communicating parties decide that the message was actually received? So what is the time of arrival that was measured? And this is best illustrated on this figure here. So imagine that you have a legitimate party A here transmitting a random set of pulses, and these pulses are transmitted to the receiver, right? And since this is a timeline, these pulses should arrive at some particular time, right? So here we have an adversary which tries to convince the receiver that this message here has arrived ahead of time, so earlier, right? The problem here is that for the adversary is that the adversary does not know the pulses, the polarity of the pulses that are transmitted by A. So here a positive polarity pulse indicates bit 1 and the negative polarity pulse a bit 0, right? We can discuss how these are encoded, but you know, and in some modulation scheme will allow you to encode these pulses as positive and negative. But what the adversary can do in this case is, since he doesn't know these pulses, he can essentially work on a particular strategy, and this strategy can be to try to guess only a subset of the pulses here, and however when he guesses, he injects these pulses at a higher power, with a higher power level, for example. And here, this is a very simple example here where I'm showing you that, let's say that the attacker was successful in guessing 3 pulses at a high power and didn't even bother or didn't guess the remaining pulses. So he didn't have a lot of success guessing these dashed pulses, but he guessed these three pulses that you see here, right? So now why would the receiver now consider that the message arrived earlier? Well, the reason is that given that there is a lot of noise on the channel, there is a noise floor below which these pulses are sit in the when communicated, the receiver cannot really see necessarily each individual pulse. So these messages here necessarily need to have some robustness to noise and multipath and similar effects on the channel, which means that even if it receives 3 strong pulses, the receiver might conclude that this is the message, that a correct message was received. Okay, and in which case the receiver would register an earlier time of arrival than the true time of arrival. Okay, so, and if the receiver does that, then in that case the distance would be shortened. And you might say, well, this is really far-fetched and so on. It's actually really not. So we played with a number of receivers, and we have shown that such manipulations are actually quite possible. So the adversary needs to inject something on the channel that resembles sufficiently a legitimate sequence, but just he injects this early, knowing that essentially the legitimate signal is expected to be received distorted by the receiver, right? And given various limitations on the power of let's say ultra-wideband signals or GNSS signals, there is a lot of aggregation that needs to happen before at the receiver, before the receiver can essentially conclude that it received the correct message. So in GNSS, this is typically done by autocorrelation. So you have a long sequence, and out of this long sequence, some chips will be received correctly, some not. You might conclude that you have received the correct message at a particular time. And it's a similar issue here with ultra-wideband. And this brings me to the concept that we called message time of arrival codes, which are essentially so what we mean by message time of arrival codes are physical layer modulation schemes that allow the receiver to essentially detect these kind of attacks under real-time constraints, so under real-life constraints, meaning under realistic channel conditions and within some latency requirements. Maybe this was a little bit too abstract, but let me try to get into a bit more details. So when we look at more precisely 4Z, LRP, and HRP, we can see here exactly these kind of tensions, right? So the power at which one can transmit within ultra-wideband is actually limited, right? So the power spectral density needs to be when averaged over a millisecond below a certain threshold. And what does this mean? This means, and also the peak is limited. So the peak power is also limited to 0 dBm. What does this mean? This means that what one can do in ultra-wideband is either transmit fewer pulses over a millisecond, but at a higher power. So we have fewer pulses over a millisecond, but at a high power, or we can transmit many pulses, but at a low power. Meaning in some cases, right, of LRP and HRP, most likely LRP pulses will be above this noise floor and HRP pulses will be below the noise floor, right? There will be situations where LRP pulses are also below the noise floor, but I'm just saying, in principle, you can, if you have fewer pulses, you can make sure that they're potentially above the noise floor in some contexts, and in others they might be below the noise floor. But if you increase the number of pulses, that means that you essentially, given that you're looking at this average power spectral density over this 1 millisecond, you can then transmit at a lower power per pulse, which means that your receiver will not be able to see individual pulses. It's like chips in GNSS. You don't see them below the noise floor until you essentially use the spreading sequence to see what you are looking for, to detect essentially the correct sequence. And so this means that now, in principle, in the mode called LRP, we can essentially represent bits by single pulses, right? So each of these pulses can be a single bit because we can detect that at the receiver. Whereas in HRP, we cannot do that because many pulses are buried under the noise floor, and we cannot make a decision on a single pulse. We need to aggregate the energy over many pulses in order to demodulate a single bit, which of course then translates into a question of how do we do time of arrival estimation in LRP and HRP. So in LRP, this in the case that you can use single pulse per bit modulation, meaning that your pulses are above the noise floor, the design is actually relatively simple. We use something called the distance commitment. So we ask the receiver to synchronize to a preamble, which is essentially almost a requirement, right? You want to synchronize to a preamble first before you start receiving any data. So there is a known preamble here, which will be used for the receiver to essentially start decoding this secure payload here. So this random sequence that is transmitted by the sender. But the nice thing is that each of these pulses can be individually decoded by the receiver. And we know that after a preamble, let's say every 20 nanoseconds after a preamble, there is we expect a pulse, right? And we expect a certain value for that pulse, a certain polarity for that pulse, because the receiver knows what the sender should send, right? They share a key so they can derive and match, right, a sequence. So if the attacker would want to advance such a message, it would be difficult, because even if the attacker injects an early preamble, a preamble is public, so the attacker can definitely do that. The attacker would have a problem of injecting again, a problem of guessing each of these individual pulses. So we don't have a problem that we highlighted before, because each pulse can be individually decoded. But this is LRP, so each pulse is visible above the noise floor. So this is a simple scenario, right? But now comes the interesting part, which is, okay, what if we don't have this kind of a scenario? What if we cannot have the see every pulse? What if the pulses are below the noise floor? So this is a second scenario where we assume that the pulses are below the noise floor. In which case, of course, we need to aggregate the energy across several pulses in order to detect whether we have, in order to demodulate a bit. So essentially, what we do in that case, we encode one bit. So in this case, bit 1 into -1 +1 +1 -1, and a bit 0 as +1 -1 -1 +1. So in that case, in order to protect this modulation, or this message against an adversary, what we need to do in addition, and this is something that we call pulse reordering, which was later on introduced into the LRP standard, is now we can interleave the pulses, and this mapping, this reordering of the pulses is known both to the sender and the receiver, but not known to the adversary. So what we do is we essentially interleave these symbols. So the pulses of bit 1 and the pulses of bit 2 are spread all around the message. So if we have a message of 40 pulses, of 40 bits, their pulses will be all interleaved on the time axis. And this will prevent the adversary from launching even the most sophisticated attacks on ranging. However, it will still allow us to aggregate the energy at the receiver, because the receiver knows the mapping between the pulses to bits. And it will allow the receiver then to verify that the sequence that it received is correct, right? Contains the correct bits, and therefore it's the correct sequence. And the adversary cannot advance the sequence, because that would mean guessing the pulses that you see here on this second line. Now, in case of the Hrp, which is this high rate pulse mode, where the symbols are the pulses are below the noise floor as well, a decision was taken that, given that we have many pulses across in a particular message, instead of doing pulse reordering, because that might be expensive, the standard doesn't really say what you should do with this STS sequence, but what became clear from the public documents around this standard is that autocorrelation is being used in order to determine the time of arrival. So this is the same principle that we use in GNSS. Let's use an autocorrelation to see to find the strongest peak within this setup. Now, it's not that simple. It's not actually just finding the strongest peak, because the strongest peak is not the leading edge. So you have to actually do a back search. So that this gets a little bit more complicated. It's not only the autocorrelation, but there is some correction that you need to do due to multipath effects, right? That actually can cause these systems to become insecure. And this is something that we leverage in our analysis and our attacks, where we've shown that this kind of autocorrelation is most likely not really able to produce a reliable and secure ranging. And the reason for that is actually even a little bit more detailed, which is that unlike in LRP, where the pulses are actually pretty far apart. So as I mentioned, in ultra-wideband you can transmit either strong pulses but far apart, or many pulses but they need to be weaker, so they need to be at a lower power. The good thing about LRP here is also that if you transmit a pulse, you are unlikely to experience any interpulse interference, because essentially there is enough distance, there is enough time between two pulses. So one pulse will not impact. So the multipath of one pulse will not impact the other pulse. In HRP, we have this interpulse interference because the pulses can be spaced between 8 to 32 nanoseconds apart, which then causes a lot of interpulse interference and raises the noise floor, which means that when you look for the early path, so when you look for the leading edge, right, as shown here, you're going to you will have less of a margin, right, because your noise floor is high, so your volatility to noise or attacks will be high, and this is exactly where that essentially where the adversaries can gain an advantage, because you are operating on a very tight margin, right? You want the distance to be measured. You don't want to reject. At the same time, your margin is very small. So given the expected high noise floor, the adversary can also inject all kinds of garbage and get lucky and create an early peak that you will accept as a true peak. And this brings me to our latest result, which is GhostPeak, which is a paper that we published in collaboration with TU Darmstadt, with an excellent group of Matthias Hollig, where we did a practical distance reduction attack on HRP ultra-wideband ranging. So as we mentioned, this is the ranging which is deployed in Apple phones and also in Samsung phones and in various chips like NXP, Qorvo, and so on. So and also widely deployed for some applications. So what did we do here? Like as we described before, this is the HRP data format. So the STS is essentially the random sequence that is meant to protect time of arrival of the message. So that's the sequence over which you do your autocorrelation, right? So, and what we did is nothing very sophisticated. So what we did is we said, okay, fine, let's try to create an early peak. Let's try to just inject some random garbage in order to get lucky and to create an early peak that will fool this system into calculating a shorter distance than the true distance. So we essentially injected a packet which was in sync with the legitimate packet, but we just generated a random STS, so a random sequence, without any knowledge of the legitimate STS. So the legitimate STS played no role in our attack. We didn't know the keys. we didn't know the STS, the legitimate STS. We just injected in sync the STS that we came up with, right? And our attack was quite inexpensive, so $65, commercial off-the-shelf devices. And our results were actually quite astonishing, right? We managed to shorten the distance between an iPhone and an NXP chip from 8 to 0 meters. So this was the legitimate distance was 8 meters, but devices were showing 0. We did the same when we did this attack between two phones. We did the same when we did, this is shown here. So this attack allowed us to shorten the distance, and you see the setup here. So there is the phone is here, and the NXP chip is here, or this is the phone, this is another phone. Our attacker is located here, roughly 30 centimeters from the phone. And we actually even used one of the HRP chips in order to launch this attack. And we managed to reduce the distance successfully from the true distance to various distances, right? With varied success probabilities, which ranged from anywhere from 2 to 4%. Now, this is done black box, right? So we did the dumbest attack that you could do in some way, right? We played a little bit with the power, we played a little bit with the synchronization. I mean, this can be optimized, right? And our strategy wasn't even, so we didn't explore the full range of strategies. However, this brings a question of how secure is this kind of autocorrelation, right? We don't even know how these chips are using the autocorrelation in order to calculate the time of arrival, because the algorithms by these companies are not public. So what they tell us is essentially we are going to use this STS, this Scramble timestamp sequence, and this is secure, this is fine, but they never told us how they use it, right? They didn't disclose their algorithms, so it's very hard to figure out whether what they're using actually is secure. And probably if one would look into those algorithms, it would be able to look into those algorithms, these success rates would only go up. We did manage we disclosed this to the chip manufacturers, and they gave us. So some of them acknowledged this attack. Some of them changed their wording from secure to reliable ultra-wideband ranging. Of course, this is still ongoing in some way. So let's see where this whole area essentially ends up, or whether we will have some resolution here in terms of the security of HRP. So this first part of my talk, I wanted to highlight this aspect of the protection of the integrity of the message time of arrival, right? So can we protect the message time of arrival? Can we design physical layers, modulation, coding schemes that protect the integrity of message time of arrival? And of course, they come with associated algorithms, but on each side, right, on the sender and the receiver. But they cannot be decoupled from the modulation and the encoding of the bits into symbols, right? It's a fundamental question in the insecure ranging and also insecure time synchronization. How do we modulate the messages, right? So we need to change physical layers for this, and this is where physical layer is extremely important. And now in the second part of my talk, which I would like to focus on a slightly different problem, which is a problem of message integrity, right? And I want to talk about the over-the-air man-in-the-middle attacks on cellular network availability and privacy. So how over-the-air, the violations of over-the-air so over-the-air violations of message integrity can lead to DOS and privacy violation attacks in cellular networks. So the state-of-the-art attacks, at least until a couple of years ago, in cellular networks were attacks that were based on fake base stations. So you would launch a fake base station, devices would connect to you, and then you could do all kinds of attacks by analyzing traffic or injecting messages back to the UE. And by doing this, you could build yourself an IMSI catcher, DOS attacks, you could do some tracking, localization, and so on. But the question, of course, then some years later was, okay, can we do these attacks over the air? So without launching a fake base station, without forcing devices to connect to you, because fake base stations are also much more visible and easier to detect, can we do this over the air? Can we just change the messages over the air and then cause undesirable things to happen? And so, and the answer was yes, right? And we are not the only ones that showed this. There are many groups, including the group of Christina Pepper, including a group of Youngdae Kim in KAIST that were working on these topics and demonstrated really impressive attacks in this space. I think I can skip this slide because most of you know how cellular networks work. So just to give a little bit of background on the UE attachment service procedures, right? We have here an eNode B, right? So a base station here behind the base station will be some mobility management units, or part of the backend infrastructure of the cellular networks. So the initial connection of the UE and eNode B is mainly a discovery process, right? And allocation of resources on the wireless channel. And when this is finally done, then attachment authentication procedures start. But this initial part here is largely unprotected in terms of the authenticity of the messages. So the integrity of the messages here is largely unprotected. Only when after the device authenticates itself to the network and then establishes some keys that the integrity and the confidentiality of these messages hold. Until that point, this does not hold. So I want to also focus on particular procedures within this process, which is that so aside from these messages that we see here, where the device asks to be attached to the network and the network can say yes or no, we have some other procedures that also kick in that are also in place, right? So aside from this initial attachment, we also have service request and service accept messages that will be exchanged. This typically happens if the phone is idle for a certain time and it wants to reestablish the connection. It's going to ask to resume the service. There are also some other things that one can do. So the network, in case that it does not know anymore with which node it's communicating, actually ask the mobile phone for its identity, and this is done through identity requests and identity response messages. So we have this couple of procedures in cellular networks that can happen. So attachment, authentication, service requests, identity requests, and so on. So that's the background on cellular networks, very, very quick. But then an important other concept that we are going to use here is message overshadowing. So essentially what we are talking about is the collision of two signals which are aligned in time and frequency. And what happens if these two signals collide at the receiver is that the stronger one will be decoded by this receiver. So if you have an attacker signal and the legitimate signal overlaid on one on top of the other, if the attacker signal is slightly stronger and aligned with the legitimate signal, the attacker signal will be decoded. So the message from the attacker will be decoded instead of the one from the legitimate sender. And this was used by Youngdae Kim's group to do an interesting attack, which was essentially to inform all the nodes in the vicinity of a particular base station that the network is unavailable, that the communication is with the network is barred. So normally, when a UE searches for networks, it's going to find a message that tells it that the network is available. Here are some parameters to start communicating. And what the attacker can do is to transmit a message where this is flipped, and it says that the cell is not available, and the UE will not connect for a while. So this attack leads to a so this is a DOS attack by message overshadowing, right? Which is very elegant and allows for persistent DOS attack of some minutes, right? So one needs to maintain this injection in order to bar these UEs from connecting, right? This is of course exploiting the state machine of the UE, right, which will not try to connect in case that it receives such a message. We wanted to go a little bit further in our research, but still along the same line of what Youngdae's group proposed, and proposed something that we called Adaptover, which essentially does this, but also does this in the downlink, does this in the uplink, and also targets all kinds of procedures within the lifetime of a UE connections in cellular networks. So in particular, we can synchronize and inject attach reject. So when the UE initially tries to connect, we can reject the attachment, which will then result in a 12-hour back off by the UE. So the UE will then consider, if the attachment was rejected, that it should not try to connect for, let's say, 12 hours, which is a much more efficient attack, because with one message, the phone is sort of out and will not want to connect again. Of course, we can use the same attack not only to attack the attachment procedure, but as mentioned before, we can also attack a service resumption procedure. So if your phone is idle for a while, tries to reconnect, we can then cause a service reject attack, meaning we overshadow a service accept message with the service reject message, and the phone again is off for 12 hours. There are other attacks that one can do, so service, attach, authentication, and so on, that will all cause roughly 12-hour denial of service attacks. And so if you look at the set of phones that we tested, this is it's quite impressive how such an attack can essentially delay the connections for such a long time on a wide range of phones. So in order for the user now to get out of this, the user needs to perform different actions. For example, either toggle the airplane mode, or in some cases even remove the SIM card and put it back, or restart the phone, and so forth. And the only thing that you need for this is essentially a standard USRP kind of setup with B210 and some software. Now, of course, this can be done. So this attack that we presented can be also done in a different way, right? So as we have shown all of the previous attacks that I've shown were essentially downlink overshadowing attacks, but all of these attacks can essentially also be done using uplink overshadowing. So one attack that you can see here, which is an attach request forgery attack, leads to a DOS attack, and in the following way. So there is an initial connection setup between the UE and the network, and now the UE transmits an attach request saying, I'm UE A, I want to connect. the attacker replaces this attach request with a fake identifier saying, I want to connect IMUE with the following IMSI, in which case the network will simply reject this procedure because it doesn't recognize this particular identifier, and this will lead to an authentication reject and to a UE again being disconnected for 12 or more hours. So this shows you that in both directions, so in uplink and downlink, overshadowing can have detrimental impact on the reliability and availability of cellular networks. But of course, we can do more. So not only that we can DOS cellular networks using these kind of attacks, but we can actually also violate the privacy of users using these attacks by identifying, so extracting an IMSI and localizing mobile devices. And this we did in a work that's called LTRAC, which essentially combines a new IMSI extractor. So this is we call it an IMSI extractor and not an IMSI catcher because it does not use a fake base station. And we combine it with passive localization that we built. And we merge these two together. So now we have an identity and also a location of a phone. So we have a persistent identity of a phone and the location of the phone, and we can now track the phone over periods of time. So how do these work? Well, as we already discussed, in the cellular network procedures, there's a possibility of doing an identity request, meaning that the network can ask the UE to disclose its IMSI in an identity response. And so the simplest way to do this would be to essentially inject after an attach request or after a service request from the phone to send the identity request to the phone from the attacker and listen to the identity response. And this identity response will not be encrypted and will therefore reveal the IMSI of the phone. So you don't need a fake base station. You just need to inject on the downlink and listen on the uplink. And this is a IMSI extractor with the downlink overshadowing. We can also do it using the uplink, and the idea is similar to those that you have seen before. So let's say a UE is connecting to the network and sends an attach request. What we can do is we can transmit an incorrect IMSI, so we can overshadow and in this attach request place an incorrect IMSI, in which case the network is going to ask for the identity from the UE, because it will assume that it essentially forgot the IMSI, so that they're out of sync somehow, and it's going to ask for the IMSI in order to generate a new IMSI. The phone will respond, and we will record the IMSI. So these kind of procedures, this kind of extraction of IMSIs can actually be done for service, in case of initial attachment, but also in service resumption and so on, allowing essentially us to follow the nodes, so the users across longer periods of time with a fair granularity. And this worked on a number of devices that you can see here. That I don't think that's very surprising. Most of them implement the same, similar logic. That is because all of these attacks exploit not a particular implementation, but rather the standard based on that was implemented in all of these devices. So in addition to performing IMSI extraction, which is only the identity, what we also do is we localize the devices. So we do two things. So in order to localize a mobile device, we had to build an eavesdrop. So an uplink and downlink sniffer for GLTE, right? And what we did is then we collected so-called time advanced values, which allowed us to detect the location of the phone within a ring that has a thickness of around 78 meters, which of course is quite a coarse granularity. But then in addition, what we did is we used time of arrival. We recorded the exchange of the messages of the subframes between the base station and the mobile device in order to extract these time of arrival times. Based on these time of arrival times, we then built several ellipses here that you can see here, right? That when at their intersection, we were able to find the location of the phone, and this we could do roughly with a 6 meter accuracy. Well, this of course depends on the environment that you are in, but time advancement plus time of arrival messages that we recorded that are exchanged between the base station and mobile phone allowed us to determine a location of a device. For this, we needed only 2 attacker devices. As you can see, only one would already give you a fairly good idea about the location of a UE. If you would now, of course, use now maps or other sources of information, you could probably refine this even further. You could potentially also use RSS values to have even a better location accuracy. But this what I show here is purely based on timing information that we could collect. And here you can see a video of one of my students moving around. I mean, here we show only a distance because it's essentially, we used only one device, one attacker device. So you can see as he moves away from the base station, we can measure the distance quite accurately within this setup. Here, clearly it's line of sight and so on. So the results can vary depending on the environment. The blue lines here are instantaneous values, and this yellowish line essentially gives you the a rolling average, which shows roughly that this is a fairly accurate system that potentially could be deployed to infer the locations of devices across wider geographic areas. This, I think I will skip. This only shows a little bit of accuracy of this particular device. And of course, now if you put it all together, you can track users across a wider geographic area because you can combine the IMSIs that you extracted and the location information, and you are able to know essentially which users are moving where. And then from that, you can of course try to infer their identities as well if you want to go that far. This was evaluated not only in our lab, but also in collaboration with an operator in their lab, and also was evaluated in urban and rural environments in and around Zurich with the permission of a local operator, and it worked pretty well. So these Adaptover-based attacks worked from large distances and in very, let's say, realistic environments, if you want. So to conclude on these attacks, message overshadowing is really powerful. So allows you to violate the integrity of the messages on the wireless channel. Of course, for this, you need uplink, downlink sniffers, uplink, downlink overshadowing, but it shows that that we need to take into account these kind of over-the-air over-the-air message manipulations in wireless networks that I would argue, down the line will probably become even more powerful and more surgical than we have now. So in conclusion of my talk, physical layer attacks demonstrate really the relevance of the physical layer in the design of the applications that are built on top of them, right? In these two cases, we looked into ranging and we looked into cellular networks, but of course this could happen in many different applications, and I think we need to do more work to better understand and mature this space in both in experimentation, design, and theory. I think we still have some work to do here. So with this, I would like to thank you, and I'm happy to take some questions.
So let's thank the speaker. Keep away from other mics, otherwise there is this weird sound. Could you please try it again with the mic? Okay. So thanks, Sergeant. Great talk. We are really happy to have you, even though it's a virtual presentation. We are really happy that you could make it to be here and share your experience with us. So we have, of course, Q&A questions. So do we have any questions from the audience? Perfect. No, you have to use this mic, otherwise he doesn't hear you.
Hey, Surgeon, René Meyerhofer here. Thanks a lot for your summary of the various attacks that you've been attacks and defenses you've been working on over the years. One thing that I particularly picked up upon was your collaboration or contribution to the standardization efforts. Just out of curiosity, what was your experience with working with IEEE as a standards organization? How much time as a research group did you have to spend and devote to that effort to actually make some impact?
Yeah, thanks. So first, thank you for having me, even if remotely. I appreciate the chairs making this happen even in this way, and I really am sorry that I'm not there. I really like WiSec as a venue, and as I mentioned at the beginning, it's a home venue for me. So thanks for that question. I mean, is this being recorded? Of course, I have many stories about this standardization process. It has been. I think it was the right thing to do. It does take some effort in the sense that, in terms of pushing for ideas, one needs to go to these meetings, and they are very often in very remote places, right? So they happen each time roughly at a different continent, at least pre-pandemic. So, and this mainly all happened pre-pandemic. Of course, now things are maybe a little bit more streamlined and online, but then it was quite an effort. Look, the process is not as structured as one would maybe want it to be, right? It's not always clear. You cannot really argue only on technical grounds. There are a lot of interests, commercial and otherwise, and some things you cannot easily let's say clarify in these discussions, right? So some things are like even in the standard, some parts of the standard, some parts of the solutions in the end are closed, even if on the surface, things are standardized. So I was trying to push for more openness, but some companies are very still go for security by obscurity, right? And you can't. We were not able to convince them not to do that, right? So in the end, we just had to attack things in a black box manner. But thanks for that question. I would certainly encourage everyone. We are still actually engaged in these standardization processes. I would encourage everyone to engage in whichever domain they're interested in. I think it's certainly worthwhile. I learned a lot. I mean, there are fantastic people in these committees, and so I don't want to say that it's only a negative experience. Kind of, we didn't only suffer through this process, but actually it's really it can be very beneficial, and very positive. And overall, I think it's a positive process, right? So.
Thanks for sharing that. I do want to mirror the same because we've had some experience with ISO, and pretty much everything that you said applied to the same as well. In ISO meetings, you can have some impact. We can actually make better security and privacy happen in standards, but you have to plan for it, and I can encourage people to do that.
All right, I am running behind now. You have another method.
Hi, Sergio. This is Christina. Hi. I have two questions for both parts of your talk. First, overall, very excellent talk. I really liked it. My first question is about the message time of arrival codes. That is a very interesting concept. And you mentioned a number of different application scenarios, from time synchronization to secure ranging, positioning systems, and so on. Now I'm wondering about the practical applicability of these message time of arrival codes in the different systems. And I wonder if you can elaborate a little bit more where you think it's more likely that they can be applied in the future, where it might be harder to do. I wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, Christina, for this very actually detailed question, right? I mean, and I actually love this concept of message time of arrival codes, which are really at the core of sort of a high-level message of this talk, that we need to be able to encode the messages in such a way so that the receiver can detect if there was a manipulation of the time of arrival. It sounds a little bit, at least when it comes to distance shortening, so it sounds a little bit counterintuitive that you can do that, but it can be done, right? You need to have enough robustness in the message in order to be confident that the correct message sort of arrived at the correct time, right? So we played with different message time of arrival codes in the context of 5G and in the context of ultra wideband. So there are several examples that we try to describe in the paper that we published on that topic, and I'm sure that there will be more. But it's not an easy thing because as you know, the symbol length can harm you. It depends on the resolution of that you want. For example, in clock synchronization, you're much more free in terms of the type of in terms of the encoding space that you have, because clock synchronization, somehow you can decide how precise you want to be in terms of clock synchronization, as opposed to location is pretty nasty because, you know, speed of light, and so the signals travel pretty fast, so every nanosecond essentially harms you by 30 centimeters or so. But with clock synchronization, you can decide to be synchronized up to a certain error, and there typically we have less stringent requirements. So there we therefore have a much richer space of modulation schemes and symbols that we can play with. So I think there it's still something that honestly we didn't even explore. So it's actually a good question to think of. Another thing, of course, is to study this same question. You know, do we have the best sort of message time of arrival codes in the context of GNSS, right? Which is still which is also an open question, right? This autocorrelation is really, as we have seen it in the context of ultra wideband, building a robust receiver on top of autocorrelation is actually not that easy, right? Autocorrelation hides a lot of things, you know, because these thresholds that you set, because you set your thresholds essentially for based on the functionality that you need, right? You want it to work under, you know, weird conditions, but that when you set those thresholds, then essentially you're allowing, if you set them generously, you're allowing the attacker to create fake signals that look like real but came a bit earlier, and then you pay a price of of a certain probability of an attack. And this is really a struggle, right, in this space. So it's an interesting game, and it's really because of this issue that the receiver cannot perfectly decode and will never perfectly decode in order to determine a time of arrival. This problem is different from message authentication codes, right, where you decode every bit. So maybe a long answer.
Thank you very much. That was a very detailed.
Yes, thanks.
I have a second question that I think will be easier to answer on the second part of your talk. LTRAC.
Possible that we also let other authors to audience also ask questions. Okay.
Oh, come on.
Short answer, short question. LTRAC, you mentioned 4G and 5G non-standalone as an application of that, because you leak the IMSI by re-requesting the TIMSI, basically. So I'm wondering if that would still be applicable to 5G standalone, where you would have sushis instead, so encrypted TIMSIs.
We have ideas to be published. Yeah, we have ideas how to do that, or better say, how to do tracking in 5G SA. Still working on that, and hopefully we'll be putting something out soon. So, thanks.
Just want to thank you again for such a great presentation. You talked about a fake BTS with the USRP and UE. I wonder if you ever experienced where the device under test may not support a downgrade from 4G LTE to 2G, and how you were able to overcome the situation.
So, okay, so thank you for this question, but actually we never ran a fake base station. So what I've shown is essentially the attacks where we do not explicitly require a fake base station, right? Instead, what we do, and we never downgrade. So we always operate on 4G or 5G non-standalone, right? So what we do is, I mean, the whole kind of point of these overshadowing based attacks, and starting with the work of Yongdae and also the work of Christina and others in this space is to essentially try to use these over-the-air man-in-the-middle attacks, so overshadow messages, change them on the fly in order to then let's say perform a DOS attack or to leak the location or the identity. And so we do not downgrade to 2G. We are not running a full-blown fake base station, because that has already been done. So would be hard to publish, I guess. And second is that this is much more surgical, right? I mean, we inject only one message and things happen, right? We don't have to run the whole stack. We just need to be precise in where we inject and how, and then this works. And also this makes it much more difficult to detect, right? Because you're not constantly running and trying to get all the devices to connect. You can be very selective in what you do. So, but thank you, because it seems that I didn't explain this well enough. So I hope that this helped clarify some of the misunderstandings.
So I am sure that we have many more questions, but unfortunately we are out of time. My suggestion is maybe Sergeant can keep a little longer online, and you can just, emulate in-break experience communication, and other questions can be asked. For now, thank you, Sergeant, very much. And Murtuza, would you like to
Thank you
answer?
again, and whoever has questions, feel free to reach out to me, and I hope that I can answer these questions, and if not, then my students can answer those questions, I'm sure. So thanks again, and yeah, I'm actually, I don't know if I can communicate with anyone, because I only see this Teams interface. So unless Eric connects me somewhere else, I guess I'll be gone pretty soon.
Thank you very much again. And I just wanted to let you know that we have a live stream going on at YouTube. So we'll have questions probably over there, and we'll try to send them your way if we can. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
in a talk. Thank you. Go out, take coffee, come back in soon. If you are presenting for the Android security session, please come to Will and give him your slides, or just team up with him to see how you're going to present. And if you're posters or demo presenters, we already have set up poster boards outside with your poster ID. Please make sure that you attach your posters on the correct poster ID. Thank you very much, and I'll see you in a bit.
we get this going? All right, welcome to the first session, Android Security. First session of talks. We've had our keynote already. Our first speaker today is Manuel Paul from JKU Linz, and he's going to be talking about his work looking at reproducible builds with Android. All yours.
Thanks. Now, welcome everyone. As already said, name's Manuel Paul. I'm from the Institute of Networks and Security at the Johannes Kepler University Linz, and our publication and the presentation will be about how we analyzed the reproducibility of the Android open source project, short AOSP. To give you, this is of course a team effort. There were many people involved, most notably my co-author Michael Roland, but many other talented folks. And a brief outline is essentially that we are going to talk about the motivation in a very brief fashion. I will introduce the Android open source project and its significance and why reproducibility is especially important there. And finally, we are going to look at how we automated this process and the findings that we actually had. So, to get us started, can you trust software? That's, of course, a big question. And in order to tackle that, we really need to look at the software supply chain. So I brought with me here a very simple software supply chain visualization where we start out over here with some source code, which we build. It is then distributed via some means or packaged up in some way, and finally arrives at the end user that actually runs the software. So in the very past, we had crude approaches to this. For example, an average user will go to the internet, download some arbitrary binary and run it. That's, of course, from a security point of view, quite bad. Thankfully, we have made quite a bit of progress. So by now, we see that a lot of software is written either as open source or we have some reputable software vendor behind these projects. So you can trust that at least people writing that software are not doing completely malicious things. Then again, we also have package managers and software and app stores that allow us to distribute software in an authenticated fashion. That helps us by bridging the gap over on the right side here. But what I'm going to focus on today is actually something else. I'll focus on the step between source and the build process and the binary artifact that we arrive from that. That gap between source and binary artifact is what we are going to look here today. Now, the problem with this is mainly that building software nowadays is a very complex undertaking. We have many tools that are involved in the software building and packaging process. It has been noted, this is actually quite a long-standing problem. Famously, Thomson already noted in 1984 in Reflections on Trusting Trust that if you cannot trust your compiler and everything that it depends on, then ultimately you cannot trust the software that comes out of that. So that is not just a long-standing problem, that is unfortunately still today a very relevant problem. We have seen quite a few software supply chain attacks, most notably the SolarWinds attack, where the SolarWinds build system was compromised, resulted in quite a large-scale security incident that spread over numerous countries, many in the US as well. How do we tackle that? Well, that's where reproducible builds come in. Reproducible builds are essentially a two-step process. First, you need a deterministic build system as a prerequisite. This deterministic build system essentially turns the build process into a mathematical function. For a fixed input, you perform the build process and you arrive at a fixed output. And as long as you don't change the input, it should never change the output. That's the first part. However, that alone is not quite sufficient you also need independent builders. You want to have multiple parties that build the software and then perform a comparison. And only if multiple parties arrive at the same output, you can be certain that the software was not tampered with in that crucial gap between source and binary artifact. So reproducible builds come with their own unique challenges. We have several types of metadata that can get bundled into an artifact. For example, timestamps and build paths are commonly inserted at some point in time, but most of that is just an engineering challenge that can be tackled and solved. But some aspects are more tricky. For example, cryptographic signatures are a difficult problem, which I'll come back to later. What did we actually look at? We looked at the Android open source project, the open source portion of Android specifically, because Android is quite an important and relevant target. It runs on billions of devices, and therefore it is highly relevant to achieve a secure system there. So Android itself actually is, from a developer point of view, a very complex software project. It has a ton of tooling involved. And ultimately, the output of the Android open source project build process are partition images that one flashes onto their devices. And the first question one has to ask themselves, what's the official stance on reproducibility? And currently, Google does not state reproducibility to be an official goal as of yet. However, they have an upcoming migration to the Basel build system, which does then include hermetic and deterministic builds as stated goal. So, in order to get started with an analysis, we obviously need some reference. We need some base that we compare against. And that's where our sources of reference images come in. First of all, we have the generic system images that are sourced from the Android continuous integration dashboard. We call these simply the generic builds. Second, we have factory images from Google that are being flashed onto the Google phones. Nowadays, these are the Pixel devices. Previously, these were known as Nexus devices. Specifically, we looked at the following questions. First of all, we wanted to know if we take AOSP and perform a build of it and compare it against the result that Google arrived at. Are these equivalent? Are these reproducible? We have found that to be not quite the case, but we are actually very close. So the next follow-up question obviously becomes, what are these differences? Can we quantify them? Can we qualify them? And finally, since we saw that AOSP by itself is in a quite good state in terms of reproducibility, we went ahead and actually looked at the factory images, the device builds. The crucial point here is that Google actually uses a build target that is not entirely public. They have related build targets that are public, but the ones that Google uses are slight deviations. So technically, with this last one, we are not investigating reproducibility per se, but doing a comparison between the open source state and the state from Google. Now, we did all of this via a simple automation framework, which we called Simple Opinionated AOSP Builds by an External Party, short SOAP. We start out by retrieving the source code, building AOSP as is suggested by Google. We also obviously retrieve the reference images, the binary artifacts from Google. And these artifacts then, both artifacts then move on into a separate environment, into a separate Docker container, where we first do some pre-processing on these images and finally perform an analysis with the Diffuscope tool. That is a tool from the Reproducible Bills initiative that allows to do recursive difference analysis. So if you had, for example, a zip file, it would look into that zip file and compare the entries in there. from out of this entire process, we then get reports that are detailed in terms of qualitative reports that allow us to look at specific causes, but also we perform further processing into metrics that we use to derive a quantitative view on this topic. Now, going into a bit more detail and some specific remarks on what are our goals and non-goals. There are obviously others that have tackled Android and building it, and it's important to note that we are really looking to do, we're really looking to follow the guidelines from Google on how to build Android as closely as possible. So we are not trying to do a new distribution as would be the case with Graphene OS or Lineage OS. We are really trying to do Android stock as it is meant to be by Google. Second, for the analysis, we had two primary goals. We wanted to both quantitatively analyze the reproducibility that allows us to do longitudinal studies and look at how things evolve over time, but also on a qualitative level, because we wanted to identify patterns and give some impulses that can enable improvements. Now, the build instructions for Android itself are mostly commands in a shell script. So the obvious choice for us was to just go ahead and build small modular shell scripts that are then being triggered from a main script that invokes it. Also, as we saw on the previous slide, we had two Docker containers actually here that allow us to do very precise dependency management and environment control via this containerization mechanism. So, going a bit more on the details, what were our main findings? Key takeaway is this: the generic builds, the Android GSI builds, are very close to reproducibility actually, which then, as a second step, triggered our analysis of the factory images that are being flashed on the actual devices being used out there that are being published from Google. So the device builds unfortunately do exhibit quite a bit more differences. I'll come to that later. But for now, I want to have a bit of a peek at how did we quantify that? How do our metrics look? The first metric is, we call it Diff Score, which is essentially just the output of diffstat. Diffstat as a tool consumes a unified diff and then tells you so many lines were added, so many lines were removed, and out of that we have a very clear numeric value. The second metric, the weight score, is essentially the fraction of files within an artifact that have had any amount of change, even if it's just a single bit. So bigger files contribute, have more impact because it's weighted by their size. I've actually brought along a very small visualization here where we can see this, where there are in the lib64 folder, we have multiple artifacts, and all of these have differences, and some of them are bigger because they are larger in size. Now, what are the main findings actually on a quantitative level? And with me here, I brought the visualization of our longitudinal view at multiple Android versions. So at the very top, you can see Android major version. We are looking at 1 build from Android 9, 12 builds from Android 10, and 12 builds from Android 10, 12 from Android 11, and 3 from Android 12. We are mainly interested in the system image in the purple line here and visualize both the diff score and the weight score. Now, initially, we can already see that we have around 200 lines of a diff score difference for Android 9, which are mainly native libraries that are not fully reproducible. With Android 10, we're nearly there in terms of reproducibility. We have some intermittent issues as well with native libraries. And with Android 11, it should be noted that these differences over here are mainly due to the Apex files that are being bundled as part of the operating system in the system image. Finally, with Android 12 at the very rightmost, we again have some issues with native libraries. So what's important to take away here is that this fluctuates a bit, but overall, it is quite close in terms of reproducibility. If you want to know more on the details and the specific build numbers we actually used here, please go ahead and read our publication. We obviously have the full references for what builds these are and more details on the interpretation there. Now, moving on to the qualitative level, what have we observed here? We did a manual inspection of these differences for some select versions that we consider to be the most relevant. Actually, these were the latest versions, in fact. And here it's important to introduce a term we want to establish, the accountable builds term. We understand under that certain differences that we consider to be explainable and tolerable due to technical or organizational backgrounds. And in order to give you a better view what that entails, let's talk about Android and AOSP specifically. So with Android, we have these partition images that are then divided up, that can be decomposed further into an Apex file that represents a portion of the Android operating system that is independently updatable. And within that, we again see an APK file. And even down on that APK level, we have signatures. And that's the part where this comes in. So if you have individual artifacts that are being signed, but they are nested down many layers, then it becomes difficult to blind these signatures or ignore them for a comparison. And that's why we consider them to be an accountable change, a change that is reasonable within this environment. Also, with Android specifically, we saw that there are property files that state certain values, like the branding names being used. It's obviously reasonable and understandable that one would have different values between a build that is being shipped by a company and one that is being built by oneself. So that is, again, something that we consider to be accountable. Also, these Apex and APK files used in Android are in fact using different prefixes depending on if you have an official factory image from Google or if you go ahead and build your own one. That's, for example, com-Android versus com-Google.Android. But that again is something we consider to be reasonable due to organizational reasons. However, especially with the device builds, we have also observed quite a few unaccountable differences. Most notably, native binaries exhibit differences that we cannot fully explain. It's a bit hard to explain and summarize this one because we have seen quite a selection of differences there. That can be just debug symbols, that can be the symbol table, that can be the sections and the segment portion of an ELF binary. These are quite varied and would probably need to be looked at in more detail. Now, another change that we have observed is that when you build Android, you build quite a number of partitions, and one of them is always hard locked to a certain build type, even if you specify a specific one. So if you tell Android to really build a release build, in the Android terminology, a user build, a certain partition will still be built as in a debug configuration. That is not desirable, obviously. And then we have also observed that Apex and APK files have different content, since they actually have different versions in terms of what is claimed to be the state according to the source code and what is actually being shipped. That is, again, a bit of a trade-off, because that version difference is mostly due to the fact that Google wants to ship the latest and patched versions of components, whereas the time it was published in the source code, it was still using an older one. Now, that is a bit of the bad news. Here comes the really good news. We have actually seen quite a few improvements. So when we started out with Android 10, then Android 11, and now Android 12, we have observed that there are several areas that improved. First of all, we have the shared system image in Android 11, where we have now seen that the system X image over here has become an additional part to the overall system image, where we have vendor components that are being tightly coupled with the operating system being moved out from the main system image, and therefore we can have the platform owner, Google, can have full control over the system image and its reproducibility. We have also seen that bootloader images, which are used to display the specific messages during the boot up. For example, here is a message in, I think, Arabian script, where we actually see the pixel difference between the images that are being generated for the factory images and the ones that we generated. And if you overlay them, you have a pixel difference that's visualized down there. Also, we observed some more unification with regards to the actual naming of packages. Now, there are some regressions as well, but overall we see improvements, and that's the important takeaway, I guess. Finally, we did report these findings to Google, but did not receive an official clarification on most of these. So we are not fully sure and how far we influenced that, or we believe that most of that was already an undertaking that was in progress anyway. So, but still we believe it's to be meaningful to measure that state of reproducibility and how far we are along here. Overall, let me summarize. This talk and our paper is about an automation framework, SOAP, that is used for the build and analysis process of Android, which we have open sourced at GitHub, so you can check this out and try it out for yourself. In terms of our research findings, we saw that the Android GSI, the generic builds, are nearly there in terms of reproducibility, and the device builds still need quite a bit of work actually. And ultimately, we believe it to be meaningful to introduce metrics that can be used for quantifying differences in artifacts, in binary artifacts. We saw that many changes in Android are accountable, and unfortunately really have to be there for such a large software project where it's not reasonable to really achieve bit accuracy. But there are some unaccountable ones that that are really worth deeper investigation. Finally, as a quick note, our publication is actually replicable on a meta level. So we've gone ahead, and our analysis, our quantitative analysis, can be replicated by checking out this GitHub project, an auxiliary GitHub project, where you can go ahead and actually run the same Android builds that we did. Admittedly, it's going to take quite a bit of computation time and computation power, but you will arrive at the same figures as did the ACM reviewers, and thus we got these 3 cool badges here. Thanks a lot for your attention. Happy to take your questions.
Do you have any questions?
I'm Shananda. So first of all, great presentation. And one thing that the script is basically not Arabian, it's Bengali script. I'm from Bangladesh. So I have one question. In your methodology, you described that you extracted source code and most probably you analyzed it. So one challenging thing while analyzing Android open source code is basically some of the source codes are obfuscated. So do you think that code obfuscation will have any impact on your methodology?
Well, obfuscation in that sense, I believe, unfortunately, fortunately, with the open source part of Android, with the core AOSP project, that should not be a topic. AOSP itself is really written as an open source project in the sense that everything there is not obfuscated in any way. Where it becomes more difficult is then the firmware for certain things, where vendors do ship components that are closed source where you only get a binary image. And obviously, there are certain areas where certain developers want to introduce obfuscated code, but as far as I'm aware, in terms of the core operating system, that's not really a topic there. It's either part of AOSP where it is open source, or it is some vendor component where they ship a binary blob. That's my understanding.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
Name is Billy from Google Android Security. Thank you for the talk. I really like the direction of the work. I would like to get your opinion on when you do the differences analysis, right? Like, and kind of combine that with security decision. How do you, or if you were, to get a say, right? How much differences that you would detect, then you will say that, oh, maybe this is becoming something of a concern from a security point of view. And is that purely quantitative, or is there some qualitative analysis that could be coupled to aid in the security analysis overall?
Okay, so what I mainly took away here is that in terms of we consciously avoided trying to attribute like maliciousness to the score specifically, because it's really hard to just say these and these lines by themselves are more security critical than others,
right?
Because ultimately, like a single line in certain files can be enough to completely compromise the system, and at the other times we have like these bootloader images that can explode in so many lines of difference that really are nothing in terms of security. So that becomes unfortunately really hard on a quantitative level. So that's really where the qualitative section comes in, and it cannot really be helped. But I believe so far we need to look at these reports in more detail, or probably the domain experts at Google will have to look deeper at these reports in order to gain a deeper understanding which of these differences are security relevant and which of these are just, well, nuances in the sense that they can be and should be solved, but are not safety critical.
Okay, I'll maybe pull up those. You say you mentioned that you've filed those, your findings. Okay, thank you.
You stole my question. As so related to this, like what I sort of felt like this notion of the accountable builds was sort of loose. It was the less quantitative part, and was curious of your thoughts on taking system policy like the SE Android policy and saying we see differences here, but this is from a privilege, from a security point of view, that's not as important because it's a less privileged component versus over here. Because typically, when we think of a reproducible build, it's a small package, right? So it's not all of the hundreds or hundreds of thousands of possible files inside of an Android build. So could we do something like, so for systems, there's the integrity measurement architecture, IMA, and then they had policy reduced EMA based off of SE Linux policy. Could we do something similar in the sort of accountable builds, making it a bit more structured in the way we talk about the accountable builds?
That's certainly a good take, and probably worth refining on that we can use domain knowledge where we know in Android we have components that are more privileged and less privileged, and take that knowledge into account for a domain-specific definition of the accountable builds. Yes, that's actually a very cool idea. So that's definitely something that we could look at in future research, where we go ahead and refine that for certain areas. Because obviously that would look different than for other platforms and other complex software projects. But yeah, that's an awesome idea.
Any other questions? All right, let's thank the speaker again. So the next speaker may be virtual. Did he get it working? He's working. Awesome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Chennan, a master student coming from Shandong University. It's my pleasure to present our work here. The topic is PI Tracker, detecting Android pending intent vulnerabilities through intent flow analysis. In this presentation, I will tell you something about the pending intent vulnerability and a new tool, PI Tracker, for detecting this vulnerability and our findings by using this tool. At first, I will introduce you the pending intent vulnerability. As we all know, in Android, component can use intent to start another component immediately. It can use these different APIs to trigger an intent and start different components respectively. Android provides another mechanism named pending intent to trigger an intent at a later time if the initiating side don't want to launch a component immediately. It can use a pending intent to wrap a basic intent in it, and then it can pass this pending intent to the processing side. The processing side can trigger it in a special condition by using pending intent.send and the later time. However, there are two problems in pending intent mechanism. As Google says, by giving a pending intent to another application, you are granting it the right to perform the operation you have specified as if the other application was yourself. It means the processing side will have all permissions the initiating side has a request when it triggers the pending intent. We can easily notice that this could lead to a permission leakage. And the second problem is that the processing side can modify the semantics of the basic intent. By utilizing these two problems, malware can use permissions of the processing side to do something bad without requesting related permissions. So how does the processing side modify the semantics of the basic intent? This is because when the processing side triggers the pending intent, it can use a new intent as the third parameter of the pending intent.send. After a series of function calls, this new intent will be passed to the failing method of the intent class. This method is to modify the origin-based intent field according to these conditions. And we find that in common cases, if the origin modifiable field is empty, it will be set to the new intent fields. So malware can use a new intent and set this empty fields and then trigger it by using pending intent.send with the permission of the initiating side to do something bad. And Google has noticed this vulnerability, so it has added a new flag immutable in API level 23. If the flag is set when getting pending intent, the new intent argument will be ignored. The processing side cannot modify the semantics of the pending intent. So we can conclude three significant conditions for pending intent vulnerability. The first is the modifiable fields of basic intent have not been set. The second is the mutable flag has not been set. If the first two conditions are met, this pending intent is mutable. And if this mutable pending intent can be obtained by other apps, malware can use it to do something bad. So this is the third condition. Therefore, we build a new tool, PI Tracker, to detect this vulnerability. The framework of PI Tracker can be divided into three parts. We only present the key information collection part here because of time reason. For more details, you can read our paper. In this part, PI Tracker collects all the important information about each pending intent objection. It can be divided into 4 parts. The last part, permission extraction, is to find what permissions the app will leak. So we use AAPT2, the official build tool of Android, to do this. This part is simple. We focus on the first 3 parts. The target of basic intent info extraction is to check if the modifiable fields of basic intent have been sent. We use backward program slicing to check whether the basic intent objects have called its constructors or these modifiable fields setting methods to set modifiable fields of basic intent. So what is backward program slicing? Backward program slicing is to find all statements and variables related to the intent object. For example, the basic intent is here. We collect all statements and variables related to this intent objection by iterating statements like this. We can say this intent is from another function, so we go to this function to continue collecting related statements. Like this. In this process, we can find this basic intent has set extracts, action, and component. So these fields are not modifiable for this pending intent when triggering it at a later time. PI tracker processes smiley codes in practical NLS, and for smiley codes, there is a problem. The statements order in smiley fields may not be in the real order. For example, this is the code of a smiley field, decompiled by bug smiley. We can say that the basic intent creation statements is under the pending intent creation statements in real codes. For solving this problem, PI tracker creates a control flow graph for each function in LNS. In control flow graph, the block of basic intent creation statements will become the parents block of pending intent creation statements, like this. So when finishing iterating related statements in basic block 2, PI tracker goes to its parents block, basic block 1, and continue iterating related statements until finding the basic intent creation statements. And then the second part is flag search. Also, we use backward program slicing from the pending intent creation sites to find the flag of creating pending intent object. And we're concerned about whether the value of the flag is flag mutable in this process. The third part is find pending intent destinations. If the pending intent goes to implicit intent or notification, malware can use different methods to get this pending intent. So PI tracker uses forward program slicing to find the destinations of pending intent objects. The only difference between backward slicing and forward slicing is the direction, so we omit the details. If these 3 conditions are met, we think this pending intent is vulnerable. The final part is the findings. By using this tool, we discovered 11 exploitable pending intent vulnerabilities in pre-installed apps of 5 mainstream vendors, and we reported them to the corresponding vendors. All of them have been confirmed. And here comes the case study. The left side is a vulnerable code of a pre-installed app contacts of a mainstream phone vendor. This app has requested many permissions. The function of this code is popping up a notification when failing importing contacts from record. And line 2, we can say that it uses a basic intent with no modifiable fields set. So malware can get its pending intent in the notification by using accessibility service APIs. And then malware can construct a new intent, MA intent, to call 911 and 97. Finally, it uses pending intent.send to trigger it. When this notification pops up, the postcodes of malware can get this pending intent and call 911 without any permissions request. Besides, because this app has permissions read context and write context, so malware can also read and write contexts by using this vulnerable pending intent. Thanks for your listening. This tool is open sourced and the time is limiting. You can read our paper for more details. If you have any questions, you can ask me or contact me by this email. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your talk. Does anyone have any questions? I'm supposed to be thinking while we had the delay. All right. Why don't I get us started off? So, you found these vulnerabilities in the contacts application. Have you looked broader other applications outside of the normal applications that are on the phone? Things that you might install from the Play Store. Have you found any of those that may have similar vulnerabilities?
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? It's just
yes,
now that
I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. So the question was, you found this vulnerability in the contacts applications with the phone. Have you looked more broadly at applications in the Play Store for ones that might have similar sorts of issues?
Actually, this app is from pre-install app. It's not from App Store.
Have you, so the contacts application was part of AOSP, right?
Yes, but it has been customized by each vendor. So it has some another features. Yes.
My question was, have you done a broader study looking for applications?
Oh yes, we have we have analyzed it in our paper, and we analyze many different apps from different app stores, and we find many apps have such a vulnerability. You can read our paper for more details. Our paper has said that the results. Yes.
Great, thank you. I'll look at that. Does anyone else have any questions?
Hi, so if an app supports older Android versions and newer ones, does the PI tracker automatically detect, for example, that the older version cannot use flag immutable, but the newer one does? Or would it also flag that as a vulnerability? Okay.
Can you repeat? The signal is
so when you have an Android app and it supports Android 7, for example, then you cannot use the flag immutable in an intent, right? So does the PI tracker detect that you are using the older version for older Android versions? And
actually, in Android 12, the developers must use flag immutable or flag immutable. So the tool, the apps our tool analyzed is from the versions below Android 12. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, so a little bit of a change from what's in your paper version of the schedule. We've had to flip some talks around based off of flights getting in, and Jessica has graciously agreed to join us a little bit, do her talk a little bit early, but her slides are not quite up there yet, so.
They are.
We gotta wait. There they go. Here they are. All right. So here's our last talk in the session before we go to lunch. So you're between us and lunch. Is Jessica Klassen from TU Darmstadt. She's going to be talking about what might be happening on your phone when you turn it off. All right, all yours.
Thank you for the introduction. So yeah, this also has been worked by like me and my colleagues, and one of them is also presenting something about Find My, but in another slot. So I made it with an iOS talk into the Android slot. Anyway, so this is about the Find My feature after power off. So when you power off your iPhone, there's still Find My activated. And when I first saw this in the beta, I felt like, okay, now I have to put my iPhone in a blender to turn it off, maybe. So for those of you who don't have this, you need a very recent iPhone, so 11, 12 or 13 version and iOS 15. And then when you shut down your iPhone, you will get this dialog, and it says iPhone is findable after power off. Then if you click on the help menu, you will even get more information about this. And I'm not sure if you can read it, but it says, Find My helps you to locate this iPhone when it is lost or stolen, even in power reserve mode or after power off. So it's an anti-theft protection, probably. And it's also marketed as a security feature. So if you want to disable this during shutdown, you have to enter your passcode. So this looks like this is the anti-theft feature, and it has a passcode and everything. It has to be secure. So the first question is it even a good anti-theft protection or not? And for this, we didn't do much of reverse engineering initially. We just like had a very simple script running on a Raspberry Pi or other Linux system. You can just collect all the Find My advertisements over the air. You can like either user-initiated shut down the phone, or you can also wait until there's low battery and it shuts down automatically. You can reboot the phone, unlock it, and so on. And then you can observe, is it findable with Find My or not? Are there beacons sent, etc. And it turned out it doesn't work as you would expect. So the advertisements roll every 15 minutes. So far, so good. That's like when the iPhone is still on. And if you have this power reserve mode, so your iPhone shuts down on this last % of battery, then after 5 hours, it stops to advertise. So roughly 5 hours, it's a bit more, but roughly like this. This is also okay. I mean, I don't want to damage my battery of the phone because of this feature. And then also, and that has been a real surprise, is that the advertisement stopped 24 hours after the user-initiated shutdown. So the thing where you get the dialog with the pin and everything, it only lasts for 24 hours. And also, even if you reboot your phone after 24 hours without unlock, so before first unlock, you will not have any advertisements. And also, it seems like, so I had one of my phones jailbroken before, but reverted this and so on, but this led to a state where I was shown the dialog of Find My during shutdown, but Find My was not actually running or activated. So I saw an error message in the log, but the user display still showed it would have been running. So that's also a weird thing here that, yeah, is not really secure. Okay, so there is a technical limitation or a reason for those 24 hours. So in Find My, you have a master beacon key, and the master beacon key basically allows you to generate those tracking advertisements for BLE. And if you get the master beacon key, so if an attacker gets this, they know where you have been in the past, they can also predict the keys for the future, and they could track you. And this is why the master beacon key is really sensitive, and it's stored on an encrypted volume. And this is only accessible after the first unlock of the phone. And so what Apple did there is, okay, they don't have the master beacon key in plain text before first unlock, but instead, during shutdown, when they still have the master beacon key, they would generate 96 Find My advertisements, each of them valid for a time window of 15 minutes, which totals in 24 hours. And these are sent, first of all, to the Bluetooth chip, so that the Bluetooth chip can send advertisements. They are also stored in a database that's accessible before first unlock. So there's some data accessible before first unlock. So if you reboot the phone or boot the phone, prior to the 24 hours. You will also see BLE advertisements, but they will stop even if the phone is booted. All right, so now to the first question. Like, is it a good anti-theft protection? I guess no. But yeah, I mean, it kind of works, but not really the way it's marketed. I guess a more or the better protection of your phone is to actually have like a secure passphrase in your iCloud account, because the iPhone is also locked to your iCloud account and cannot be activated. So that's a way more efficient security mechanism than this Find My after power off. Okay, so now that we found out that it doesn't really protect you, what does it even do? That's the next question. So there's a low power mode. This is not the one where you get the yellow battery icon, but it's really a mode where the phone is off. The reason why I call it low power mode anyway is that internally the Apple developers call it like this. So there's also different abbreviations like LPM, LEPM. They also call it power reserve. So it's not really a unique naming scheme around this. And so that's the name that I gave this, or the developers gave to this. And in low power mode, the phone is like off. So that means there's two ways to enter low power mode. So the first one is user initiated. That's the one with the shutdown dialog, where you shut down your phone and you have this dialog and you can opt out of this. And if you press the power button in this mode, then the phone will just boot because it still has battery. And then there is an automated one, which is also called power reserve mode. And in this mode, you do not only have Find My, but also express cards and keys, which I will explain in a second. And you will not have any dialogue. And the only opt-out of this is that you disable Find My, or that you also disable express cards and keys in the settings. And if you press power button there, then you get this red battery icon and the feature list like what is currently active. The basic working principle of this is you have iOS, and when it shuts down, it sends to the firmware now, like we are entering low power mode, and it also sends some other information. So for example, for BLE, it's the advertisements. And then the application processor, so main processor, and also AOP and a couple of other chips, they all shut down. But Bluetooth is like still awake, and it's powered by the power management unit. And this one is now running a standalone firmware. So this firmware runs without iOS. And yeah, so it's basically like an IoT device or something. There's this other feature, express cards with power reserve, and this has been introduced in iOS 12, so quite a while ago. I think people just don't ask themselves, why is NFC working while the phone is off? And I mean, people have like credits cards and stuff, so they just are used to NFC being a feature that works without battery. But actually, even back then, the NFC chip was running in this power reserve mode, being powered by the PMU. And the way it works is, usually if you have a credit card in your wallet, then there would be a secret stored in the SEP, Secure Enclave Processor. But if you have express mode enabled, then you don't have it stored there, but you only have it in the secure element. And the difference is you don't have to enter a PIN. So as soon as you configure your credit card to work in express card mode without a PIN, it will also enter this express card mode in power reserve. And then Apple decided to add another feature, and suddenly we go to digital car key. So the digital car key 3.0 is a new protocol, and it supports Bluetooth and ultra-wideband. So this is the one that Sergeant Kapkan also has been speaking about in a keynote, where we have the secure distance measurement over ultra-wideband, and we have Bluetooth as initial technology to detect where the car is. And this digital car key is also supported in power reserve. So we now need a technology or a feature that allows us to run Bluetooth, ultra-wideband, and NFC, and also the secure element and the NFC chip while the phone is in power reserve. So that's it, yeah, 3 technologies, 3 wireless chips so far running while the iPhone is asleep. For this, there were hardware changes. So you can look on the internet for leaked data sheets of iPhones in some forums for a small fee or even free if you like good at searching on the internet. And there were some hardware changes. These hardware changes were introduced since the iPhone 11 hardware design. So back then, so that was like a few years ago, they already planned for having digital hierarchy 3.0 support in their hardware. And for this, they now have, well, they have NFC with the secure element. That's where your credit card is in. But they also have the express cards and key for the car key. And for this, they have an I2C connection to the ultra-wideband chip and also to the Bluetooth chip, which happens to be a combo chip with Wi-Fi. So it's just like one connection going to another chip. The Bluetooth chip can also wake ultra-wideband, which is meant to save some power so that we have digital hierarchy only with Bluetooth, and then when it's needed, ultra-wideband wakes up. So I assume, I mean, I don't have a confirmation of that, but I assume that the Find My after power off feature is just a byproduct of the digital hierarchy. So they were like, okay, now we have this LPM support, let's also build something other that is nice. But the long-term planning has been for a different feature. And also, if you look into iPhones and their hardware, what you can see is the NFC plus secure element low power mode that is used for keys and credit cards. That's since the iPhone XR. But if you want to have this low power mode for the Find My, then it's only supported if the devices also have ultra-wideband. So ironically, even though the iPhone SE released in 2020 has the same Bluetooth Wi-Fi combo chip, the ultra-wideband chip is not there, and there's also not support for this. I'm not sure if this is because there's no wiring to the PMU or something, so I don't have a leaked data sheet for this one, but the chip should support it. So it's just something either in the hardware or because Apple so far only built one firmware image that has all those things in one module. So it might be updated in the future. Now, coming to the firmware. So this is the thing that is now running on the chip while the iPhone is off. And there's really the question, like, what is it doing? What is happening here? What are the security assumptions in there? And of course, there's also firmware running in NFC, but this one is encrypted and signed, so hard to look into it. And there's ultra-wideband firmware. This one is not encrypted, but still, you will see in a second why Bluetooth is the easiest one to analyze. So there's one difficulty, which is, as of now, there is no iOS 15 jailbreak. So we have to be a bit, we have to think of possibilities to analyze it without a jailbreak. And the first one is you can install a Bluetooth debug profile, and with this you can access logs, and in those logs you see how the low power mode is initialized, and you can see that there is different commands being sent to the Bluetooth chip during power off. And this already indicates like, only the part that only the hex numbers would be obvious from the log, so not their meaning. But that's already a good indicator, like what is happening here. And then you can do some firmware analysis, like either static by reversing the firmware or dynamic by instrumenting it to see if those assumptions about the flags and so on are correct. And for this, it's important to understand the Bluetooth firmware patch format. So there's a patch format where you have a patch that is applied to the basic ROM image. So this is the file where also the low power mode firmware is stored in. So the whole module is in there, also more stuff, more patches. And you don't need to fully understand it. It's only important that you have some patch RAM region where stuff is loaded into and some configuration data. And in between there are CRCs, but there is actually no signatures. So as soon as you know over which range, which CRC is calculated, you can make modifications to the firmware. And that's even applying to the latest iPhone 12 and 13 because they have the same chip. And yeah, so that really works. You can just put anything onto it. Now, if we want to have some firmware analysis, I just show you my workflow. So usually I would just dump the ROM from an old jailbreakable iOS version for example, from an iPhone 12. So the 13 I cannot do, but it has the same chip. Then I can apply the iOS 15 firmware patches. These are mainly applied in RAM. There's also some temporarily kind of breakpoints in ROM, so that's called flash patch unit, to apply some of these patches and modify the ROM. And then we can perform static analysis. So for example, we can try to find the low power mode. We can even make modifications to low power mode. And then we can load the patched firmware onto a jailbroken iPhone, including low power mode, and then try to experiment with this. So via Internal Blue, which is a framework that we created earlier, we can set breakpoints, we can look into memory contents and so on after interacting with the low power mode firmware. And most of this really looks like this. You just stare into IDA, and like on the left-hand side, you can see function names, but they were not there initially. So I stared a long time into this and assigned some names. So some of them are pretty clear what they do. Some of them I just know like they belong to a certain module or something. And over time, just make it more precise what each function does. And that's like just staring onto it. And these symbols, we already uploaded them into the Frankenstein repository. So this is also part of, we made this public. So you can have our results and confirm them if you want. Now, the most important results here, because I mean, it's not a reverse engineering conference here, but to have some impression of what is going on, there is a main thread that's called MPAF. And it's similar to an SDK for Cypress chips. I mean, these are Broadcom chips, but it's mostly the same. And they run as kind of standalone IoT application. And during this time, the communication with the host is terminated. So the host would be the iPhone or iOS. And you have just a firmware running standalone on the chip. And there are multiple functions that we can compare with older firmware versions where we have symbols. We don't have them for the new one. And with this, we can conclude what it does. And there's, of course, a service or thread that runs BLE advertisements for Find My. But there's a couple of other things in there. And like initially, when I was not expecting there to be more than Find My, so I found out about the digital hierarchy a bit later, I was really surprised, like, what is going on? Because there is also service scanning for other devices. There are multiple GUT services which can be used for data exchange, and that's likely all being used for the digital hierarchy. And also this low power mode thread is also reading and writing to something over I2C, which is probably the secure element. So it's also the debug strings say it's SE or SCP, but I think that it's just secure element. So this is all in there in the firmware, and you can just analyze it. Now, for the impact of the firmware modification, first of all, it means that malicious firmware could be installed. So if you have someone who hacked your phone, then of course you could like turn off your phone, and then they just should, they could show you a black screen even though the phone is, you think it's off. But the issue with just showing a black screen is that it is consuming a lot of battery power, and this one, it really is not consuming much power. So this one really looks like the phone is off, but wireless chips are running, and they could, for example, have a modified version of Find My that is now tracking you, but to another Apple account, for example. And also something nice for those who want to do research with this or the results that we have, we can now analyze firmware on iPhone on the latest one, so 11, 12, 13, and so on, so the latest chips. And we also have some support for these now in the Internal Blue and Frankenstein framework. So Frankenstein only for the patching in C and not for the emulation, but that's really cool. So you can write C code for the firmware and compile it and run it on your iPhone. Now let me conclude my talk. So there's security impact here. So first of all, it's more architectural. So turning off the main processor no longer means that all chips are turned off, and you can no longer trust your iPhone. So even if you press some buttons on your phone, it means those wireless chips could be running, and it really feels like it's off. You wouldn't see anything in the logs from the low power mode. And also an interesting finding here is that now the NFC secure element is hardwired to Bluetooth and also to ultra wideband. So if there is any issue in the implementation there, you could directly access the secure element. And usually that's something, so the secure element is there because the operating system should not directly access it, but only via, so because some data is stored securely there, but now the Bluetooth chip can access it and the Bluetooth chip firmware can be modified. So it's really not good for the overall trust model in the phone. And I mean, we did not find any vulnerabilities in there because like currently without an iOS 15 jailbreak, I cannot also update my NFC firmware. But for Bluetooth to Wi-Fi, I have other related work that shows that if there is no good separation between chips, it might even be possible to achieve code execution between them. So we did that for Bluetooth to Wi-Fi, but who knows how now the NFC secure element is exposed and so on. And also, that's probably the most surprising, is that this Find My After Power Off feature is not really anti-theft. So it does not help you a lot there. It just promises anti-theft, but it stops working after 24 hours. All right, and now with this to the Q&A.
All right, do we have any questions?
Okay, first, so obviously an awesome talk. It was very interesting to hear. All of these things are over on the other side, on the iPhone, on the iOS world. And I was wondering if there is a secure element that is being connected inside NFC, wouldn't it be viable if Apple just went ahead and moved like the master key for these advertisements into that secure element and then be able to like continuously actually achieve the functionality that they probably would want from an anti-theft feature? Or do you see some reason why that's not possible at all?
So technically it's possible, and I was wondering why they did not do it. So I was expecting that this happens, and we observed the phones and it just didn't happen. But of course, saving the master beacon key in the secure element would be a possible fix. Another possible fix would be to say, so because now the thing is, if you reboot, then certain chips might be reset on reboot. So another solution would be to say, okay, the master beacon key protection is less important than the anti-theft feature, and to move it also onto another unencrypted storage.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. You're welcome. Any?
So from the anti-theft perspective on this, is it maybe not anti-theft, but maybe anti-theft deterrent, right? So if the Find My network is out there with everyone's iPhones knowing that you're around, and the likelihood that you would take this device to your home, the last beacon might be near a location where it's going to be. Is that maybe a more plausible explanation of the utility it provides?
Kind of. I mean, if as an attacker, you know, or like as a thief, you know when it stops beaconing, then you know you put it in a Faraday cage for 24 hours and it's good. I don't know.
But I guess most people maybe don't know that, right? So it's providing some sort of level of deterrent to some extent. Yeah. All right, so okay. let's thank the speaker again. So next up is, no, Materja's gonna.
Thank you very much, Will, for being the session chair, and thank you all the authors for their fantastic talks. So we'll obviously break for lunch now. We're going to meet back at 1:30 for keynote talk. So lunch is already served outside. Just a quick note, if you had mentioned a dietary restriction like a vegetarian or kosher, just talk to one of the servers outside. And they will give you the special meal or whatever we have, right? And if you have any allergies, please talk to them as well. There is actually a dining area or another room that is open just next door. And obviously feel free to go over there, or you can get your lunch over here, or you can also hang out in the lobby if you like. And so thank you very much, and we'll see everyone again back at 1:30. Part of the conference. It's my extreme pleasure to present to you our next speaker, Professor William Enck from North Carolina State University. Will is a professor in the Department of Computer Science at the North Carolina State University, where he is a co-director of the Secure Computing Institute, SCI, and a director of Wolfpack Security and Privacy Research Lab. His interests span the broad areas of system security with a focus on access control in emerging and complex systems such as those found in mobile phones, Internet of Things networks, and cloud infrastructure. In particular, his work in mobile application security has led to significant consumer awareness and changes to platforms, as well as a SIGOPS Hall of Fame award. Will is also currently serving as a director at large for the Usenix Board of Directors, as the department editor for IEEE Security and Privacy Magazine, an associate editor for ACM Tops, a steering committee member of the Usenix Security Symposium, and I think you're also a steering committee for WiSec.
Rotating up.
Rotating up. And obviously, Will has good connections with WiSec. He's served as a program co-chair for ACM WiSec 2016. So pleasure to have you, Will. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Materza. So I've been part of the WiSec community for some time, and it's my great honor to be up here in front of you today, giving this keynote presentation. And so when I was asked to give this keynote, I thought it was an opportunity to do something a little different. So today I'm going to tell you a story. Many of you just finished eating lunch. You've got full stomachs. You're probably not ready to kind of get into some gnarly technical details of a research presentation. So I'm going to keep it high level. And for the next hour, let me entertain you. And so I'm going to start the story by taking you back to 2008, 2009, when I was just getting started looking at the Android platform from a security perspective. And at that time, I take a lot of time at the beginning of every presentation just trying to get people to care. Why should I care about security on smartphones? Why is this different than a desktop operating system? Why are you looking at Android and not iOS? And so I remember very distinctly, one evening, it was in late 2009, I was with my roommates, we were sitting down to dinner in front of the TV, gonna relax, and this commercial comes on. Some of you may remember this commercial. This is the original Motorola Droid commercial. There was this lightning and all these theatrics. It was a very well-produced commercial. And it ended with this really iconic droid. How many of you remember that commercial? Am I dating myself a little bit here? Some of you remember that commercial, right? And I remember this chill went through my body because I knew at that point I no longer would have to spend so much time convincing people to care. So fast forward 10 years, right? Those of you in this room, like you all care about Android security. We had a whole session on it a moment ago. And so every time I teach a lecture on mobile security as part of my class, I still have this slide that my advisor, Patrick McDaniel, had created, and I've sort of adopted into my regular rotation when I talk about mobile security. It's not this slide. There's this other slide of all these details differentiating smartphones from traditional computing. And so as I was putting the slide deck together, sort of reflecting on this and saying, I don't need that slide. No one would understand the nostalgia I get from looking at that slide. This is an entirely different audience. And so instead of having this discussion about how smartphones are different from traditional computing, I thought instead the thesis of today is that smartphones are leading changes in computing technology, and that is why we have been looking at it, and that is why we should continue to care about mobile security. So that's what I'm going to try to demonstrate to you today. A little bit of what this is not. You saw the title, Reflections on the Past Decade of Mobile Security Research. Some of you might have been expecting me to get up here and talk about every research paper that has ever been published on the topic. I don't have time for that, time to prepare a talk on all of those details. I gave one in 2012, 10 years ago, at a conference, and that was at the beginnings of this space. And there's been several really nice SOK papers published about halfway through the time, tons of work in this space. I guarantee you, you have some aspect of mobile security that you care really deeply about, and I'm going to completely neglect it today. I apologize in advance for that. So this is what I'm not about to talk about. I want to get to this idea that smartphones are leading changes in computing technology, and that is why this is an important area to study and look at. But I just really couldn't help myself of having some sort of slide saying that smartphones are different than traditional computing. This isn't that slide I was talking about before. This is one put together for today. And there's certainly the physical characteristics of these devices. They're small, right? They've got all these sensors on them. We put them in our pockets. They collect information. They're these little vacuum cleaners of information that suck it from us and just send it off to the cloud, right? These are the physical characteristics. But as I was reflecting on this, there's so much more to it than that, right? We think about the boom and the interest in smartphones in 2010 sort of time frame, 2008, 2009, 2010 time frame. And we often talk about, the chips are getting smaller, we're getting more power efficient, and 3G connectivity, right? We can finally do useful things on our phones, and that's sort of where we stop. But we often forget that around that same time, 2008, 2009, that's when social networking was really starting to take off as well. And so if you think about these devices that we traditionally make very personal conversations on, we're now taking and adopting social networking in this environment, and we're taking all of that personal nature of what we're doing and placing them in these devices. They're the first things we look at in the morning, the last things we look at night, the things we look at when we're bored standing in line or in the toilet, right? These things are everywhere. They're always with us, just vacuuming up that information. So they're different in the way that we use them, in the way that they are, but that's not what I'm going to focus on. I couldn't help myself but to try to differentiate that. So I've got 3.5 points that I want to give talking about how smartphones are leading changes in technology. Why it's a half is, it'll become obvious later when I try to retrofit some extra point into this. So I've got three main points. So let's look at the first one. Smartphone applications have commodified computing. We've been selling software for decades. This isn't a new thing. You could go to Best Buy, you could get a box that has Microsoft Office in it, you could bring it home, you get the CD out, put it in your drink tray, put it into your desktop tower and install Office, right? You purchase that for what, $150, $200, whatever it costs, right? This is where we're selling software, but what was different and what happened with smartphones is that we made them really small. We made these least publishable units of software that you could sell for a couple dollars. Right, this allowed you to have these impulse purchases before you got on a plane to buy some piece of software, sort of change the way and the scope of looking at this. And at the root of this are app stores. Right, so this is something that also changed in pushing with technology. Right, so all of you are familiar with the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Right? Many of you have written scripts to scrape all of the applications on those stores to study them. Right? You're very familiar with these. But what was really interesting about this from a proliferation of computing and this commodification of computing is that it provides a centralized place for users to go and download and install their software. If you think about what you did before app stores, where you'd go to download.com or 2cows and you download some installer and then you run that installer and you go through these lots of steps. And if you wanted to purchase a license, you go to some shady Yahoo store and enter your credit card information and wonder if your credit card is going to be stolen during that process. And now we have this more trusted environment where you're giving your credit card number to Google or Apple, which you already have this established relationship with, and they're facilitating this. On the developer side, it's also really nice because the developer no longer has to set up that really shady Yahoo store account and wonder, is anybody going to give me money through this? And they can distribute their software through this. And users can find their software more easily because it's coming through this central location. And getting updates is great too. I don't remember the last time you have this little pop-up on your computer that says, it's time to update Adobe Acrobat, right? Imagine how annoying that was and continues to be for lots of different applications, and we're getting it all going down through these app stores. Right? I can't remember the last time when I manually went to go and update an app on my phone. And this is proliferating. It's not just smartphones. This is happening in Windows and Mac OS and Linux. All of these environments now have these application stores sort of following this model. Now, this commodification of computing has allowed us to learn new lessons in security. I think we've got a lot of value out of app stores being this choke point for security. I remember being on an FTC panel a number of years ago talking about of how these security defenses what we can do in the defense side in the operating system to protect against malware. And someone said, well, isn't that review at the App Store actually serving as an important part of that process? And it in fact is, right? It's part of this review process for the overall protection of these systems. The commodification of computing has really driven developers towards how do I make money, right? We now have a more easy way for them to make money. And so there's not just selling the applications, but then there's also the aspect of putting in ads and analytics and all of the privacy aspects, which I'll get to in a little while as well. But also the study of looking for ad fraud and affiliate fraud, of changing out these little identifier strings for an advertiser inside of the application and reselling and making money off of that, and lots of papers studying those areas as well. We've also learned what happens when you take security decisions and you send this out and make hundreds of thousands of developers, millions of developers to make those decisions as well. And so I really remember this work from Sasha Fall and some of his group looking at how Android developers were abusing or misusing TLS verification inside their applications. And if you've ever written an Android application and you tried to make a secure connection, which hopefully if you've written an Android application that used the network, you did this, you write https://URL and you're done. That's all there is to it. But for some reason, these developers decided to invalidate those security checks. And diving into this further, what they found was that, well, when you go and you try to see if your app works on your test servers, well, you've got a self-signed certificate, and now you get all these errors. And so what do you do when you get an error in your programming? You Google it, or you go to Stack Overflow, and you found, oh, if I use this code, that error goes away. And so they adopted code that would no longer do the host name verification or create a null socket factory, SSL socket factory to do that. And so we learn not just about the mobile ecosystem here, but the broader ecosystem. What's also interesting here is when you take an environment where traditionally, if you think about, there's a half a dozen web browsers, and those are really the only pieces of code doing this TLS verification. And now you move to hundreds of thousands, millions of applications also doing this, right? You can't just rely on the fact that they're going to get this right. To me, this really reinforced the idea that TLS it's an application level protocol. It has to have that semantics inside of the application itself. This commodification also, as we move down to these least publishable units of software, right? Every individual app, right? It has a purpose. It's very purpose specific in what it's going to do, and this allows us to hone in our analysis to figure out, is it doing what we'd expect it to do? And so we've created robust tools to do program analysis, static and dynamic program analysis, to understand what's going on in these life cycles of the interaction of the application running. And so we can create program analysis tools for this. We can create text analytics tools. We had a paper at Using Security in 2013 where we use natural language processing of the description of the application to try to predict what permissions those applications would need, right? And this is an artifact of these applications being so small that we could have an idea of what the purpose of those are. And so as we shrink this down, right, we get these applications, but now we're starting to see emerge apps inside of apps. And I'm sure it won't be long until we have apps inside of apps inside of apps. And at some point, it's just going to be apps all the way down. All right, so we have this commodification of computing, right? It's the first part, moving technology, shifting the way that we're looking at doing security analysis. The second point is that mobile platforms have made privacy real. What do I mean by this? So I've always been a privacy advocate before I started working on smartphones. And I would talk to people trying to make them care, and they just don't care if their advertisements are based off of their previous browsing habits. They don't see that harm. They don't understand what's going on. And I'm just kind of left, but. And I can't really convince them or give them anything real that tells them that they should care. And mobile platforms have introduced information that allow us to do this. But let me take you through the process over the past decade of what happened. So in 2010, we published a Taintroid work. And so we sort of discovered the fact that there was these advertisements inside of mobile applications sending location off to advertisers. Right? And so we wrote this paper, we got a bunch of news buzz about it, and people cared for about 30 nanoseconds. And then they were off to the next thing that they wanted they wanted to see. And so, okay, we wrote this, but the academics, those of you in the room, we saw this like, ooh, this is a cool problem to look at. Why? Because if you think about taint analysis, you define some taint sources, you define some taint sinks, and then you just figure out how to programmatically propagate it from the source to the sink. Right? This is a great academic problem. We can turn the crank, we can make this better and better and better, and we can make tools of doing this dynamically, doing this statically. And there's been oodles and oodles of these papers creating tools, doing empirical studies, right, and reporting about all of these results. One paper that I distinctly remember was this paper at NDSS in 2013. And they took the same application in both Android and iOS. And they measured the number of privacy-sensitive APIs that these applications call. And they found, on the whole, the iOS applications called more. And this is sort of where they stop. This is sort of factually. This is where you stop in a paper. I'm up here. I can speculate what that means. To me, what that meant was these permissions that everyone was complaining about that weren't usable on Android, right? The install time permissions. No one looks at them. No one understands them. I think that they were actually acting as a deterrent for developers for using that functionality, right? And so as we saw these studies over and over again reporting on these privacy problems, these applications, the manufacturers started to take notice, right? And they started making changes slowly over time, trying to add more protection. So iOS started with one permission, right? Everyone talks about Android's install times, iOS's runtime. iOS started out with one runtime permission, that was location. And it was based off of this research that they said, oh, well, maybe we should have one as well for the address book, and maybe one for the microphone, and maybe one for this, and maybe one for that, right? They slowly added more of these based off of these findings. We're seeing changes happen now that, I was really excited. It was a release or two ago of Android that they finally separated the read phone state permission, which was originally for the IMEI and the whether you're not on a phone call. And whether you're not on a phone call makes sense if you're a music application and you need to just pause the music when a phone call comes, but it shouldn't be bundled in with the IMEI. And so finally, these changes are happening. We're seeing changes. Android moved to runtime permissions maybe 5 or 6 years ago, right? After lots of academic papers saying, here's how you do it. It's not very hard, and here we can get these benefits out of it. And I think we've reached a really good point. 2 years ago at Using Security, Serge Egelman and his group had a paper called 50 Ways to Leak Your Data. And what they found was all of these ways that real applications and real libraries are going around the permission system in order to get the privacy-sensitive information, right? And so this is demonstrating that the manufacturers of the operating systems are rationing up they have to go around it. They have to find other ways. The users aren't just allowing these things anymore. So we've made a lot of progress. The academics care. Now the manufacturers are starting to care. But the general public still doesn't care. Right? I still can't convince someone, well, what does it matter if your location goes to that advertiser? And so in late 2019, the New York Times published this op-ed on location tracking. And this was another one of those moments where I had this sort of chill went through my body. It's like, finally, people are finally caring. And it only took us 10 years. As a sort of a side note, it only took 10 years for stack garb to be adopted into the compiler. So, maybe we're not doing so bad for that. So what the New York Times did is they got access to this treasure trove of data from a data broker, right? It was this anonymized location data, right? And all of the privacy policies go, oh, we get your location, but it's anonymous, right? It's an anonymous identifier. We can't link this back to you. Well, the reality of it is location is never anonymous. Not when it's going to be updated with some persistent identifier over and over again. Why? Because at some point, you go home and you spend some period of time there. And if we know where you live, we can figure out who you are. Right? And say they were able to do this, they were able to collect this information and read these awesome visuals. So if you've never read this op-ed, I encourage you to go check it out. They've got some great stories about tracking White House officials from different places, talking about people who visited celebrities, people who stayed overnight at the Playboy Mansion. Right? These sorts of stories and these anecdotes, which represent the things that we know as academics, really kind of reached a lot of people into understanding that this is a real problem. This is something that we can care about, which goes back to that note I was saying earlier about how mobile has made privacy real. The most recent one of these, I was really excited to see this episode of John Oliver just a couple of weeks ago, where they just
dove into this data broker ecosystem, and a big part of that was this aspect of mobile and the so the location tracking and the updates as part of that. And if you're not familiar with John Oliver's, all of his kind of main stories are freely available on YouTube. And so as someone who works in this space, I encourage you to go check out that video. All right, so we have commodification of computing. We've made privacy real. And the third one is that mobile platforms have changed OS protection models. And this is one I'm a little partial to. This is an area that I've done a lot of work in and get a little excited about. And so back in 2006, 2007, I started working on a research project. I was looking at Linux. So I made this tool that you could pin files to specific applications. I thought, oh, isn't this great utility? Because I had this program I was using required me to hard code my password in a file, and it's just like sort of cringe. And how do I solve this problem? And so I wrote this paper. I submitted this to a conference, and the reviewers said, hey, are you aware of this Packles papers, program access control lists, that was published back in the 80s? And I said, okay, I'll go find this. And I couldn't find it anywhere online. And I had to pay the Unix Association to fax me a copy of this paper. All right, so I found this paper. I was like, oh, they had a similar idea where technology has moved a lot in the last 20 years. Okay, we're different in these sorts of ways. But this is actually something that drove me to the Android platform in the first place. This idea that applications are security principles. It's something that the security community has been calling for decades, since the 80s. Right? This idea is out there, and we've just not done it in commodity platforms. And so we finally have it. We've got our wish. You know, we can protect you against these flaws if you go and you download on your desktop some crazy instant messaging app client. Right? What can it do? It access all the files in your home directory. What's in your home directory? All of the cookies for your web browser. What are in your cookies? Authentication tokens to get to all your websites. That doesn't sound good. Right? We have no separation between them. Now we have this great feature. But as we put this out there and we had real users deal with the fact that applications are security principles, we found, well, you know, maybe there's some more challenges here than just the engineering and the implementing it. You know, one thing that happens when you make the operating system involved with this is you're placing an enormous onus on the operating system to provide that separation. So how do you make sure that all of these different privileges are now going to be given discriminatively to different applications? Right? So you have to make a lot of checks within a lot of different places within the framework. You're giving a lot of guarantees, and every time that there's a flaw, you have to go and fix that. But that's still an engineering aspect to it. The thing that you can't handle necessarily from the engineering aspect is how do you know what permissions that application should have? Right? The operating system isn't sentient. It can't predict that the brightest flashlight application should not have access to your contacts and it shouldn't have access to the location. It doesn't know what interesting functionality this author of this software might have. And so we need to think carefully of how do we incorporate that into the design of the operating system itself. And I'm reminded of this paper from Adriana Porter-Felt. She published at HotSec in 2012, right, where they had this great flow chart about how to ask for permission. And it really conceptualizes the idea of, well, if you can reverse that action, fine, just give it to the application. Don't bother the user with this. If there's context, well, use that context to help with do you want this application to access your location just once, only while using this application, or all the time? And then when you can put it into the workflow of what's happening, even better. Right? So there's this idea from Eros and Capdesk, these historic operating systems that some of you have never heard about, this idea of a power box, where if you want to isolate a piece of software and it needs to access your files, where you pop up this trusted user interface and you select the file, and then you send a link to that file back to the process, and now you've allowed it to access that in a secure way without ever prompting the user for a permission. It was just part of what do you want to do. And you can do that as well in these environments. So for example, on Android, if you want an application to get information about one of your address book contacts, you don't just give them access to all of your contacts. You can say, open up the contacts application, click on one, and return that information back. Right? You can have this as part of the workflow. You don't have to actually prompt the permission itself. So we can change, we think carefully, and we can learn about these lessons, and we can move the architecture in better directions. So I've had multiple PhD students kind of dive into the internals of both Android and iOS,
Broad takeaway is at this point, it's pretty much the same. So at the system level, down into the system daemons, the system services that exist within both Android and iOS, there's a lot of privilege separation, pulling down things down into their smallest units, creating sandbox policy. iOS has their, it's called Apple Sandbox Policy Language. It used to be seatbelt, and that was too confusing. If you want to look at these, if you have a Mac, you can find the sandbox policy that Apple uses to contain Chrome, or I guess the Chrome authors created that. Right? The same sort of policy, it's this really scheme-like language, is used to confine all of the system daemons inside of iOS. Android does something pretty similar, except for it does it all with SE Linux, and now they have the SE Android policies that were defined as part of this. But even for the install time versus runtime argument that we've had in this community over the past decade, they both have it, right? You may not have heard of install time permissions on iOS because Apple doesn't want you to know that they exist. There's these things called entitlements. And what the developer has to do is they say, hey, Apple, I would like access to this functionality, and then Apple will allow them to have this entitlement. It's just a little string. It's part of a plist, it's part of the application, and when it's signed by Apple, it can do that. And so we downloaded a bunch of iOS applications to figure out what entitlements they have, and we found custom entitlements for things like VPNs and for Netflix, specific functionality where these vendors, these software vendors talk to Apple and said, I need this. And Apple said, well, we don't want to give everyone that, but we'll give it to you. Of course, install time permissions and Android have been bread and butter. Now we've moved to this sort of runtime setting. Right? iOS has the privacy settings, their runtime. Android now has these as well. And so the architectures are largely the same, sort of at sort of the 50,000-foot view. And this architecture, I think, has had a really great benefit. I'm often in conversations with people outside of the security community where they say, security is getting worse every year. What are you people doing? Right? Why should we continue to fund security? You know, and I like to give mobile platforms as a great example of the progress that we've made. Up until very recently, I could fairly confidently say that all mobile malware have been Trojans. And what does this mean? It means that the malware authors are exploiting the user and not the operating system because it's much easier to exploit the user. Right? You can't just go to a web page or look at some email and your entire operating system has been compromised. Right? And this is a testament to those architectural aspects of the operating system, right? So the idea that applications are security principles, this provides a nice boundary around the software. The idea that we're privilege separating all of the system code and we're writing really fine-grained access control policy to confine what those elements are doing, right, provides a lot of protection. If you've seen what Apple's done recently with the processing of messages coming in through SMS, right? They're doing that very same thing. We're continuing to respond, but we have the ability to make more and more fine-grained privilege separation. And then these app stores, they're acting as this choke point. I talked about this earlier, right? If you think about different archetypes of defense, prevention is one of them, but you need detection, you need remediation, and the phone architectures have included that. I remember very early on in Android, there was a piece of malware that was installed through the Play Store. I guess at the time it was the Android market, and it did this root exploit. It changed part of the file system, and Google pushed down another application automatically that reverted that change. Right? I often have a conversation in my classes about whether or not you need third-party anti-malware on your phones. And after the conversation goes for a little while, we inevitably always conclude no. Right? Because Google and Apple, they know what you've installed, and as soon as the antivirus companies know about this, Google and Apple know, and they know you've installed it, and they can revert that. Right, so the app stores act as a valuable aspect of security. And it doesn't need to be a walled garden, right? You can sideload, but most people are just going to use it in that way. Another interesting consequence of this architecture and malware being Trojans is how we count and we look at this. Some of you may remember in 2012 when there were these news stories about how there's a 5,000% increase in Android malware. And those of us in academia looked at that and said, all right, when you go from a almost nothing to a bunch, there's a large percentage increase. But it was a lot more than that, right? Because the malware are Trojans, it's different than traditional Windows malware that's propagating. It's a worm moving from host to host to host. In order to actually do the propagation, malware authors had to graft their piece of malicious code onto lots of different applications, and each of those was counted independently, and hence we had a lot of them. Now, I had this asterisk at the top of this, and sort of up until recently, and that up until recently is because there's some really spooky, scary stuff coming out of the NSO group. right? If you've heard of the Pegasus spyware, and it creates what's sometimes called zero-click malware. It's the idea that someone sends you a text message that before you even look at that text message, it is exploited different system demons in your phone and exploit it one to another to get root access and to get behind the scenes. And I think that this is still the fact that this exists and this is an exception to this rule, I think is still a positive story. Because when you look at what they have to do to get that, and don't worry about reading the details here, and this is a little bit, I think a little dated if you go to Zerodium's website and you see what they pay out for these exploits, right? They're paying out $2.5 million for these exploits. Guess what? Someone's not going to pay $2.5 million to get access to my bank account. Just, sorry, I don't have that kind of money. Right? And so I think that still we're in a really good place that if you have to spend that much money, and by the way, once you use it a couple times, Google and Apple are going to know it's there and they're going to patch the hole and you got to buy another one. Right? So we're still in a really good place architecturally. These defenses are still holding up really well. Now, when I hear people talk about these zeroed in prices, so yeah, that's Android. That's Android if you have an exploit that works on every version of Android. But it's maybe easier to do this on an LG or a Samsung or a Huawei device, right? Because they're adding this. And one of the challenges that we've explored as a field is this notion of fragmentation of Android, right? So there's, I think, a very good reason for OEMs want to differentiate themselves and to get loyalty of customers to their user experience. But we've found as a community that these customizations often increase the attack surface and increase security vulnerabilities. So in my own research, we've done analysis of the SE Android policy. We kind of pull down, we model in Prolog and do all these sorts of queries, and we've looked at AOSP and Pixel devices and other OEMs, and we inevitably find lots of introduced vulnerabilities in the access control as part of those OEM variants of this. And the software in the OEMs also introduces vulnerabilities. I remember this one case, there was a keyboard application, I think it was for Samsung, and the keyboard application could update itself by verifying a hash. But it turns out that that hash was sent along with the keyboard application. So if you can intercept and do an on-path attack of that, you can modify the hash and the application and install whatever you want. And so when I teach lectures about HMACs and digital signatures, and I sort of say, and this is, and here you don't want to just send a hash and trust it, and everyone laughs, like, why would you want to do that? And I say, oh, but this happened with a real keyboard application in the last 5 to 6 years, and everyone's like, oh, maybe I should pay attention to this when I go and write software after I graduate. So these sorts of customizations we've shown have introduced vulnerabilities. And I got to hand it to Google for making a lot of really good reactions and changing the architecture to account for the fact that we have all of this fragmentation. What I really like to think about in the beginning of this was when we found lots of problems with WebView. So WebView, it's a user interface widget where you pass it a URL and it loads the web page. What's interesting about that is, well, it's downloading JavaScript, it's running that JavaScript, and sometimes that JavaScript can call any Java function at once. And when you can call Java functions, you can start calling system functions, and now you have your attack vector onto the phone itself. And so what Google did is, well, does WebView really need to be just part of the main firmware? What if we move this into something that's going to be updated as part of the Play Store? Now we can roll those fixes out faster. This is an architectural change. Looking at reasons why some of the OEMs claim that they took longer to do these updates, right? Well, we have these proprietary drivers that we need to deal with. So what did Google do? They created this Project Treble where they created a more clean hardware abstraction layer to separate that main framework for the undersides, right? So this was a really positive shift in the architecture of the operating system. And this last one here is maybe not quite so much the OEMs, but to maybe a little bit in how the SD card on Android devices has been the big elephant in the room from the security point of view since it created. There was this fat formatted partition that anybody could read and write to. And it really persisted like that for a long time. And lots of applications and even OEMs were downloading things they wanted to install, first the SD card and then installing it, which created time to check, time to use attacks. And so recently scoped storage has been introduced, which is going to make the storage on Android much more like iOS, where here is your fixed location and no one else can access it. So we're seeing these really positive shifts in the architecture. All right, so as we've emerged through all of this in the mobile environment, users have really embraced this notion of apps. Right? Everything is an app, whether it's running on your device, is running in the cloud, or some combination thereof. Right? This is the conceptualization that we're now used to, and this started with mobile platforms. Right? We're now emerging. We're seeing this in Windows and Mac OS and Linux, and you might say, well, we've had apps for the last 30 plus years. Not in sort of the same way, not in this sort of app store way. And now we're seeing Flatpaks and Snaps emerge on Linux, doing something very similar. We have a paper at SACMAT this year where we took Flatpak and Snap applications, took the same one out of both, and we looked at the sandbox policy that the maintainers are specifying on these. And this is it's a different environment because in Android, you have the developer creating that policy, and now we have someone often different. The maintainer of a package in Linux is often not the developer, and we're seeing that they're specifying more least privilege policies as part of this. And if you're interested in that, follow up with me later. I don't have that on my website yet, but I'm happy to share a draft with you afterwards. All right, so one thing that we're going to discover over the coming years, looking at Windows, looking at Mac and Linux, they're taking this AppsR security principle aspect of this, and we're going to be seeing more of this. But are they actually going to learn from all of the mistakes and the changes we've had to do over time with mobile? Time will see. Maybe you will do some research in that space too. So those are my 3 main points. And my last point is that mobile platforms are directing security research. This is why this sort of 3.5 point. We'll see how this fits. But I kind of wanted to tell a story of sort of an arc of mobile security research and where I think things can go. So a lot of researchers started looking at mobile security, smartphone security in the 2010, 2011 timeframe. Tons and tons of papers, all of these static analysis papers. Everybody's looking at this, right? All the conferences were full of these. You'd go to poster sessions at these conferences. They were full of these posters. And I thought pretty strongly around 2015, 2016, when we were seeing those SOK papers, like this field is dead, right? It's going the way that sensor network research did in kind of the mid-2000s. And we're actually seeing some resurgence of sensor networks with IoT, but it kind of really dried up for a long period of time. I thought, look, it's done, I hedged my bets, I'll do some mobile work, I'll do some work in some other spaces, this area is going away. But to this day, we are still seeing multiple tracks, not multiple papers, multiple tracks at the top conferences on mobile security. Why? There's a couple reasons for that. One, mobile is a primary computing platform. This graph that you can't really see, it starts on the left at January 2009 and ends in the right at January 2022. The top line is websites accessed from desktop devices, and the bottom one is websites accessed from smartphone devices. And you can see, back in 2009, it was almost all desktops. And then around 2016, we kind of matched, and now mobile has consistently been above desktop. This is the way that people are accessing internet content, right? This is a primary computing platform. So, back in the day when I was doing work on Linux and say, oh, I can implement and change Linux and do this, but oh, look at those researchers, they're doing that on Windows. Oh, they're having real impact. Well, guess what? All of this research on Android and iOS, it's having that same real impact, right? We're able to show that as we're doing this research. I think a big part as well is data sets. If you can't evaluate your idea, you can't demonstrate it has any use or purpose. You can talk about it, but if you have real data, it's extremely helpful. I've done some research recently in serverless computing. There's nothing out there to show that the ideas work, right? You don't have that. And there's so much access to this data. I mentioned earlier, many of us are just scraping the Google Play Store and iOS App Store to get data to show this, right? Now we have data we can show, we can do empirical studies along with the tools that we create. Therefore, we can still do that. And it's moving into other areas. There's been work that have taken the companion smartphone app for IoT devices, smart home devices, and looked at that, and we're able to understand information about the IoT device. So it's a great jumping off point for that. And of course, since it's a popular platform, there's still unsolved problems that we've yet to learn. We heard about these problems with pending intents in the earlier session, right? There's still things to look at here. So if I were to sort of track the arc of where this mobile security research goes over time, right, we started out at the application space, and we've continually gone down and out. right? We started out with applications. How do these apps behave? We moved into the OS. We take their access control policies and we can model these formally and ask these questions. But we can also do analysis of the firmware itself and figure out, are these permission checks actually going to be correct? Because if the permission check isn't placed correctly, it doesn't matter what the app permissions have. And all of this work that was up at the top, right? It didn't matter if you didn't have the permission checks correct. And then we went down, we went into the hardware, we looked at trusted execution environments, we looked at firmware for Bluetooth, we heard a little about earlier, right? And now we're going down to the baseband and understanding that base safe work from a year or two ago. And as our binary reverse engineering and binary analysis tools have gotten better, we'll be able to look lower and lower into this. And we've also gone out, right? We've talked about this connection with smart home devices, IoT devices. We're able to learn what's going off in those ecosystems as we see ultra wideband becoming more popular. We're going to, I'm sure, see parts of that as well. And we're also going out into the cellular network itself. This community is no stranger to the swaths of problems in the cellular network. So where do we go? Where do I think a lot of this research will go in the future? I think we're going to continue to go down. Right? Jessica's talk earlier about what's going on inside of this low power mode Bluetooth chip on iOS devices is an example of going down. If you look at modern SoCs, there are tons of firmwares running tons of different devices on there. And as we get better and better access to this and better binary analysis tools, I think we're going to learn more and more about what's actually running and happening on our devices. There's tons of binary blobs, even on an open source device. It's going to go out into the cellular networks. We hear a lot about 5G. 5G is being low latency, ultra high bandwidth, and this is what the media likes to tell you. But there's something fundamental happening in the transition to 5G. So in the late 2000s, we took smartphone devices and we opened them up. We allowed anyone to run software on them. We created new functionality, new features on these devices, and this created a surge of innovation. What's happening with 5G on the RAN side is interesting, but what's happening in the core is possibly even more interesting. So the buzzwords are there's this whole disaggregation of these cloud native services, running on commodity, OpenStack sort of environments, and parts of these cores are being open sourced as well. But what's as part of this is that new functionality is going to occur. This idea of network slices, where you can control different aspects and shunt off traffic to a different part of the core. Right, so a factory can manage their own devices inside of their infrastructure, or a business can do that. A sports stadium can provide enhanced augmented reality features in this. And from a security perspective, what's happening is we now have multiple tenants running inside of that core. Right, and when you have multiple tenants, your threats change. And I think this innovation that we're going to see is going to come with a complementary large amount of security research. So I've got some preliminary results in this space that hopefully later this year I'll be able to share with everybody. But I think this is a new and an emerging area to look into. I think we have a lot of opportunity to help telephony solve its identity problem. We all love our YubiKeys. I've got a YubiKey, I love it, but it's a pain in the butt to use for more than 6 to 8 services. I'm sorry, I got a new YubiKey the other day, and I had to go and remember how many websites do I have to now enroll this into? So I use SMS for most things that, it's SMS number, it's stable, it changes. How can we leverage this? How can we overcome these SIM jacking, SIM swapping attacks and provide this base? Because everyone has a phone. I think there's opportunities to make this more robust. We shouldn't just give it up. Phone scams continue to be a problem. A colleague of mine at NC State, Brad Reeves, has a honeypot of over 60,000 phone lines where he's recording audio and getting some really cool results out of that. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to look at that ecosystem as well. We're going to continue to look at apps, right? Because they're a real data set and there's real things happening there. Much of the prior work has focused general security problems. I think we need to go more narrow. I have a student looking at payment systems in this environment, looking at specifically how the payments taken, the SDKs, and this whole environment, specifically within mobile, because we have that data and we can understand how developers are working. If you're familiar with recent work on intimate partner violence, a lot of that is happening through the study of applications that are available here. And if you saw recent news articles talking about privacy concerns in women's health applications, same thing. We're going to see more and more of this, and we're going to be able to do those studies because we have these great, robust tools for studying different characteristics of how these mobile applications work. And then the last piece here, right, this idea that we're seeing it here in mobile, and mobile is leading the changes in technology, and desktops are now catching up by creating those app stores. Right? How do we take this knowledge of the things that we've learned in mobile security and then translate those into desktop computing environments? And so these are just some examples of things where I think that we're moving in positive directions of where research can go. So hopefully I've convinced you that the reason we should care about smartphone security is that smartphones are leading the changes in computing technology. We've got, I think, a bunch of time for questions. I'd love to hear the things that I've forgotten, things that your disagreements with this, and thank you for listening. Thank you very much. Your mic's not on. There's a little switch.
Be able to seamlessly moving from one environment to the other. Somebody would say, oh, we have that already, but I feel like we are not quite fully there. And security will give us some trouble when we do that, especially from the phone to our desktops, and how do we do it across different platforms and so forth.
That is absolutely something that I didn't think of, but I think it falls within the realms of the going out, right? As you transition from things that your phone's central to move out. And one of my big worries, everything I hear about, is clipboard sharing. Clipboard sharing scares the heck out of me, because how many times have you had to copy a password into your clipboard, both on your desktop and on your phone, right? And now who knows where that password has gone off. Yeah, absolutely. That's an area I didn't talk about. Should have.
Oh, yeah. So thank you. Really very informative. One thing that I always wanted to think about is talk about the TLS issue, and I think that recently I've been looking a lot into start pinning, for example, right? It's one of the problems that I have seen with Android. But with that being said, it looks like what you've presented today, do you think that app attestation or safety net API attestation might help to preserve the integrity of the application in your research?
So can you rephrase your question just a little bit? I'm not sure.
So application attestation.
Application attestation.
Right. Do you think that it could be helpful to preserve the integrity of that application? So currently Google, I know they're looking into the safety net, what they call API.
Right. So my understanding of safety net is where they're trying to detect additional malware, things that you've installed that you're not aware of. There may be aspects of safety net that I'm not. I think it depends on where your stakeholders are. Like if you're a bank and you want to know if this comes from an unmodified application, I think that definitely could add into there. I think that the kind of the fixed nature of the mobile platforms, I think, can help, because if you have the right application but the wrong OS underneath, right, you get there, but there's limits to what you can do, right? There's an arms race of detecting, is this a rooted phone or not? So I don't know how much app attestation by itself will be there. I mean, yeah. So I think it's definitely a topic of how do we do this in a way that's flexible, that has psychological acceptability with users who want to modify their devices and still be able to access these resources. So I think there's definitely some challenges there.
So you have time still. So Will, thank you very much for the overview of decades of mobile security research, and of course some of the work that our groups did together on iOS and Android mobile security was actually interesting, because as you said, around 2015, 2016, I was thinking about the same problem. The mobile security research is dead, as it was sensor networks many, many years before. And there are still people who are doing sensor network research because we have IoT. My question is now, given that in 2015, 2016, I didn't give up the mobile security research, but I thought there is nothing coming out which excites me from conceptual point of view. There are things like, as you said, firmware reverse engineering, maybe things that are, to my view, not always PhD students should do. They should think about what are the new concepts. So what do you see as new conceptual way of improving mobile security, either privacy or security? What are the conceptual aspects? Because I don't see that even though we have a lot of mobile security sessions in conferences, and sometimes other papers that are not really mobile security are sneaking into the mobile security scene because maybe session chairs do not have any creative name for the session. But what would you see as, if you would take on mobile security? I don't want you to reveal all the secrets, but what would you do? Is that...
This is the point, right? This is where the technology is shifting and changing. This is where kind of at that application space, right? Looking at, there's the field of intimate partner violence research is really emerging. And I think that that's an example of something that's almost not entirely, but a large part of that is mobile in that ecosystem. So I think that there's new conceptual issues in that. I think as we start moving down into looking at these binary blobs on devices, thinking about a computer as being more than the application processor and RAM and storage, and looking at it as a network that's actually happening in the hardware itself. I think we're going to be able to, because we have access to these devices and because we have so much infrastructure looking at them, we're going to be able to explore that space and find these conceptual issues.
So for example, I think I am loud enough. So the journalist's contribution was, let's say, research in a convenient way. It was the data book.
Mm-hmm.
The data indeed, it's a maybe also a problem or related problem, but not really mobile itself from the system. So
that's my thesis, right? We need to stop thinking about this as being mobile security research, right? It is computing research, right? It just happens to be that smartphones lay the foundation of the tools and things that we're looking at.
Destroying Facebook would be.
How will I use my mobile phone? Everywhere where I go. It's not only about.
She's answering for you. This is what she's doing.
I agree, but the problem that he was talking about, the global problem of data is something that in design, mobile device is the gate to that. Of course, I agree. It's changing technology, and it provides a vehicle instrument for misuse. But I mean, there are bigger problems like, say, users' problems. You're using this. We see that mobile security yes, within the device that can teach the user in a usable way. Don't do this. Don't trust Facebook. Don't put your dog picture on this. Don't put any ID in another identifier. This is something that maybe future mobile phones will be a robot that tells you, don't do that. So I think maybe the mobile device will help us better in such a way that when we are not slave of social media, but we really have
I understand this not slave of social media concept that you. I know we're never going to not be slaves of social media. So.
It is making the technology, but there is a circle here.
Yep.
It is driving technology. The technology drives revealing more information, and then you have again the problem.
Yep.
Nice talk, William. One question from a different perspective in the security aspect, especially in the mobile computing. The OS aspect and the apps aspect, and how the hardware, from the hardware aspect, how the security can be handled, how it progressed. That all really handled well and progressed well. But one issue, at least from a telecom background, that at least me and my colleagues have seen is most of this operating system, when it is given to like device manufacturers, like different device manufacturers, Samsung, LG, Nokia, they have access to remodify it, and then add some cool features, and then put it into the market. And it doesn't stop there. And from there, some more third-party vendors take that again, same devices, remodify them, add some more new cool features, and sell it into some lesser markets, like where the prices are. This introduces a different level of security issue, where these devices can behave in a malicious way, or hackers can take advantage of these devices in the market, and it's happening actually. What is your view, or from your experience, how that kind of a security issue can be handled?
So I think that it's been worked on, right? So there have been these architectural changes to try to react to that. And the point I had on the slide, but I forgot to actually mention, is these architectural changes take a lot of time to propagate. And so when we've said, hey, Google, can you fix this problem? Like, well, that would make it incompatible with all these applications. So we'll make this change at API level this, and everyone says, oh, but then you can do all these downgrade taxes. The fact is, it's going to take time for those changes to roll out, and that there have been a lot of efforts to do that. And so it's going to be a continual, how do we make updates against those specific attacks? But at some point, right, the things that we do today will actually go and protect those use scenarios.
That is not as well as possible. But we have will for a long time, at least the whole day.
And tomorrow too.
So thank you very much for such a lively and informative talk. I will ask questions related to privacy more. So in recent years, from 2014 onwards, in Android specifically, we were introduced runtime permissions and also permission rationals written by the developers, so that users will be better informed about the privacy practices of the Android application. However, in previous academic research, we actually noticed that there are still inconsistencies between applications and its permission rationals, as well as application descriptions and policies. So what do you think that, what is the role for developers in order to provide detailed privacy notices? Do you think that lack of privacy knowledge could be one of the reasons that there are certain inconsistencies? Or if it is, then how we can help to mitigate the situation so that users will be better informed about the privacy practices?
Remember how I promised you to be something that you care deeply about that I don't touch on in this talk? That's one of them, right? And I think that if you think about, right, this idea that applications are very purpose specific, I think that does really help the ability to make tools that can work in the space. I've seen papers that have tried to it might have even been your paper. I've read that doing that exact thing of how do we look at the consistency of what app developers are saying their permissions for versus not, and there's ideas of can we create tools that will automatically create privacy policies and all of these sorts of things. I think that can help, but I mean, if the developer wants to do some functionality, right, users don't, they're not exposed, like you can't expose code. You can expose permissions, and that's why I feel like permissions provide that great transparency angle, but you can't expose code. And I think there's fundamental limits of what we can do there.
So I'll start with two answers. The first one with app attestation. You can get some forms of app attestation out of SafetyNet and together with key attestation, key store, key attestation already, both under the assumption that the operating system is still okay. So when the operating system has been modified, has been rooted, then all bets are off because the OS is controlling is doing the measurement of app attestation. So it depends on the threat model. Then the second one was OEMs and modifying binaries. Project Mainline is the next one after Trouble, trying to solve a different problem of making operating system components under Android updatable through the Play Store. And
awesome.
All those components that have already been put into Mainline, what are the newest ones? I think Bluetooth might be among them, some others, like really OS components that traditionally were shipped with AOSP are now still open source, but compiled by Google and updated through the Play Store. And because they're signed, OEMs can no longer modify those core OS components. So I think that's another thing that is where, to your point and my question, desktop and mobile OSs are again converging to a certain extent. We're now even on Android, there are some updates that go out centrally. The question is more, you mentioned what can desktop operating systems learn from mobile ones. One thing that comes up again and again is use of memory safe languages. So Android is basically Java. I mean, yes, there's quite a lot of C++ code still in applications. Rust is getting more and more there for desktop applications. I still see a lot being developed in native code. And what's your take on that? What do you think? Is this going to reflect back on desktop? And if so, how much research are we going to see on app bugs, like logic bugs, as we move towards more and safer languages? On Android, we already see that. Lots of the bugs are, hey, missing permission check there, the pending intents that we heard today. All of those are basically logic bugs and no longer so much the lower level implementation issues.
So I've also seen a lot of people talking about using Rust for creating applications, looking at the Linux space, and there's a lot of great Rust bindings for GTK4 and all this, but I don't know if that's the vocal minority. Right? If you think about all of the software that's out there, I don't know. I mean, hopefully, I'd like to hope that, but I don't know if that's. Can you say that's driven by mobile? I think that's. I mean, iOS is really Objective-C based. I don't know if Swift is memory safe. Swift is memory safe, so there's more applications in that space are going. So I hope. I don't know if I can predict more than a lot of people are getting more interested in. Thank you, and thank you for answering other people's questions.
This question again goes to desktop versus mobile. Early on in the presentation, you pretty distinctly just shared the unique challenges mobile has for security and maintaining security versus the desktops. Now, when you port the security lessons that you get from mobile over back to desktops, does it become a trivial process, or do we add extra encumbrance to the desktop that may not be necessary for the security's conditions that they exist in?
So I think that it's going to be different, but it's going to depend on the different controls that we want to have there. In some cases, I think it will be a sort of a trivial translation, but in other cases, there may be different resources, different needs, different ecosystems. I mentioned earlier about the maintainers specifying policy in Linux environment versus the developers, and they have different incentives. And I think that may allow and create different tools that we can create. There's tons of Android research doing it overprivileged, right? So can we create those for Linux? And now the maintainers are going to say, oh, I want to use that tool, and I'm going to apply that policy that's created from that. So I think that there are ways where we can take that and incorporate it. Oh, I think hopefully we can take the concepts, but when you look at these platforms, and for example, just taking from because I did work looking at Flatpaks and Snaps recently, right? Looking at Snaps where they're presenting a runtime permission for these applications, but it's buried in a menu. Like this isn't exposed to users in the way Android and iOS are now exposing this information. Right? They're not taking those lessons. We need to incorporate that into the design. One last quick question.
Thanks for the talk. It was very interesting. I have one question. Do you have any idea about RISC-V bringing any more security to the mobile platforms, or we will end up in the same problems like Arma?
I don't know a lot about RISC-V other than that it seems like a great architecture to build new devices off of, so I don't think I can answer that question. Thank you very much, and we'll ask questions as we are talking the break in the hallway. Thank you very much again.
Oh, thank you.
Just a short souvenir for you to remember us in San Antonio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
right now up until 3 p.m. and then we have a session. Yeah. If you are presenting in the next session, please see Ahmad.
So while they are trying to fix that, so my name is Ahmad Reza Sadeghi from TU Darmstadt in Germany, if you don't know where it is. Yeah, look at the map. So thank you very much for participating in this session. This would be the most fabulous session of this whole conference. I'm just trying to make them busy. Is there any question? You can also ask Will Eng, the keynote, if you have any question, because they're fixing that thing. No questions? Any other questions? Don't worry, I just keep the time. It's 3 past.
I talk faster, don't worry.
No, you don't need to.
But it was okay now in the end, right? It's fine. It tested, it was fine before, right? No, it did something strange.
Oh, wow, now it's working. Now it's not working. Maybe I stay here. Now it's working. Just don't use the. Maybe you use only your finger. No, it's fine.
Anyways, let me try.
No, it's good.
I don't touch
And don't touch the other one.
It's not connected.
Don't touch anything. Okay, so I said don't touch anything. Oh, you touched it. Okay. So, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
Okay, so, okay. Or maybe I should not move.
Yeah, let's switch.
No, let's do it. If it doesn't work, it's funnier. Then we can ask questions. You can think about any questions you always wanted to ask. People even don't listen. It's like a normal lecture with students.
Let's have the second speaker.
Second
we'll try
speaker.
to solve it in the meantime.
Let's have the third keynote. No, that's second speaker. Who is the second speaker? I think it is Konstantinos. I hope your laptop works. You have an adapter, yeah. You don't have a Mac. Mac is always a problem. Not that I'm working for Lenovo. Yeah. Maybe you use his adapter?
Yeah, we can do that. You can use my adapter if you take USB-C.
Okay, go ahead. You just do it and then afterwards you give it. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. So we start with the second talk due to technical problems. May I ask the people there, silence, please. Silence. Sorry. We have talk to give, okay? So the talk, this is more or less a vehicular network security session. And the second talk, or the first talk, will be given by Konstantinos from TTH.
Yes.
Which is in?
Stockholm, Sweden.
In Sweden, yes, very nice. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you for the introduction and welcome to our presentation. I will show you the work we did with my colleagues at the Network System Security Group at KTH in Sweden. So I will briefly introduce the overview of our presentation. So we'll talk a bit about platooning. So what is platooning? What are the benefits? And of course, then we will move to the relevant literature, some challenges that exist, and of course, our investigation into the problem. So what is a platoon? Essentially, a platoon is a convoy of vehicles that interact with each other, sending some messages, in this example, CAM messages, where they are periodically disseminated every, let's say, 100 milliseconds in order to improve road safety, traffic management, and fuel efficiency. You will see that the vehicles are closer together. The green is the leader and the black is the follower in the platoon, while the cyan non-smart vehicles are essentially spaced together. This will lead to the next slide, which is about how which message every vehicle consumes essentially in the platoon. So we have several intra-platoon information flows. The most typical one is the predecessor leader following topology, because the leader can reach every vehicle in the platoon in a single hop. Now, in order to consume these messages and perform the platooning application, the vehicles are using certain controllers. We categorize them into two categories. One is the constant vehicle spacing, and the other is the constant time headway controllers. And you can see the four that we are using in the table at the end of the screen. You will notice that with R, we actually denote information that the radar can give to the vehicle, while with V, the information that the controller needs through the V2V communication, the vehicle-to-vehicle communication from the predecessors or the leader. Now, platoons move on the road, but how we form them? So there needs to be a leader, and then, of course, someone needs to enter the platoon. Usually, this happens by the tail of the platoon. For example, a vehicle approaches, signifies to the leader that he wants to join, and he will communicate and join into the platoon. Of course, the same applies if we want to do an exit maneuver. Now, there are benefits to actually implementing maneuvers that actually allow all the positions of the platoon to be used. For example, we want to join in the middle of the platoon and not at the tail, because let's say we go to the same destination. This means that the vehicles can then exit together, increasing the road safety. The same applies for the exiting capabilities or braking capabilities, so you can group vehicles together in order to improve the safety of the passengers. Now, so far in the related work, in the literature, we have seen there are papers about how we authenticate these vehicles between each other, what is the privacy, how we achieve privacy in these kind of scenarios, for example, by using pseudonyms and other schemes. And then, of course, there are attacks, like falsification attacks, for example, if you change the position of the vehicle when you send your CAN message to the next vehicle. Or you perform a jamming attack, for example, by a drone flying above the platoon. And similarly, on the other side, we have misbehavior detection schemes, as example, simple plausibility checks or kernel filter or other machine learning approaches. Now, the challenge here is twofold. So for the first problem, the attacker can be inside the platoon, which means that he has an inherent knowledge of what the platoon is doing and how the protocols work and how the controller of the platoon works. The other problem is that actually the protocols, the maneuvers create a certain problem. For example, you can have misbehavior detection schemes that require a certain intra-platoon distances to be present. For example, you will see in the first two pictures that when the distances start increasing, the detection mechanism, in this case, the kernel filter, actually detects a benign maneuver, either a join or an exit, as an attack, even though there is no attack. Now, similarly, the protocols themselves can actually be a part of the problem. You will see in the second picture that when a vehicle tries to join in the middle of the platoon, certain protocols actually split the platoon into two platoons. But this creates the problem, as we term it, privilege escalation attack, because the third vehicle in this case will become a new leader without any safety or election mechanism between the vehicles. So let's move on to our adversary model. So what we consider in our scenarios and in our attacks. So we have an internal attacker. He's going to do some falsification attack, meaning he's going to change some values in the distributed messages. Then we can have external jammers. The jammer can be a drone, again, flying above the platoon, perhaps jamming all the communications in the vicinity of the vehicles, or perhaps targeting a specific vehicle in the platoon in order to make it harder to detect it. Now, we expand the adversary model by including a collusion attack, meaning an adversary inside the platoon starts a falsification attack and then colludes with a drone flying above the platoon to perform a jamming attack to a vehicle which is a follower of the targeted vehicle. Now, we also add a rationality angle to our investigation, meaning an attacker would actually want an attack that to cause a collision that actually doesn't involve his own vehicle. Of course, the attacker can also have malware infected the vehicle, but then in this case, he doesn't care if the vehicle itself crashes. Now, in order so our attacks range from simple naive falsification, meaning we just change the speed to a static value always, and then we move progressively to more interesting or intelligent attack, for example, gradually changing some of the information, for example, the position or the speed or the acceleration of the vehicle. Now, the most intelligent, let's say in this case, would be a combined attack, in which case we gradually change the position, falsify the position, and then the attacker will also actually change the speed and acceleration in order to make the attack harder to detect. Now, we also, as I said already, we're going to include some targeted jamming and then, of course, the collusion scenario. Now, in our scenarios, we consider attacks on static platoons, meaning a platoon that doesn't change in size. For example, it will always stay with 4 vehicles. And then, of course, we have attacks during a joint maneuver. You can see the picture on the bottom, or, for example, in an exit maneuver. And then, as a basic setup, we consider some sensor errors in order to approximate real-world scenarios, because the sensors may be not very accurate. And then, of course, we have a long highway in order to make it easier for us to perform the tests and the maneuvers. So in order to accomplish all of this and then perform all our scenarios, we actually implemented a simulation framework. We call it Artemis, which builds on top of previous frameworks in the literature, for example, the Sumo mobility simulator. Now, our framework includes several modules like attack scenarios, maneuvers, defensive mechanisms, and of course, mitigation capabilities. And then what it allows us to do is actually combine all of these modules in whatever combination we want in order to test the platooning ecosystem as a whole. And of course, we introduce a machine learning module or a Python integration module in order to integrate machine learning algorithms as a defensive mechanism, either offline as a forensic tool, for example, or online during the simulation, essentially. Moving on to the attacks or the impact of the attacks. On the left side, we can see a combined position attack during a join. On the left side, we have a follower performing the attack, and on the right side, we have a leader performing the attack. Now, you will notice that there are 2 sides in each picture. So the bottom, the upper half is when we have a collision, we actually measure the severity, the collision severity, which is measured on the speed difference between the 2 vehicles colliding. On the bottom half of the figure, we actually show the intra-platoon distance between the vehicles. If the dot is actually different than the shaded box, then we know that the controller is affected by the attack and there is an induced instability, essentially. Now, the main takeaway here is that when a leader performs the attack, actually the severity is bigger, in most of the cases at least. Now, on the right side, you will notice, you will see a leader position attack during a no maneuver. Essentially, we don't do any maneuver, we're just cruising on the road. And you will see that actually the combined attack, the combined position attack, essentially crashes all the controllers regardless if the controller itself requires position information from its predecessor. Now, the same does not apply, of course, for the gradual position attack, where it only affects the consensus controller, which is the third column, essentially. Moving on to the collusion attack, on the left side, you will see the gradual position attack, and then on the right side, on the top pictures, we will see the collusion attack, which includes the gradual position falsification, and of course, at the same time, a targeted jamming. Now, one may hope that, okay, a better attack or a more intelligent attack would give a better result, but actually what we see from the figure is that, for example, a collusion attack actually doesn't crash the third controller, the consensus controller, while the simpler attack, the gradual position, actually does. And this is because the different controllers respond differently to jamming. So if we jam, it's not necessarily that we are actually going to improve our results. Now, another key insight that we found from our investigation, and you can see it in the bottom 2 pictures, is that if the controller of the joiner is different from the controller that the platoon is using, you can actually induce a platoon collision, even though the platoons of the controller of the platoon is not actually affected by the attack. And this is because any residual information left on the controller of the joiner just before entering the platoon will actually continue happening during the trip. And this will cause the collision with the members of the platoon. Now, I talked about the rationality angle in our adversary model. So it's not very important to discuss exactly whatever is happening here, but what you need to remember is that a green signifies a very potent attack in the sense that the attacker is not part of the collision. And the red means we still have a collision, but if the attacker is inside the vehicle, then he also has the potential to injure himself. You will notice some L and F values here, which means who is performing the attack. Just to show what we can get from this is actually in the next figure. For example, for the path controller in the upper half of the slide, we can see that actually all the green or most of the green cells in the table actually require a follower perform the attack, meaning a leader is not always the best attacker in this case. And we can notice also that the attacks that actually produce the green values are relatively negative values for the path controller. Now, if we move to the consensus controller, we can notice that the only green values, meaning the attacks that don't cause a collision for the attacker, are actually during a join maneuver. So, for example, an attacker in a platoon using the consensus controller would actually attack during a join. Otherwise, it risks harming himself. Now, moving on to to the controller comparison in order to see which attacks works the best, and then maybe what are the weak links for each controller, we find some expected behavior. For example, for the deploy controller in the first table, you will notice that the position and the speed attacks for both simple and gradual are actually 100% resilient because, of course, deploy doesn't use, for example, position and speed into its control algorithm. Now, you will notice, for example, at the end of the third table, that actually the combined falsification attacks actually crash path employed always, like 100% of our test cases. And we can see also that the combined position attack is actually the most potent attack, with the consensus controller actually being the most resilient. Now, so far, we have talked about, how to make an attack, how to crash the vehicles, and what's the impact on the controllers and the passengers. But now let's move to the side from defending from these attacks. So what we're going to use in our schemes is a hidden Markov models. And as a basic, what we need to remember is that each state of the model only is concerned by only from the previous state. And of course, each state will give some observations, and this is what we capture in our defensive mechanism. Now, why do we need these hidden Markov models? So we can focus on problem 2 and problem 3. So essentially, we have some observations. So perhaps a speed decrease or a speed increase, or the gap between the vehicles increasing. And then we need to figure out what's the likelihood of this observation corresponding to a model. For example, a join maneuver or an exit maneuver or no maneuver. And in the third problem, actually, by having these observations, we can recreate the state change, which is the first part of this figure here, in order to see if there is a maneuver. Now, so we have some observations. We gather some observations, which is, in our case, is relative distance and relative speed. And then you need to do something with it. You need to train the model. So we apply certain algorithms, in this case, the Baumwells algorithm and the BIC algorithm, in order to train the problem, to train the model. Now, in this case, we train 3 models, each for its car, for its speed that it's moving. The 3 models correspond to, of course, the join maneuver, the exit maneuver, and the no maneuver. We make use of the BIC algorithm, essentially, to stop any underfit or overfit to our results. Otherwise, the defensive mechanism would not be very accurate. And you can see in the first picture a result of this, how this BIC function works with a negative, with the lowest value being always the better. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. Now, moving on to, so we have trained the model, we store these models in the vehicles, and then the vehicles start traveling on the road. So we want to detect an attack. So we gather some information, we gather some observations from the vehicles, and then we categorize the 4 methodologies that we use into 2 categories. So we can do a maneuver recognition, and then based on this, make an attack detection, or we can actually go straight to an attack detection and implicitly detect which maneuver we are doing. The first 2, in the first approach, the 2 solutions actually corresponds to problem 2 and problem 3 from the previous, from the second to previous slide. Now, if we focus on the attack detection only, what we do is we use a heuristic in this case called the Hellinger distance to actually figure out which model is actually close, which pair of the models is actually closer together between the training observations and the trip observation. And the other methodology that we use is the log likelihood ratio, which means we just check which of the two pairs is closer together. And then what we do is we have the repository with the models, we have the observations, and then we do these two steps in order to detect if there is an anomaly. Of course, in this case, each result of these four methodologies is going to use a threshold in order to avoid false positives or false negatives, depending on how you see it. And then this threshold, we found it, we detected it empirically, essentially, from our investigation. Now, so let's jump straight into our results. So we have the specific metrics like precision, recall, accuracy, and F1. And in this case, we will only show the F1 result because it provides a better, a middle ground between, let's say, precision and recall. And we will see that from the four methods that we use, the best one is the log likelihood ratio, which gives an F1 result of around 87%, essentially, with Hellinger approach being the second with 85%. Now, we will notice that forward and Viterbi are not very good at this. And this is mainly, very good, but this is mainly because the maneuver detection module actually gives not very accurate result. And this effectively affects also the detection rates for our mechanism. Now, you will notice that I mentioned some windows here. So when we try to gather the information, we actually use some sliding windows in order to only keep this information for the relevant detection or maneuver detection or anomaly detection. So in the forward and the Viterbi approach, we actually use a big windows in the form of 9 seconds. You need to remember that each message is every 100 milliseconds. So these are a lot of messages. And then we only we use these 9 seconds to detect if a maneuver is happening. Now, when we detect which maneuver is happening, then we use the last second only to detect if there is an attack. Now, for the Hellinger and the log likelihood ratio approach, which is only the attack detection approach, we actually only use a 1 second window. And this actually gives us better results with regardless of despite that the window is, the sliding window is smaller. So we have the attacks, we have the impact, then of course, we have a defensive mechanism to detect them, but of course, this is a time-critical application. So we need to figure out the overhead of our solution, right? So in this case, we tested with 3 machines. Of course, the blue one is the fastest one, the most powerful one, but the green one actually corresponds to an OBU, meaning an onboard unit that we find in smart cars now in the last 5 or 6 years. Now, you will notice that the Viterbi is of course the slowest to make a detection or to take a decision, and then forward is the fastest. But then LLR, even though the LLR approach, even though it's a bit slower actually than the forward approach, actually gives us better results in terms of detection capabilities. And we need to remember that even though we see like almost 180 milliseconds, this is still less than 2 beacons. And of course, our sliding window for this case is 1 second. So even this result is not prohibiting to our solution. Yes. So so we have some attacks. We figure out the impact that they have on our platooning application, and then we presented some defensive mechanism, and then of course how the detection rates of our defensive mechanism, and then the overhead that we have. And we can see from our results that actually our solution is good enough in this case with at least 87% accuracy to detect an attack. Now, we need to remember that this is a detection. So even though you can detect an attack, it's not necessarily true that you will avoid a crash, because this also relies to what mitigation technique you are using. And then, of course, so it depends on effectively what you're doing after you detect an attack and how fast you detect the attack. So this is part of our future. And I think this is it for me. I think that was a bit fast, actually. But yeah, I mean, more time for questions, I suppose. And then if you have any questions, I will gladly take them.
Yeah, thank you very much. We like fast speakers.
Trying to slow, I'm trying.
Let's see if there is any question. That means they either not listened or you were too fast. Okay. So now we go to first physical and then online. Any physical question? Please.
Hi, thanks for the talk. It was really great. You were talking right at the end about the misbehavior detection, and then sort of the forward case is 10 milliseconds or so to detect the anomaly.
Can you repeat? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry. Yeah, you were saying in the detection phase, it takes around sort of 10 milliseconds for the detection to reach a result for like the forward case, for example.
Sure,
that
yes.
slide. Yeah, so about 10-ish milliseconds
For
on
the blue
average.
case, but
Yeah, but obviously, you know, in the cars, it might be the worst case. But if we consider the vehicles, for example, to be safety critical, is this a considerable wait time, would you think? And how did you evaluate that?
yes, so this green line actually represents essentially this. So because it's a time critical application, we need to know if it's fast enough, right? Or if we can avoid a collision. Now the green actually represents a vehicle performing this because it's an onboard unit essentially. The CPU is using it's the CPU from an onboard unit of a vehicle. And we can see, for example, if we go always by the best approach, right? So if we go, let's say, with the log likelihood ratio, we can see that it's 180 milliseconds. Now, maybe it depends on the attack, and then of course it depends again on the mitigation. I can show a slide after I respond to the question. But this actually effectively stops a lot of the attack that mitigates a lot of the collisions that we had without if the so it's fast enough in order to mitigate a lot of the collisions, essentially.
Yeah. So yeah, my next part was going to be, you know, this is just a detection, and then obviously you have the decision after that, which is, you know, triggering e-stop, for example.
So if I can show something of the appendix, I mean, I had it ready, so that it was a good question. So you can notice, for example, that, okay, so you have these CACC controllers, and they communicate with each other, and they perform some calculations in order to change the acceleration back and forth in order to keep the difference. Now, let's say you have an attack. So what usually happens in the platooning application is that if there is an attack, we are going to degrade the performance from CACC to ACC, meaning there is no communication anymore. We break the platoon, and then we increase our intra-platoon distances, right? But this is the basic. Now, you can see on the first slide, actually, that if there is an attack, you can actually mitigate it, right? So you can actually detect the attack fast enough and then perform break the platoon and then increase the intra-platoon distances. On the y-axis, we see the distance between the cars, essentially. You can see when the attack starts, the vertical line, when it's the detection, the vehicles suddenly start increasing their distance, right? Because they detect an attack. Now, if you have, for example, a jamming attack at the same time, you can actually see that this doesn't hold anymore. The vehicle will actually go down and crash. So it really depends on what you want to do after you detect the attack and what the attack actually entails. Because if you do also a jamming, it's not necessarily that the detection is going to help you, because maybe the controller is acceptable to jamming regardless if you detect the attack, right? Regardless of the falsification attack, essentially. So this, yeah. I don't know if I answered the question.
No, you did. Thank you.
Getting this? Physical? No? Your question.
Hi, thank you. Interesting talk. So one quick question. What if the majority of the platoon itself is malicious? How would that work if someone joined into malicious?
Yes. So, I mean, we consider collusion attacks. So if the majority of the platoon is malicious, then you are in for some ride. I mean, because if we need to consider the following. So we have certain flow topologies, right? So if you receive information from your predecessor and the leader, if both of them are malicious, then you don't know what's correct and what's not, right? I mean, you can always depend on your sensors, which is your radar, for example. But then in this case, you cannot have platooning, because if you cannot trust the other guy, then it doesn't work, right? So yes, if you don't have majority, essentially, then you cannot make a decision. That's a problem, yes.
Thank you.
So do we have, I don't know, my question in the back, any online question? No? Okay, so I would say in the interest of time, and that we know that there are some unknowns with Christina's laptop. Then thank you very much for your
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Thank you. Do you need the adapter or not? Okay, okay, I can wait.
So let's see.
This doesn't work.
Keep that adapter. Maybe that one's. This is so crazy. Thank you. Okay. Oh. So this adapter is not so good. Okay, so the the second, which was the first talk, is a short paper towards security optimized placement of ADS-B sensors. And it is going to be given by Christina Popper, my colleague, who is just working for her student. You are so nice. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Aman. This is true. This talk should be given by Ella Darabse, who did all the research work behind that, who prepared the slides, and who was excited to come here and present it, but could not for visa-related issues. That's how it is sometimes. Okay, so this is a talk where I would like. This is a talk where I would like to talk to you about security-related optimizations for ADS-B. So what is ADS-B? ADS-B is the automatic dependent surveillance broadcast that is used for airspace surveillance and collision avoidance by airplanes. So airplanes send out messages that contain their identity, their location information, some timestamps, and so on. And they are being received by on-ground sensors that you can see. Those sensors forward the messages to the air traffic control system or to another centralized server for further processing. Now, since this whole system has an open nature and there is not a lot of security protection in place in the protocol, it can easily be attacked by attackers that try to prevent messages from being received by jamming, for example, that modify messages or that send spoofing messages with insert new messages basically on the channel. So we are interested in this work in the security optimized placement of the infrastructure, so of the sensors on the ground, in which way they can be optimally placed such that attacks can be better detected. That's our goal. Okay. So let me first introduce you to two techniques that can typically be used in order to identify attacks that are ongoing. There's the classic system of multilateration, MLAT, where time differences of arrival of signals are used by at least 4 receiving stations that then can identify or can verify the location claim that comes from a message that was sent out by an airplane. So these airplane messages contain location claims, and they can be verified by 4 sensors on the ground, basically, based on the time differences of arrival on those positions. That's a technique that works with pretty good accuracy, but requires at least 4 sensors on the ground to participate in this verification. There have been proposals for using less sensors, using 2 sensors only, in particular for the ADS-B system in a form that is called lightweight location verification. This achieves less accuracy than MLAT, but can be used when only 2 sensors are available on ground to verify the location claims. Now I move to the real world. What we have, ADS, what you see here on the figure is ADS-B coverage as captured by the Open Sky network. That's an open network that is collecting the signals that are sent by the airplanes, and it's making it available for researchers, for aviation interests, for journalists, for everybody basically who wants to work with the data. And as you can see on this image, there are dark red areas where a lot of sensors are located that are collecting those messages, and there are areas with no or with little coverage of ADS-B sensors. In those areas where we have little or no sensors available, where maybe there's only one sensor that receives an ADS-B message, then we cannot apply these verification checks that I showed on the slide before. But we can only use them in areas with enough numbers of sensors that collect this data. Having a lot of sensors close to each other locally, however, has also some impact. In particular, maybe an interesting target for jammers, because whenever they have fallen within the jamming range, then all of those sensors would be affected. And if we use sensors too close to each other for verifying MLAT location claims, then typically we get results that are of less accuracy. So ideally, we would like to have sensors that are spread out a little bit for higher accuracy in their location data. So our question that we are asking in this work is, where should we best place ADS-B sensors to support the security mechanisms for ADS-B on-ground operations? That's our question. The way how we tackle it is we define it, or we first model basically this problem, this ADS-B sensor placement problem, under a number of security constraints. It gives us a multi-objective optimization problem, basically, that we are tackling here, and we have three concrete security objectives. The first two are relating to MLAT and the lightweight location verification techniques that I showed before, and the third one is regarding jamming attacks, and I will come on the next slides to what that means. So the first of these three objectives, here the goal is the multilateration, so to enable multilateration with good enough GDOP. So GDOP is the geometric dilution of precision that gives us an indication of how good the accuracy is that we get from the location result. As you can see on the left-hand slide here in that example, when the sensors, as I mentioned, are so close to each other, the result is typically not so good. So we would like to have situations rather like they are on the right-hand side here, where the sensors are spread out further and can then give better or more higher accuracy results. So here, what we have is we actually have a minimization problem. In particular, low GDOP values means higher accuracy. So we are actually, our optimization function means we would like to minimize those GDOP values. The second objective function goes back to the lightweight location verification, where the transceiver ranges actually matter. So the distances from the airplane to the receiving locations here. And as it turned out, and it was investigated in the original paper, is we get better results when the receivers are closer to the actual location of the airplane. So here we would not like to have the situation as on the left-hand side, where they are very, very far away from the aircraft, but rather closer together. So we are minimizing the transmission ranges from the aircraft to the sensors. And then we have our third objective function regarding jamming. And here we have actually three subdirections. We would like the sensor, so the distances between the sensors to be maximized. I mentioned the further they are apart from each other, the more, the higher power the jammer will have to use, such that multiple receivers are affected. Also, we would like to have the jammer and the sensors placed as far apart of each other for the same reason. And also the number of jammers around the attacker, so that fall within the jamming range of a jammer, should be minimized. So we have a number of maximization and minimization problems that we specify. And then we have to basically combine that and apply that. So we have to solve this optimization problem, but we have to solve it for specific scenarios. And I would like to introduce the two scenarios that we are considering. The first scenario is we use this optimization problem from scratch, assuming that no sensors have been deployed. That's not what the real situation is, but it gives us a baseline of how good we can be in the end. That's the upper image here, and we figure out what are the best placement of those sensors if we were able to restart with the system, if nothing has been deployed yet. The second scenario is what is way more realistic, because there are already sensors that have been deployed. So we are asking if we can add another number of sensors, like N ADS-B sensors, additional to the already existing ones, so we want to add more, where should we best place them such that we can best apply our techniques and we can have the security relevant verification mechanisms in place. Now, how did we solve that? When we don't have, so in the first example where we have nothing deployed at the beginning, we want to cover a certain airspace here. These are different, just the dots are locations where the aircraft can be with a certain budget of sensors. We are asking where should we place those sensors in a new setup. How do we do this? Well, there are different possibilities where we can place them, and we want to figure out what is the best one. So how do we figure it out? The solution approach for us is we generate uniformly distributed sensors and put them at, just think about, hypothetically, put them at a different location. And then we use optimization algorithms. In particular, here we use a genetic algorithm, the NSGA2, which is the non-dominant sorting genetic algorithm 2, where we give our optimization functions that I presented as input, and then based on the mean squared deviations of the achieved and the required distances or GDBOP values and so on, we get an output that is generated by this algorithm. And that's basically what we get as output here for the fresh scenario. For the one where we already have existing sensors on the ground and we want to add more to them, we take a similar approach. We have to figure out two things actually. What is actually a number of sensors that we have to add? Of course, we want to add as little as possible, but for the best outcome of that. So we have to figure out what's the good number of sensors to add and at which locations should they be. Use the same approach. We run the algorithms on hypothetical locations of sensors, use the same algorithm, and then get an output. So much about the approach. Now let's apply that to real-world sensor locations. So we extracted the data from the Open Sky network for the geographic area around Frankfurt Airport. What you can see in the middle here, there are these small dots. There are actually a number of them overlaying. So these are more than 15 sensors that are currently located there. And what you can see in orange here are possible locations that we considered. We can, of course, talk about the granularity of that, but these are possible locations that we considered. And the green crosses are locations that were then returned as part of the solution by the algorithms that we run. So when we look at the results, what we get for this example, we get fitness values from our algorithm for the currently deployed sensors. These are numbers that only have a relative meaning. Basically, when I show the next two examples here, the numbers that you see, they don't have a meaning by themselves. It's just relative to what I will show next. Then we ran this algorithm for the fresh scenario where we didn't have any sensors deployed. So we deployed we have 30 new sensors, and we see how that performs in terms of for the three optimization functions, how they perform. And we do the same thing for the scenario where we have already existing sensors, and we add 50 new sensors to that setup. And we see a slight shift in a certain way from this corner here a bit more to the middle. And the difference between these two distributions basically gives us how far, when we deploy 50 new sensors, the best new sensors, how far to the optimal solution we could actually get in that setup. That's the idea. So we have a baseline that we can compare with. Here compared for a sample scenario around Frankfurt, but we can apply it to any area basically. And that's the idea. We now have a number of additional evaluations here. I just refer to the paper, but I come to the conclusion. So we modeled this problem where we take, for the first time, security considerations into account in this sensor coverage problem, which is typically just considered as a pure coverage problem, but not taking these security aspects into account. We provided a set of non-dominant solutions here for the proposed problems on a certain location in Central Europe. We can obviously run that for other locations as well. With that, I would like to thank, first of all, I would like to thank ARMA Swiss Science and Technology and Martin Strohmeyer in particular, who was involved in the very first start when we started investigating these ideas. Like a paper with more information. So it's a short paper, as mentioned. A full paper version is available online as well. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So, any question? Avionics systems are very exciting and will become very exciting. Please come.
Thank you for the talk. This is Amir Yazdani. I was wondering how would the solution of such optimization problem compare to a scenario where you have sensors deployed over the whole available grid? You said budgeted number of deployment sensors are available over that grid that you try to select a number of sensors from this grid. So I'm just thinking, how would you think the solution of your optimization problem would compare to that optimal case where you have sensors deployed over that whole grid?
You mean in which way our solution is restricted or worse than having a free
Yes.
distribution? Okay, that's a good question. I mean, obviously, we try to be granular or fine-grained enough that we have a lot of different possibilities, but there is a limit to that. So we, when we generate an example and run that through the algorithm, we can't consider really every location. My answer to that is that I think overall, in the end, what we have to compare it to is still the real-world situation. So in my opinion, even if we may get a number of locations as output of the algorithm, but then we still have to place them in the real world. And in the real world, we may still not be able to exactly hit that location because there is an obstacle in that location, or we just can't plant a certain device. So in the reality, there's another like shift to in terms of location. And I think probably that the impact that this shift for reality has will be more than what we get by this granularity and inaccuracy in a certain way. So of course we can play with that, we can run.
Also, I think, like, do you think the position of these sensors around the jammer is also important? I think it might also affect your detection and
I would say it's more the jamming range. This is also, we idealize there as well in a certain way, but I think in the end, what you get out of that is still a very good indication. So the way when I imagine it is, you really have a certain setup, and let's say you have another budget of 3 or 5 sensors that you can place, and what you get out of such an algorithm is giving you some good reasons of areas where you should place them. But in the end, if it's a couple of meters here or there, I think in the end really doesn't matter for the real world deployment.
okay. Thank you so much.
So is there any online question? No? Okay, so last chance. Well, you are still here if somebody has a question. So let's thank Christina. Go forward to the talk, the next talk. Analog physical layer. Given by Paul Staat. Paul Staat is from
and Max Planck Institute for Security and Privacy.
Okay, so privacy and security. Bochum is a city in Germany. For those who don't know. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the kind introduction. So my name is Paul Staat, and as already mentioned, I'm with the Max Planck Institute in Bochum, Germany. And in today's talk, I present our paper with the title Analog Physical Layer Relay Attacks with Application to Bluetooth and Phase-Based Ranging. And this is a joint work with my co-authors Kai Jansen, Christian Zenger, Harald Eldersboll, and Christoph Paar. So most of you have probably heard of relay attacks because they can be used to accomplish car theft within seconds. And in the relay attack, the attacker makes distant parties being able to communicate by forwarding radio signals. And unfortunately, many access control systems of, for instance, cars are built on the assumption that the ability to communicate implies proximity. And this certainly is not the case, because this assumption can be invalidated using some cheap off-the-shelf radio equipment, which is available at $11, as we can see here on this report from Wired. And in turn, as there is a communication channel, then the car falsely believes to be in proximity to the key fob and falsely unlocks. And this gives the attacker access to the car. And this strategy actually is used by criminals to steal cars. And here we can see a picture from a video which was already shown by Sergeant Kapkun in the opening keynote this morning. And this shows such an attack being conducted on a previous system. So in our paper, we show that relay attacks are also possible against the latest generation of access control systems, which now use smartphones instead of dedicated key fobs. We introduced an analog physical layer relay attack, which allows bidirectional forwarding of communication signals, say Bluetooth communications. And we present a practical implementation of this kind of attack, and we use it to forward the signals of the Tesla Model 3 phone key system. And finally, we investigate carrier phase-based ranging as a countermeasure, and we introduce a novel distance manipulation attack against this phase-based ranging. So increasingly, and in line with the technological convergence, smartphones are now replacing dedicated key fobs, and this is based on the one device can do it all rationality. Yeah? So, and this, of course, requires some ad hoc short-range communications between the car and the key, which is here replaced by the smartphone. And for this, Bluetooth Low Energy is now being used. And this is because Bluetooth is, of course, available in virtually every smartphone today. And the question which arises from this is Bluetooth-based smartphone access control vulnerable against relay attacks? And while we know that previous access control systems of cars were very prone against relay attacks, there's not such a clear answer when it comes to Bluetooth now. And this is because there is simply not such a clear answer because when it comes to Bluetooth, because there are no such attacks to date. And to understand why this is, we next look into the previous generation access control systems and how they work, and also how they differ from the Bluetooth system. So the previous access control systems in the automotive domain used a wireless communication protocol, which was specifically designed for the keyless entry application. So here we have a challenge response protocol going on, where the car transmits signals to the key fob on a low frequency channel. And this is at around 130 kilohertz, can be other frequencies as well. And these frequencies only have very short range of 1 or 2 meters. So when the key receives the signals, it responds on a UHF channel at around 400 megahertz, and they are rather long range compared to the low frequency signals. And now when it comes to an attack, this asymmetric wireless channel, which is split into the low frequency portion and the high frequency portion, gives the relay attacker a significant advantage because it eases the implementation of the relay attack so much. Yeah, so when the attacker now needs to forward the signals to the key fob and simply does this, and when the key then responds, this does not even require amplification in many cases because the high frequency signals are so long range. The important takeaway which we make here is that the attacker can independently handle the signal directions because they are on a different frequency. And this is also the kind of systems for which semi-professional relay devices can be purchased online from these dubious vendors. Now, when we use Bluetooth, things are a bit different. And there is still a challenge response protocol going on between the two parties. But now they use the same 2.4 gigahertz wireless channel, which they share over time, to make the access control system. And this introduces new challenges for the attacker. And in the adversarial setting, the attacker still forwards the signals, this time to the smartphone. And when the smartphone responds, the attacker is forced to also forward the signals from the smartphone to the car. And this is because both signal directions have the same range, because they are on the same frequency. The problem is that this leads to self-interference. And this is because of the same frequency. The attacker essentially builds a large feedback loop, which like a positive feedback loop, which would then eventually amplify itself. And this is something that we do not want to build. And therefore, in the paper, we ask ourselves, how can we avoid self-interference? And to come up with the solution, we make a key observation when we consider time division duplexing. And the key observation here is that in the time division duplex, the peers do not transmit at the same time, but they alternatingly transmit. And our idea is now that the attacker amplifies the victim signals as needed, so according to the current signal direction, which takes place in the time division duplex. The problem now is that the transmit-receive timing of the victim nodes is not known to the attacker. And to resolve this, we propose this hardware setup. And here we use an RF power detector to sense transmissions of one of the victim parties. So per default, our setup forwards signals from the smartphone to the car. So now when the car starts to transmit, the power detector senses this, and then triggers a set of RF switches to switch the signal directions on the relay. So then signals are forwarded in the other signal direction from the car to the smartphone. So thereby we achieve a quartz timing synchronization to the TDD of the victim parties. So we have actually realized this approach as a cable-based proof of concept. And for this, we used ready-to-use RF building blocks, which we deployed in a primary and a secondary station. And these two stations are placed in between the victim parties, so in between the car and the smartphone. So we tested this setup in a real-world case study to tag the phone key system of the Tesla Model 3. And for this, we used our setup to bridge a distance between the car and the smartphone of 65 meters. And we, with the setup in place, were able to unlock and start the engine of the Tesla when the smartphone was at a distance of 65 meters. And this obviously should not be the case. So we conclude that we launched a successful relay tag on the Tesla Model 3. So we also analyzed the phone key system of this car in a legitimate use case. So for this, we approached the car with the phone and then noted the distance of unlocking. And then we moved away from the car again and noted the distance when it locked again. And an interesting observation is that the distances are largest when we have the phone in the hand, and the distances are lowest when we have the phone in the trouser back pocket. So the difference between these two cases now is that one case is a line-of-sight channel, and the other case is a non-line-of-sight channel. And that means that the received signal strength will differ. And together with the observation that we launched an amplification-only attack, a relay attack, successful on the phone key system, and with this observation together, we conclude that the phone key system of the Tesla Model 3 uses received signal strength as a mean to provide proximity detection. And this is in line with what the Bluetooth specification offers to us. So the Bluetooth specification in its current version 5.3 has essentially two measures to obtain distances from the radio signals. And this is, on the one hand, the received signal strength, RSI, and on the other hand, this is an angular estimation approach where triangulation is used based on finding angles of signals. So the received signal strength is known to be notoriously inaccurate and also, of course, insecure because it can be defeated using simple amplification. And the other measure is based on using multiple devices. And in our case, we are interested in finding the distance between two devices, so say one car and one smartphone. And when we consider this, the angular estimation approach cannot be used because it requires at least 2 or 3 receivers to work with the triangulation approach. So to improve the inaccurate distance measurement results when compared to the received signal strength estimation, which is built on path loss estimation, like major chipset manufacturers of Bluetooth transceivers now start to complement their Bluetooth transceivers with proprietary distance measurement techniques. And there are at least two examples of well-known vendors, and they use phase-based ranging where they achieve under 50 centimeters measurement accuracy in their measurement routines. So in fact, the Bluetooth ZIG on their website lists a specification under development which has the name high accuracy distance measurement. And it's not clear yet how this specification will look like, but after doing a bit of research online, one can find reports from a Korean standardization organization, from some Bluetooth ZIG working group summits back from 2019 already. And they say essentially that they considered a relay attack protection in their meetings. And they also say that phase-based ranging was discussed as a candidate technology. And more recently, Infineon also markets their coming Bluetooth transceivers as being capable of something called HADM. So after all, we can say that distance measurement is coming for Bluetooth, but we don't know yet how it will look like. But the reports we can find online suggest that phase-based ranging was or is at least discussed as a candidate technology. So of course, this motivated us further to look into phase-based ranging as well with our setup. So in the phase-based ranging procedure, when two parties want to find the distance between them, one party transmits an unmodulated RF carrier and then counts the cycles which elapsed and obtains a phase measurement. And this phase measurement is a linear function of the distance d in between them. Problem now is that the phase wraps with 2 pi. So this is something we don't want. And for this reason, the parties transmit another carrier on a different frequency. And it has a different, like a slight frequency displacement. And then the parties obtain a second phase measurement on the second frequency. By taking the phase difference between those two phase measurements, here plotting it versus frequency, the slope of this plot will tell us the difference. So the phase difference between these two measurements gives us the distance. So we examined a phase-based ranging implementation on a Bluetooth transceiver from one of the major Bluetooth chipset suppliers. And this particular implementation gathers phase measurements in rapid succession in a frequency suite. So there are a total of 40 different frequencies measured, and this yields 39 distance estimates, which are available for averaging, and then this can combat noise and multipath effects. So we again used our setup to relay those signals, and the total distance in between these two parties now is the sum of all the individual link distances. So we relayed the signals over a distance of 86 meters, and then also one must account for the distance to the attacker, and therefore we expect the distance to be at least 87 meters. So when they now measure the distance using the phase-based ranging procedure, they correctly measure the large increased distance due to the signal range extension attack. So here we see that the distance is around 90 meters, and also the distance increases as one party moves further away from one of the attacker parties. So to conclude this slide, the phase-based ranging procedure helps the victim parties to correctly identify the relay attack taking place because the distance is measured correctly. The question now is whether we can manipulate these measured distances again. And the very first security analysis of phase-based ranging was presented by Olaf Stottier et al. At CHES 2017. And in their work, they proposed to manipulate each phase measurement individually to manipulate the measured distances. And thus far, however, it was not clear yet whether this attack they proposed could be realized in practice. And this is what I will talk about next. So there's some weird stuff going on with my presentation. I'm not sure what this is. I'm sorry for this. So we now simply assume that the attacker is able to shift the phase of the victim signals by, say, the phase shift phi A. And when the attacker does this, the victim parties will also measure an offset distance, which is then dA. So we are able by shifting the distance to also manipulate. By shifting the phase, we are also able to manipulate the measured distance. So by rearranging those two equations, it is then possible to come up with the required phase shift in order to manipulate the distance to be a desired distance, dA. So using this equation, we can find the phase shift required to deliberately manipulate the distance, the measured distance, to be dA. So to implement this particular attack, we used a simple digital phase shifter IC. And this phase shifter then can apply the required phase manipulations to the ranging signals. And importantly, this allows us to shift the phase without any carrier synchronization. So the attacker does not need to generate own signals or utilize any phase locked loops. And using the phase shifter, we manipulate all the consecutive phase measurements of the victim parties. And in the phase-based ranging implementations, we examined. The measurement was actually realized as a linear frequency sweep, where the RF carrier frequency is incremented by the value delta F each time the parties continue with the next carrier. So delta F is constant, and therefore it is sufficient to ensure a phase difference phi A between the consecutive carriers. And this can be easily achieved by incrementing the phase shifter setting by phi A with each carrier. So to time these manipulations of these carrier frequencies, we use then the RF power detector of our relay, which is there anyway. So we then achieve a coarse synchronization to the ranging tone exchange of the victim parties. So this plot shows the distances measured by the victim parties using phase-based ranging. And here we see the measured distance when there is no attack, showing that, that the nodes are showing the actual node distance of 23 meters. And now when we enable the distance manipulation, we can see that the attacker can arbitrarily manipulate the measured distances to any desired value, say 1 meter or 5 meter, 10 meter, or even 50 meters. So we conclude that our attack succeeds to arbitrarily manipulate the measured distances at will. So like both decreasing and increasing the measured distances. So in our previous experiment, we forwarded the phase-based ranging signals, which allowed the victim parties to correctly measure the distance and detect the attack. And now, when we activate the distance measurement, then we can see that the measured distances are reduced to around 2 meters. Thus, we successfully manipulated the measured distance while we simultaneously forwarded the signal range to be more than 90 meters. So regarding some countermeasures, in the general sense, for more like smartphone-based access control, it would be possible to leverage the smartness of the smartphone to prevent a continuous transmission of analog commands. So we could trigger the transmission of these commands based on GPS position or on some sensor data to impede the attack. And another possibility would, of course, be to use out-of-band channels, because most of the modern cars nowadays have cellular connections as well, and this could then be used to validate the assumed proximity between the parties. The second possibility would be to use wireless distance measurement in general, and one possibility would be, of course, to use a direct time-of-flight measurement, and we already have heard about this this morning, to implement a distance bounding protocol, which essentially, again, is a challenge response protocol. And the question or the difficulty which arises from this here is, especially in the Bluetooth context, that the signal bandwidth is limited, and this also limits the measurement accuracy available for the distance measurement. And another countermeasure would be to utilize random frequency hopping for the carrier phase-based ranging procedure, because this would then invalidate the assumption of the linear frequency sweep, and instead this would then render our attack, our specific phase shifter attack, more difficult, because it would then require the attacker to know the frequency. This slide concludes my talk, and we introduced a bidirectional analog physical layer relay attack, which can be applied to time division duplexing wireless systems, and thereby we avoid self-interference to occur. We demonstrated a range extension attack against Bluetooth communications and demonstrated a successful range extension attack against the phone key system of a Tesla Model 3. And we finally investigated phase-based ranging as a countermeasure, and we introduced a novel distance manipulation attack, which is performed simultaneously with range extension. Thanks for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. So any questions? Oh. Look, people are not sleeping. That's amazing.
Hi. So for the Tesla thing, is that limit of the 65 meters because of your measurements, or is that an actual limit? Because if it's RSSI based, I would imagine that you could even use maybe an out-of-band channel and then amplify it over kilometers.
Actually, we expect that this would be possible. We also started to looking into something like this, but then we actually ran out of time because we found a friendly Tesla driver who gave us his Tesla, but just for 6 hours or so. So we were not able to further investigate this, but it would be possible in principle, definitely. And the 65-meter range comes from our setup, and actually we were we were running a bit out of space on the side where we conducted the experiment as well, because there were actual traffic going on.
Okay, understand. And what happens when you drive away, when it is unlocked and started?
As far as I know, there are some security or safety regulations that would require the car to stay on. And we actually perceived no limits on this, because we were then, after the successful relay attack, able to drive away.
Will this be fixed by Tesla somehow?
We informed Tesla, in fact, and also all the other affected parties, that is the Bluetooth SIG and the manufacturer of a smart lock, which we also investigated, but Tesla did not respond to us.
Okay, thanks.
Is busy with SpaceX and sending Tesla to the moon or Mars, I don't know. Okay, so any other question? Online questions? No? Okay, no. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Have a nice life. Okay, bye. So, okay. So the next talk, which is the last talk of this session and will be an amazing talk. Everybody get up. Okay. No pressure. It is based on Sybil-based attacks on Google Maps or how to forge the image of city life. Oh, this sounds interesting. Can I apply it to San Antonio as well? No? Okay. So the talk will be given by Jihan. And you're also from KTH.
KTH, yes.
Thank you. Please.
So thanks for the nice introduction. Hello, everyone. So this is a work we did with Panos and in NSS group. So let's start with an interesting incident or an experiment by an artist. So Simon Wecker took 99 smartphones, opened Google Maps, and started driving directions to some destination with every device. And then finally, he put the devices on a cart, as you can see on the left image. So what he did is he walked on a road, and the result was an image on the right. So there is a traffic congestion happened as he passed the roads. So why are we talking about this? Because this may be unlikely to happen, right? But I mean, because you would have to be there with 99 phones, configure the phones all by your hand, not very practical. But what if you can, let's say, choose which part of the city you are affecting, independent from your location you are, and you do it in an automated or let's say feasible or practical manner. So this is the motivation of this work. So we asked whether such well-established applications can be attacked or information manipulated in a targeted manner in a secure and in a scale. So this is also why we consider Google Maps, because it has many crowd sensing features and it has implicit and explicit data collection schemes. So a little bit of background on this. So location-based services help user with navigation, trip planning, business information, etc. And participatory sensing or crowd sensing fuels and enhances these services. Like for example, Waze, Google Maps, Apple Maps. So they use user data to enhance their service, improve their service, right? And most of the time, the users are presumed honest, and the data, submitted data is assumed to be true. And most of the time, it is. I mean, except for some benign sensor failures, sensor calibrations, maybe you are going in a tunnel, but these are rare, right? So that's why probably these systems are open to participation, and that's why they usually lack rigid defense mechanism, because I mean openness also incentivizes the participation, and these systems rely on this large user bases to provide accurate information. So which participatory sensing features of Google Maps we are focusing on? So the first one is popular times graph, the one on the left. So it shows how crowded of a place, like metro, station, restaurant, cafe, or a museum at a given time. And the second one is public transportation crowdedness. It's a relatively new feature. So it shows how crowded of a public transportation lines in a specific time at a specific time. So this is based on the crowdedness forms submitted by the that's submitted by the people who take these lines. And finally, the most famous of them all, the live and historical traffic congestion levels on the roads. So as we said, target can be anything or any place and independent from the adversary location. And our attacker has a normal technical capabilities, meaning the attacker has single or few computing platforms with modest resources. So we do not assume our attacker has supercomputers, so they can just bombard Google. So we want to know if these attacks are like really easy or not. And since data comes from user devices, that's the strategy of the attacker. So the attacker tries to appear as numerous as possible, and because the higher the number, higher the effect. And you feed with many data sources and you basically win. So, which means it's a Sybil attack, right? And so we use scripts, emulators, and autoclicker applications to orchestrate and automate the attacks. Because the feasibility and scalability is one, let's say requirement of these practical attacks. And our approach is first we reverse engineer Google Maps, because Google Maps is not open source. We don't know how it, let's say, collects data, how it authenticates users. And in that sense, we try to identify these features and then we try to exploit them to have an effect on the Google Maps. And the same approach can be extended to the other apps, because they also use, they all use, like for example, TLS or tokens. So this can be also extendable to the other, let's say, similar applications. So since multiplicity of the accounts is, let's say, needed, so we discussed the user accounts and their creation. So many of you know this. Google has a unified user registration process, and you can create up to 5 accounts using from a single IP. And Google doesn't asks you to provide any, let's say, verification, like a phone number to verify you. So after the 5th one, it asks you a phone number so that it can send you a text message, so it can verify, right? So you can circumvent this with VPNs. You can change your location, go to some connect to some public network, go to your home, and create more accounts, right? And if you want to use, for example, phone number to verify the user registration process, there are free SIM cards. For example, in Sweden, they give 3 SIM cards for free, and you can just take them and receive text messages. Otherwise, you can use virtual phone services. They are relatively cheap, so you can just receive the text message and then be done with it. Also, some vendors sell accounts directly. For example, 100 of them at an instance, and you can just maybe bypass this one time or maybe one time, say, time-consuming process. Manually creating accounts. So for our experiments, we created them manually, and 15 of them we created them manually without any phone number verification, and 5 of them we used the SIM card. So types of attacks. So we have 2 types of attacks, 2 types of approaches. First one is script-based attacks, meaning the scripts actually does the data submission process. So they mimic the app behavior. And they are good because they are more automated, they are lighter in performance, and they are easy to, let's say, mount. And the second type is emulator-based attacks. And the emulators, they emulate the physical device, right? So we install Google Maps and we imitate physical devices. So instead of owning a physical device, you just emulate them. This is cheaper, and you have finer control because you can program emulators and you can automate stuff. So the script-based attacks were highly effective in the displayed crowdedness attacks, the popular times graph, and emulator-based attacks worked for all types of, let's say, participatory sensing features. And we were careful to actually not to impact anyone, so that we just try to see that if the attacks just work or not. So we did not say try many, let's say, high impactful applications. Maybe later. So before the attack, again, we reverse engineer. So the idea is bypassing the TLS and capturing the, let's say, packets or the traffic. so that we can identify how the system works, right? And this is only once, and we use a man-in-the-middle proxy to capture the traffic, right? Because the Google Maps use TLS, we need to bypass that. So after bypassing the TLS, we saw only two things exchanged. So one is tokens, authentication tokens, and second one is data submission. So I'm going to talk about first tokens. So there are three types of tokens, and also this depends on the version of the Google Maps you're using. But the first one is refresh tokens. So when you sign up to the app, or when you sign into the app, you get a refresh token. So they have no expiration time, they're unlimited. You can use them, let's say, forever. And they are only used for one thing, getting another token, access token. So they have time limited, let's say they are time limited, and they are used for one, submitting that, let's say, location information, and second, getting another token, which is submit token, which has an even shorter time to live, around 4 seconds. So for Android devices, I mean, in our tests, so we used Android 6. And in that version, there are only two, let's say, tokens. And in the iOS devices, it was I think it was iOS 13. And we observed 3 tokens here. But nevertheless, I mean, they all work. And Google Maps accepts all of these tokens. So having, let's say, having understand the authentication process, we move to the location data. So there was only one thing that has been sent from client to the server. And this is done every second. So, but the location information there is not apparent. So there was something called XGO header in the HTTP header, but it was encoded, and you cannot really see the location information. And when we searched this XGO header, there was no documentation, no information about it. A couple of forum questions, but that's it. But then we find them used in the Chromium source code, and which is an open source browser project. And we looked, I mean, and there were some test cases about the usage of the XGO. And there were comments like it should be used on incognito mode, it shouldn't be sent over HTTP, so that maybe they are privacy sensitive, right? So then we looked further. Then what we see, there was a creation of this XGO headers, and they all started with W, as we saw in the captured packets. And they were also base 64 encoding. Then how they are encoded is, there is a protobuffer object. And again, the protobuffer object is also exists in the source code. So and you put longitude, latitude, timestamp, and you encode them. So we tried one of the captured XGO headers, and we tried to decode it, and the result was a success. So the Google Maps was using the same protobuffer object to encode this location information. So, I mean, having learned this token, authentication token process and data submission process, then we can then mimic or let's say replay this process of an application using scripts. So that's what we did. So this algorithm on the right side, it just basically imitates the application, let's say, process. So it first gets tokens. If the token is not expired, it creates the XGO headers based on the targeted location. Then it submits and waits for 1 second. So, and it does this for every account, right? So that's what we do in the scripts. So we use Python scripts to replicate this process. Then we submit firstly to our fake business in our office because we don't want to submit to the real businesses to not impact anyone. But we cannot see the public, let's say, popular times graph, because you have to have a certain amount of, let's say, traffic in the business to see this popular times graph. So then we try to see it in the live crowdedness. So we take a consent of a real business. We picked least popular times, and we were like modest with the attack settings. We used only 10 accounts to just create a small bump so that we verify that, okay, this script and this process works. And it worked, and the scripts are highly efficient. They only use 25 megabytes of memory and 5% of the CPU. And they're scalable and parallelizable, because the more accounts you have, I mean, the more data you submit, and there's no dependency. So you can just increase the number of accounts you have and effect is apparent. So then we look for emulator-based attacks. So the targets here are more. So we also consider public transportation, information, and traffic. So the emulators run Google Map instances. They are cheaper. I mean, most of the emulator software is free. They are easy to configure. You can program them to change their location. And they are more usable, let's say. So we use Genymotion, the free version of Genymotion, and this also aligns with our simple and modest attacker model. So a pro version of the Genymotion, I mean, you can do more than what we did. And we sometimes use helpless scripts to just create a movement of the emulators, because you can point and click to the map to set the location of the emulator, but you can also use command line interface. So first attack is emulator-based place attack. So everything is same as the script-based ones, but we just use emulators. So, and it's even easier to actually do, because all you do is open the emulator, open the app, set the location to the targeted place, and you repeat it for more accounts. And image on the right is an abstract, of course, abstract image. So this is what Google Service sees, right? A bunch of users crawling in a, let's say, in a business. So this attack is highly easy. I mean, you can just teach anyone with an average computer knowledge to do this. So it's very practical in that sense. The second one is emulator-based public transportation attack. So how Google feels this feature is it sends these forms, crowdless forms. So when it detects you take the line, it just sends you this, let's say, crowdless. How it detects is you have to open the Google Maps, you have to have a public transportation route active, or you just query the route. And if you move into the expected direction of the route, of the public transportation at the departure time, it thinks that you just took the, let's say, public transportation line, right? So that's what we do with the emulators. So we set the location of the stop, and when departure time arrives, we move the emulators. And then Google Maps thinks we are taking the bus, and it sends this, let's say, forms. So of course, we don't submit the forms, we just get them. And also, we solve some very weak security. For example, we intentionally set IMEI numbers of the emulators to 0, Android IDs to 0, and we still get the forms. We use identical emulators with identical accounts, and we try to get the forms like for 2 lines at the same time, which is physically impossible. And Google Maps still sent the forms. So that means Google Maps doesn't really check if the device is emulator or not. I mean, again, we do not submit the forms. And the final one is traffic attacks. So the idea is creating fake traffic jams. So what you have to do is you have to open the driving directions to some destination in order to submit, let's say, contribute to this information. So we simulate a platoon, so meaning moving cars one after another, so they move very slowly. And we use helpless scripts to, let's say, change the location of the cars to create this movement. So we saw the red road section turn from yellow to then to red, but we saw this after the first 200 meters. So meaning Google Maps waits a bit to see if this is a real or not. But after the 200 meters, when the platoon passed, the road sections turned to green. So this is a video actually. So I mean, for example, right now it's green, now it will turn to yellow, then red. And actually the other road section is also affected actually. So we were again very careful with this. So we picked an isolated test site with a short attack, but I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. And related work, so there are some works about this, I mean, maybe the main subset of this work. So first of all, Yeske discusses an earlier version of Google Maps, so 2013 version, Google Maps and Waze. But he talks about the data submission process and how it is vulnerable. And again, the version is pretty old, but you can see some similarities still. And then Sinai experiments with the traffic conditions on Waze, creating fake congestion like we did using emulators. And the more recent work, Ghost Riders, they create fake traffic and report false traffic conditions, like there's a accident, there's a, let's say, work going on there, and also they talk about tracking vehicles and some defenses. So two of them, they focus on solely on Waze, and the Yeske focus on Google Maps, but it doesn't talk about attacks. So it just says you can fool the Google Maps, but he doesn't really try the attacks, and it's a bit old. So given the level of popularity and maturity of this Google Maps, so we wanted to see if this is still practical and if this is still relevant. So before I conclude, so responsible disclosure and conduct. So we disclosed our findings to Google in late April 2021. They accepted, and then we awarded a bug bounty for this. So we tried to establish the attacks just work with a limited impact. So we did not try to, let's say, bombard Google with fake data, then change the city. So that would be very wrong. And so for the place attacks, so for example, we first tried it with a fake, let's say, business. We tried to do the live crowd after it didn't work with the fake business. So again, we sought consent from the business, we picked calm hours, and we tried a minimal effect so that no one is, let's say, convinced to go somewhere else. So for the public transportation attacks, we just acquire the forms, but we never submit forms. And for the traffic attacks, so it was a bit trickier than the rest, because I mean, you don't know who uses it at that time. So that's why we picked a short road segment, and we did a short-lived attack around 30 minutes. So, and the road section was a local road. There was no, let's say, connections to the highways, main roads, and no connections to the bridges like the Simon Wecker did. So we sought a limited impact. And the area was isolated tech office area. So there was no restaurants, and all the restaurants closed after 5. And no museums, no parks, no bars. So it's a working area, and no one is there even after the weekdays after 5. So we picked weekends with a non-existent, let's say, activity there to minimize the effects of the attack. For the conclusion and the implications. So most attacks are easy to mount, meaning you can teach people, or you can just prepare the attack tools like scripts or the emulators, then you can distribute them. You can teach people to do these attacks. So they were extremely practical. And stronger attacker can scale this. So we did not try to do it, let's say, with a small, we tried to do it with a small, let's say, impact, but an attacker will have his motivations to do this, let's say, very harsh. And the problem is Google Maps is deeply integrated into daily life. So for example, so consider a restaurant. So you can try to create fake crowds on a rival business or a competitor on Friday evenings to, let's say, attract more customers. So for example, you can use this emulator-based place attacks to do this. Or a packed bus line can cause longer routes so that people decide to take other routes, not, let's say, non-optimal routes. And the traffic attacks, so congested roads can really create an havoc. So for example, the bridge, if you just jam the bridge, I mean, maybe there are no other ways, or maybe there are long, let's say, reroutes. So then we briefly talk about how to mitigate this attack. So one of the issues is this timed and non-overlapping tokens. So you can get unlimited number of tokens, and you can use them at the same time. So there are no restrictions on that. You can also consider looking at the context of the submitted data. So data verification schemes can help, and there are some works on the field about this. And you can also use emulator detectors to minimize, so to reduce the attack, let's say, attacker number. I mean, you cannot really stop all the attacks, but if you can significantly reduce the number, I mean, it is really helpful. So thank you for listening. I'll be glad to take questions.
Was Google generous with the bounty? Not really. I know Google is very stingy. Okay, so I hope this is not recorded. Google is the best company I know.
We love Google.
Not okay. Is live stream? Oh wow, Google is fantastic. Yes. Okay. Any question?
Awesome talk. I really found this is an interesting topic, and I was wondering, do you ultimately see a proper solution to this where you can really verify the users? Because from what I've seen or heard in the past, I've heard about a similar topic that came up with this game Pokemon Go, where people were location spoofing their GPS location in order to jump around. And from what I heard from them, this is like a cat and mouse game where ultimately you can't really 100% verify that people are actually where they claim to be. Do you think there's a solution there?
Well, as you said, so you can really stop all the attacks. So the idea is at least try to reduce the number of the attacks. For example, you can check the IMEI numbers. Maybe this is privacy sensitive, but we saw no attempt. So if you can, let's say, reduce the number, and it will be, of course, helpful. For example, you need multiple accounts, right? So if you can maybe stop 70%, 30% effect is very little, so no problem.
Okay, so you can reduce, so you can fix the low-hanging fruits, but the ultimate problem is a hard one.
It's a cat and mouse game.
But you could earn some money by making some restaurants very popular. So, and you had
Types of attacks, and you were showing how you can do either emulation or script-based. Is there any chance you can do a script based on public transportation and traffic congestion? That would make it much easier for an attacker.
So the public transportation, public transportation attacks, so you submit the form. So we try to do that as well, but we really couldn't do it because there were some fields that are encoded or maybe encrypted, and we were not sure, so that you cannot actually automate this form submissions. But you can also do it to some extent, but you then stop in some points actually. And for the traffic attacks, you have to have an open, let's say, driving direction. So that's the difference. So Google Maps doesn't include the users who walk on the street, right? So you cannot really do this on the script because based on the traffic, it's a captured traffic. We cannot see anything. As far as we can see. So that's why the script-based attacks didn't work with these two.
okay. So, any other question online? Maybe. No. Why? Nobody is watching this video. Actually, it's a very interesting topic. Okay. So, yeah, there's a question. I pretend to be online.
Hi, question from online. Very interesting talk. Yeah, very interesting talk. So, just a question. I'm not so sure how Google Maps does their averages, but can you do like a long time where you make all the roads like more traffic, and then do the inverse, basically just pull out from one road and make this road like the fastest? Like make everything slower, but some paths or some areas?
Well, you could, in theory, you could do that, but again, so you don't know how much time, how is the aggregation going on in the background, right? So, but in theory, why not? So you could do such a thing, actually.
Okay.
Right, because it's based on historical information, and the live submitted data is also compares with the historical information. So this is again written in the web of the Google Maps, but it would be interesting to try actually. Good idea. Thank you.
So, anybody else? Oh, there is another question.
Nice talk. If you see this same problem from a crowdsourcing perspective, basically Google Maps itself is a crowdsourcing kind of a data being collected from everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So from crowdsourcing perspective, there are certain solutions like location authentication and location verification. They are well studied, but there could be a reason why Google Maps might have not applied them fully yet, because location is privacy for every user. So that's why before they prove it to the system, first of all, they have to trust the system also. So is there like how big of an impact is this? The data that these emulators would share would be very negligent compared to the huge crowdsourced data that comes to them.
Yeah, so that's true. But since you target them in a, let's say, in a small, let's say, in a one, you have one target, right? So most of the time, like your submissions will be, I mean, gone in the overall picture. But the most of the attacks were, I mean, done in a live manner, right? For some traffic and the public the place crowdedness. So if you target them, so it works because most of the places also they are very small. So that's also the idea. So you target them and you overpower the legitimate users there or the emulators.
The targeted users,
Mhm.
individually being targeted.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. If there is no other question, I would say I close this session and give it to Utsa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmad, and all the presenters for the fantastic session. Fascinating talks. So we are at the end of all the talks and presentations for the day. But don't go away yet. We have the poster session and demo session. We have a little bit of a break up until 5:30 or so. So we kind of come back over here at around 5:30. We'll have the poster and demo session, and we also have reception, and we'll have a bar. So you guys should have received a drink ticket with your ID card. Use that to get a drink. It's a cash bar as well. So if you want more drinks, you can pay and have more drinks. Also, we have a reception. It's not a full-fledged meal, but there's a lot of finger food, hors And do we have any specific instructions for poster authors?
So, hi, I'm Eric. I am the host of your poster and demo session today. We will start at 5:30, and we will also try to make the poster and demo session available to our online audience. That means I will go around and talk a little bit with the participants, and we will also have a camera there, which will be in general somewhere in a corner and just be pointed at the posters and demos in this specific corner. So when you don't want to be on video, just make sure that you stand on the other side of the session. Otherwise, I think every one of you has received a ballot where you can vote for the best poster and the best demo. Is that correct? Great. So after you join the poster and demo session, you have two votes, one for the best poster, one for the best demo. And after you made your decision, go out and right on the left side after the door here, there will be a box where you can put your ballot in. And then tomorrow, we will announce the winner of the best paper, of the best poster award, of the best demo award, and I think a few other awards as well. Otherwise, have fun at the poster and demo session. And all authors of the poster and demo session, please come to me at the audio and video desk now, and then I give you a few more specific instructions. Thank you.
I mean, there are some fields, that's why I'm telling you. No. Because I'm not Yes,
So, I would like to show our audience here a little bit of the poster and demo session from the conference. So, we have our first guest here. Can you please tell me what are you presenting today?
Absolutely. So we are all struggling for security and privacy in mobile networks. However, we know that around the world, countries have legal frameworks in place to provide lawful interception in case of suspicion of serious crimes and terrorism. So clearly, whenever a communication is intercepted that might be used in court against people, one main limitation with current mobile networks design is that there's a very hard assumption that components of this network are trusted. So they are assumed to be secure, they cannot be compromised. Also supply chain, let's think about, SIM card manufacturers. In fact, there was a compromise in 2015, which led to potentially, 2 million people keys being leaked into malicious entities. So now, when these core components might be compromised and attackers might impersonate honest users, you can see how that might have a severe impact in lawful interception, because attackers might now frame honest people into crimes they haven't committed. So the idea of the work is to provide more resilience to the compromise of internal components in the core network. And the ultimate goal is that honest users should only rely on the security of their own devices. So as long as we keep our own devices secure, attackers shouldn't be able to impersonate ourselves. Even though the home network or some operator gets compromised, some components of the operator gets compromised, we should still not be able to be impersonated. So yeah, the idea is to guarantee non-repudiation to a series of protocols in mobile networks, and the approach that we're using is that we're using symbolic models in Tamarind Prover to make our design changes and prove that these changes satisfy our goals, which the main goal is non-repudiation in case the compromise of core components in the network.
When you have a mobile network and a component in the network has been compromised, such as more or less a central switch or another component of the backend network, then you cannot still basically claim that a user did something in the network he didn't do, right?
Yes, exactly. So because of the long-term symmetric keys that current specifications use, and how the derivation of keys for the session communication works. In case some components such as authentication server function or the unified data management, or even if the SIM card manufacturer gets compromised, then it's possible for an attacker to act on behalf of the user and generate some malicious traffic, which will be attached to the identity of the victim. So it's a big problem. And it has to do with the assumptions that the designers of the network make. They assume that these core components are secured.
So what's your current progress? So did you already implement it? Did you already design your solution? And what kind of stage are you at the moment?
So currently we have performed the assessment of this potential impersonation in case of the compromise of the core components. And we have designed an initial setup protocol, which basically consists in commitments from the user, between the user and the home network, to use a pair of asymmetric keys. And we are currently designing the changes in the required protocols, such as AKA, handover protocols, and PDU session protocols, to provide non-repudiation and dispute resolution. So we're currently making these changes, modeling it in the Tamarind Prover to provide a formal guarantees that the protocols satisfy our expected properties. And yeah, that's the current status.
Great. So one last question. Which question did you get most often today from the audience?
I think the people are interested in the threat model. It's quite a strong threat model if you assume that attackers may go into the core network of operators. But I don't think that's an unrealistic one. Even in 2015, we had this problem with a SIM card manufacturer. Recently, we have also seen news of specialized groups focusing in mobile networks. And also, as mobile networks advance, we have more and more applications being supported and also more interest by attackers to compromise these networks. We can also assume very powerful entities or organized crime who have a lot of resources. Even let's consider, bribing some internal employees to provide some access or develop some zero-day exploits to compromise the core components. So I think it's a valid concern. And in case that happens, we would, well, at least I would like to rely on securing my own device and not relying on the operator keeping its network secure.
We will see a full submission in the next years, and I will move on to the next presenter. Thank you a lot. Thanks. Presenter, what is your name?
I'm Catherine Hines. This is John. That's, John Michael is also presenting with me.
Okay, and what are you showing us today?
Okay, so our project is on post-quantum cipher power analysis and lightweight devices. So for those who aren't familiar with post-quantum ciphers, basically classical ciphers like RSA and ECDSA are expected to become vulnerable when quantum computers become practical. So those quantum computers can break those classical ciphers within a very short amount of time, or what's called polynomial time. So the post-quantum ciphers are sort of the solution to that. So NIST is going through some rounds of standardization right now. So we chose 5 different ciphers, 3 dilithium ciphers and 2 Falcon ciphers. And we measured their power consumption while running them on 3 different resource-constrained devices. And we also compared it against the classical cipher RSA. And our hypothesis was that the post-quantum ciphers would have significantly greater power draw than the classical ciphers because they're considered to be more resource intensive. However, we found that in general, RSA and the post-quantum ciphers had a comparable amount of power draw. So that could speak to the feasibility of running those post-quantum ciphers on resource-constrained devices.
Yeah. So the audience may not be able to see it, but basically in this figure, RSA 4096, which is a classical cipher that can be broken with quantum computers, is pretty much always on the same level as the dilithium and the Falcon ciphers, which means that the algorithms, at least as you implemented them and with the key size you have chosen, is pretty much on the same level. Is that right?
Could be because of the different implementations. For example, we implemented, we implemented RSA on OpenSSL, and the PQCs were implemented on Open Quantum Safe. So the differences in the implementations could cause a difference in power draw. Yes.
Great. And what kind of question do you usually get here from our audience?
Questions is a lot of times people ask about the time required to run the ciphers. So then that is a future work direction. So most people ask about that because it's a great question, and the time is important because that could speak to the energy required, not just the power, and also that time could be used to estimate things like battery life and things like that if these post-quantum ciphers were to be implemented in the field on IoT devices. So that is a great question that we usually get, and that is future work. So we do intend on taking the time that measuring the time that it takes to run each one of these ciphers, because that is also a really valuable metric for comparing them.
Okay, thanks a lot. And yeah, let's hope for future work and a lot of future submissions. Thank you a lot. Yeah, I will now move on to the next presenter. So nice to see you. What are you presenting today at the WiSec 2022 poster and demo session?
So this is a poster for lightweight code assurance. We implemented a scheme on SRS RAN, which is software-defined radio software, basically to add an additional layer of security to what was already there, but still making it lightweight.
Okay, what kind of security did you add?
It's a verification that the code files are there and they're the correct code files for the particular version.
So in the design, I see something that looks like a Merkle tree. Is that right?
Absolutely right. So we used a Merkle tree data structure for the whole scheme because of the ease of verifications. So that's kind of what makes our whole scheme lightweight, is verifying, not necessarily proving that you have the code files.
So in a nutshell, you do not just verify that the entire software is correct, but with the Merkle tree, you can also verify that a specific section of the software is correct without basically revealing the whole directory structure or image or archive or something like that, correct?
So the Merkle tree is more meant to keep the verifications low, so you don't have to go through hashing every single file in the software each time. So once you've done it once, you only need 11 hash computations to verify someone else has the same software. And that's using these nodes right here in the Merkle tree.
And on what kind of hardware does that usually run? So usually an SDR is a device with a lot of FPGAs and so on. So where does that actually happen?
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
A software-defined radio, that is a piece of hardware that very often has a lot of analog components, and usually an analog digital converter or a digital analog converter, and usually something like an FPGA for signal processing. So where does the actual verification or the generation of that tree happen?
So I'm not entirely sure that I understand your question, but Simeon may be able to answer.
Right. So there is a hardware and software component to this, and what we're focusing on is the software code files that will generate this. So we're putting the software code files down here and generating the root from it, and in doing so, that verifies that the root contains all of the code files in them, if that makes sense.
So that would in general run on something like a computer that is attached to the SDR or some kind of controller or something like that, right?
Right, and we focus our research on SRS RAN, which is a research toolkit for software-defined radios. And so in doing that, we can verify that the source code in this scheme, we add an extra layer of security from this scheme to generate the root of the files.
Okay, thanks a lot. Then I will now move on to our first demo over there. So let's see what we can see here. Hey, may I interrupt? What are you showing our audience today?
So we were discussing about the compromise of core network components and especially how Timer Improver could aid in improving our properties here.
Okay, then let's. Any news or any new update? I mean, so any new? I mean, what? Okay, what we're just discussing.
I was discussing with them how the models under Tamarin could aid us to guarantee that our design changes will really provide the expected properties. And yeah.
In general, using a formal proof of.
Using, yeah, formal proofs under the symbolic model, especially because we already have from the literature several models that have been worked on, including 5G authentication key agreement, handover. Last year in WiSec was presented. So by leveraging these models, we can explore, extend these models, and use them to aid our arguments. And for, yep.
Then let's finally move on to our demo. Excuse me, may I interrupt you? We have our first demo here, OpenHaystack. So what are you presenting today?
We are presenting the Android version of OpenHaystack. And OpenHaystack we presented last year. And OpenHaystack is basically the open source alternative to an AirTag. It works with Apple's Find My network, which we can see here. And the OpenHaystack tag behaves the same as an AirTag. But now we also made it possible that it actually works on Android. Like the AirTag only works with an iPhone, but now with OpenHaystack, you can actually use an AirTag-like device on Android.
So you can now run the entire OpenHaystack setup without any Apple devices involved, right?
The way we do it is we have in the background a macOS server that is bridging between the Android device and Apple servers, because Apple servers are basically locking out any other devices.
So in a nutshell, you still need an Apple device, but that can be somewhere else in another data center, but not where you actually...
So it can be one Apple device to serve all OpenHaystack users, for example.
That sounds great. Yeah. What kind of questions do you usually get from the audience here?
So the people are asking, what are all these devices? And here, this is one of our smallest tags that we created with the OpenHaystack firmware. And it's basically the simple cheap tag you can buy on AliExpress. And then you install the custom firmware and you have the same size as an AirTag. So, and actually the keychain comes in for free. And you don't need to pay another $30 for it.
Great. I think we can try to show that device to our audience. Here it is. So, yeah, so in a nutshell, those devices can now behave like an Apple AirTag, and you can find them using an Android phone.
Yes, exactly.
That's impressive. Yeah, thanks a lot. Then we can move on to our next session over here. May I interrupt you?
Yes. Hi.
So, can you please show us what are you presenting today?
So we are proposing a threat model called metasurface in the middle attack, which is an attack that we are introducing a metasurface that can steal the beam from our legitimate users that are communicating using a high directional link. So people thought that high directional links can be immune to eavesdroppers because they are directional. But we are proposing this attack in order to prove that an attacker can place this kind of new designed technology called metasurfaces to actually direct part of this beam toward the attacker and steal the beam, while at the same time maintaining a very minimal footprint at the legitimate users and the attack is basically undetectable by the legitimate users.
Okay, can you maybe show us some of the things you have here
Sure.
on your table a little bit closer in the camera?
So, you want me to go
Yes,
to
we
the
can
camera?
go over there. But when you like to, I can also carry some of that stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. So this is called metasurfaces, and then we are here presenting the way to fabricate the metasurface, which is can be. So we are introducing a threat model, and we are proving that you can do it very easy. Under 5 minutes, you can fabricate this metasurface. So the metasurface is basically, you can hold this for me. So this is the final product, as you can see here, which is a metallic structure composed of C shapes, very small antennas. And these antennas, the specific design of them, can control which angle you want to steer the beam toward. So after you design this, and you can build your whole metasurface based on your angle, desired angle to steer the beam towards, you can basically print it, and then you can use this foil. It's a very commercial. It's a commercial foil, like do-it-yourself for do-it-yourself projects. You can put it on your toner and your printed design and pass it through the laminator. For example, we have laminated here, and you will end up with having this structure. And what happens is basically your foil get attached to your
My fault. Sorry.
The foil get attached to the toner, and you will end up having a metallic structure that have the specific designs you wanted, such that it can manipulate the signal and steal it.
That looks definitely.
We can look under the microscope, but I'm not sure how we can do that with the camera.
Sorry, I don't think that we will be able to attach the microscope to our camera, and actually, yes, and also we are poor people. We don't own a proper macro lens for the camera.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the
C shape. Okay.
But I can try to describe how it looks like. So it looks a little bit like a Christmas tree decoration or something like that. When you look at it, it's.
That's correct. The foil we are using is for handicrafts projects. It's just a very commercial, cheap foil that you can buy from anywhere.
Cool. So, what kind of questions do you usually get from the audience?
What kind of questions?
Yes. So, what does the audience here usually ask you?
I mean, first of all, whenever we present it to audience, the first feedback we get is that it's like from James Bond movie, or it's like a science fiction type of attack. So that's the first impression we get.
Yeah.
And, the second, mostly question we get about the frequency of operation. In this case, we are operating on terahertz frequencies, and the fact that there's very high redirectional beams. So this, I'm not sure whether Fahid explained it, but the whole idea was that these metasurfaces are very powerful. And usually in the prior work, they have been shown in the context of improving the wireless links. For example, relaying signal from outdoor to indoor location or extended the coverage. Here, what we show is that when adversary has these metasurfaces, they become very, very powerful as well. And such is the metasurface in the middle attack here that we show. And another thing is that because of these highly directional links, people usually think that they are immune from eavesdropping, because you can imagine the very focused beam, and if the adversary intercepts it, it usually blocks it. So usually it's believed to be secure. However, this metasurface in the middle, we showed that not exactly. The attacker can be both stealthy, at the same time devastating.
Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. So we will now take a short break, and then we move over to the other side of the room, and there we will do a few more interviews with the participants. So thanks a lot, and enjoy the rest of the session.
Will do. Thank you.
I hope I can interrupt. Can you show me what you're presenting today in the poster and demo session?
So we study the possibility of extending the authentication and key agreement protocol in 5G to post-quantum or to quantum resistant setting. So in a typical communication, the user will send its identity to the home network or the service provider. And based on this identification, the home network will identify the user. So in previous generation, or in most cases, this identifier is a frequently change. It sends the user sends a frequently changing identifier. But there are cases where the user sends its permanent identifier as a plain text, and that's dangerous because
it can be identified.
Because the attacker can impersonate us if it has our identity or can track us. So in the 5G standard, they said, okay, never send this identifier as plain text. Always encrypt it using the elliptic curve integrated encryption scheme, which is based on the discrete logarithm problem, which is known to be vulnerable to quantum attacks or to Shor algorithm.
Yes.
Which might be implemented on large-scale quantum computer that might happen in the next 10, 20 years. So we want to get ready for that by replacing that by some quantum-resistant encryption schemes.
Yes, I think you have 4 on your poster, right?
Yes. So NIST in 2016 starts the standardization process, and now they are in round 3, depict the last finalist for algorithms, and they will announce the finalists sometime soon. So first of all, we want to pick which is the best in this scenario. So in general, we have how this encryption happens. We have a public key stored at a SIM card and a secret key of the home network here, and the user will generate a pair of public key and ephemeral public key and secret key, will perform a key exchange here, send its ephemeral public key to the home network, who will generate again the same key. So in this scenario, in this post-quantum algorithms, we have 2 types of families, those based on problems coming from coding theory and those coming from lattice theory. So the first one, there are 3 from lattice theory and 1 from coding theory.
Yes, the Make-A-Leaf scheme.
Yes, and we want to, based on this communication cost, pick which is the best. So the first recommendation, if we have SIM cards that can afford a space of 261 kilobytes, then
161. Okay, that's a lot.
Yes, if we can afford this space, then code-based cryptography is our friend because ciphertexts are small, and that's what we send over the radio
Which
channel.
gets sent over and over again.
Yes, and so that's the best choice if we can afford this space. Otherwise, we have to pick. We don't have other choice. We have to pick between lattice-based schemes. So we implement what happens at the user side and what happens at the home network side using the current standards, which are these 2 curves that are used for this identity encryption, and implement also these post-quantum schemes, plus this what happens here. Here, what is relevant is more what happens at the user side, because we assume that the home network has
decent hardware.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
But the user network, the user side has just a SIM card, which is effectively some kind of microcontroller.
Yes, even the standards say that this encryption can happen at the SIM card or outside of the SIM card, so it depends. And the first remark is that post-quantum cryptography is a lot faster than our current elliptic curve cryptography.
That is cool.
But we remark that there is not a big variation between, like 1 microsecond to 3 microsecond difference. So we run these computations for encapsulation and decapsulation, encryption and decryption. And we see that even that's the mean value, and we have a standard deviation. So we have an error of almost 9 microseconds for this. So this variation is kind of meaningless. So they are close together. There is a reason why they are all in this round 3 finalists, because computationally they are close.
Yeah. By the way, when we talk about speed or seconds, on what kind of device did you test it?
We test it in a workstation because here we are not testing what happens at the radio channel is already evaluated by the size of the ciphertext, which is sent over the radio channel. So it can be scaled either on a device or because the idea is just to rank them computationally.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter to
Well, you cannot-
implement them on a mobile phone or in this approach.
Yeah, so we simply assume that whatever is fast on when it's faster on a workstation, it's also faster on a SIM card.
Exactly.
Yeah, not always true, but most
Yes.
of the time.
Yeah,
At least a good
because
approximation.
yeah, because that's the beginning of some other future work that is also there is a continuation to this work where we use our understanding of these schemes to fix other vulnerabilities. Because the idea, if we are implementing post-quantum cryptography, why not fixing other bugs in the way?
Yeah. Okay, and last question: what kind of things do our audience usually ask you? So, what kind of questions do you get here besides from me?
I get some interesting questions about we have two types of audience who are familiar with the protocol from say signal point of view. So they ask me more about the architecture of these post-quantum schemes from the mathematical point of view. So I explained the problems.
Yeah.
Like we have lattice-based cryptography, code-based cryptography. They asked about the implementations, the possibilities of extending or fixing other vulnerabilities here in the 5G ACA protocol that are well known, like linkability attacks and other attacks.
Okay, yeah, then thanks a lot. And yeah, we will move on to the next poster.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, may I interrupt you? Oh. Hey, what are you presenting today?
So we're using the LT signals to localize the passive drone because the passive drone cannot transmit signals and it has lots of security threat to our life. For example, it can intrude in some area to monitor people's house, or they can carry some bomb, right? So it's urgent to localize the passive drone. So here's our model. We have
So in a nutshell, a passive drone is a drone that does not communicate by radio. It just gets a mission and then it executes the mission, but it does not communicate.
Yes, it just execute some task maybe, but it didn't communicate with the controller. So it's a challenge to localize that. But we using the LT signals. So the LT signal can. So we use the Hrp. Hrp is like a software-defined device to transmit the LT signals to this area, to the drone, and the drone can reflect it. We attach some metal, some aluminum material on the surface, so it can reflect to the LT receiver. So the receiver then can estimate the travel distance for each LT transmitter. So if we have like for each transmitter, we can get if we get the travel distance, we can get a eclipse, right? So if we have multiple, we have three eclipse, and then the intersection would be the estimation location for the passive drone.
And you used exclusively LTE signals from commercial networks, so you did never ran your own base station.
Yes, yes, that's the ideal case because the LTE signals are widely used, deployed everywhere. So it's and it has lots of coverage, right? So it's very so that's why we restrict. We want to utilize the current LTE signals to do the localization.
Yeah, so effectively the idea is some kind of passive radar system, right?
Yes, yes.
That looks well. At least it looks interesting to see that this can be easily implemented with USRPs. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. So for your receivers, do you use some kind of directional antennas or something like that?
Yes, we also use a directional antenna to target this location, to target this direction.
So you have some graph here. This is a kind of, on this axis we have a frequency. Here we have time. And here we have an indicator of signal strength. So basically, when we want to read it, we can basically read it from here to here. So those are like 50 seconds of time of a certain frequency band. So what happened here?
So because we monitor this warning area for this duration, right? If there's no drone, so the received, you see the magnitude, the received signal, the magnitude is very low.
Yes.
So if there's the drone flies in this area, it will increase the received the power.
So basically, upon here,
yeah, it's
a new drone entered the area. So you did not turn the antenna or something like that, but instead it's effectively a flyby of a drone from here
to
here.
Yes, yeah.
Without changing your antenna configuration or something else.
No.
That is impressive. Yeah. So what kind of questions do you usually get from the audience?
For the audience, I think the first question is they ask why we use the LTE application. I think the reason is why it's widely deployed, and we can use the existing existing signals.
Transmitters, yes.
Or
There are effectively LTE transmitters in every populated part of the world.
Yeah, and the other question is they are worried about the passive drone, the application for that, because they are not sure if there is some application for the drone, for the passive drone. Yeah, and I think that's and also I think they worry about why because we are using the directional antenna. If it's the real LTE is like it's omnidirectional. So how can we adapt this? Yeah, because we can just think of we can just still scan the direction, and then we can focus some area.
You can basically pinpoint a specific location. So with that, you just know, okay, there is a drone somewhere nearby. But
yeah, we can just monitor some geofencing, like a warning zone area. So then the transmitter can just scan this area to detect it. Right.
Yeah, sounds nice. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I will now move on to, I think it's our last poster, at least our last poster we have on site. Excuse me, may I interrupt?
Yes, of course.
Because I would like to know what you are presenting here.
So I am presenting my poster, Can You Still See Me Identifying Robot Operations Over End-to-End Encrypted Channels?
And what is that about?
So connected robots, such as industrial robots, surgical robots, are generally used nowadays to automate workflows. Specifically in the case of industrial robots, they're used in many logistics supply chains to improve the speed and the accuracy of packages being moved from one place to another.
So I can think about it like an Amazon warehouse.
Exactly, like an Amazon warehouse. Other robots, companies like ABB and KUKA, they also make these teleoperated robot arms to help with improving industrial cases. So basically, in the context of a teleoperated robot, all of them share a specific architecture. They consist of a controller. So for example, a teach pendant where a human operator would move and the movements would be translated by electronic control systems and send this information to the robot, which would then perform the corresponding movement. However, in other teleoperated robot situations, such as surgical robots, there are legislations which mandate the use of encryption, such as TLS, but in industrial robots, this isn't the case. So we would assume under this case that in future, TLS would become a mandate. However, while it is obvious to understand what a robot is doing in plain text, it's very difficult theoretically to understand what messages are being sent when it's encrypted by TLS. So we wanted to understand from a side channel point of view whether by monitoring these encrypted traffics between the controller and the robot, could we then leak information about what the robot is doing and ultimately breach operational confidentiality about these industrial warehousing workflows?
So did you basically implement TLS for the robot by yourself? So
yeah, so I'll explain that. So to create our data set, we first had our ARM robot. So we used a UARM Swift ARM robot, which is a small one. And we run the controller on a Windows laptop. And we follow a typical teleoperated communication protocol, which basically is similar to a TCP packet. However, the payload is constructed in a way where specific parts of the command are in different fields in the payload. And we route our traffic through a software-defined network where the communication between the controller and the robot follows a TLS asynchronous TCP/IP master-slave communication.
and what were your results? So could you still understand what the robot was doing?
Yes, we could. So I will go on to that now. So we captured the traffic between the two using Wireshark, and we extracted some features. So overall, the features in the traffic, we found 17 that were the most prominent. And these included things like the packet time, the acknowledgement round trip time, the payload itself, the header lengths and things like that. And we wanted to identify first, can we detect these individual movements? So these would be movements along the X, Y, and Z axis and all the combinations of that. And we also wanted to identify whether it was possible to reconstruct warehousing workflows. So for example, can an adversary identify if the robot is moving a box from one place to another? Is it packing items into a box? Is it pushing a box and pulling a box? And by doing so, they can potentially breach operational confidentiality. So if you imagine an insider adversary, a malicious technician, for example, wanting to discredit their company, they could capture this information, and by revealing these operational workflows, they can leak this information to competitors. From another point of view, they could also use this information to basically hold an organization at fault for mishandling their packages. So if a pick and place operation was meant to happen a specific way, but then the robot was actually not being operated or handled properly by the human, they could then identify this from the traffic and breach operational confidentiality by holding this company accountable for their own actions. So it would prevent cooking the books, essentially. So we found that basic analysis, frequency analysis of the packets, and eyeballing the traffic features from box plots was not enough to discriminate between our movements. So we employed a neural network architecture with one hidden layer. The parameters and such were done through trial and error, and the number of neurons, 180 neurons, was basically calculated not only through trial and error, but some existing literature, which is presented in the paper online, using a formula for optimal numbers of hidden layers based on the features and the traffic samples. So we found from a baseline of a single movement moving at 1 millimeter with a very low speed, we could find an average of 65% classification accuracy, which is not the best, but it's also pretty good because, if we consider the amount of packages coming into an Amazon warehouse on the thousands, tens of thousands a day, overall, we can identify roughly a big picture of what is actually happening. And some of the movements are up to 80% as well in specific directions. So that answers our first two research questions. The third one is, can we reconstruct these workflows? So like I said, we evaluated the push, pull, pick and place, and the packing workflows. And we found that we can identify and fingerprint these workflows with at least 85 to 90% accuracy, and in some cases, 97% accuracy, which is quite significant. So we can actually breach operational confidentiality we also experimented the impact of how long the distance is for the movement and the speed at which the robot's moving. And we also evaluated the network parameters, the network conditions such as jitter and link delay and packet loss. So in terms of the robot parameters, the movement distance and the speed, we didn't see much impact. But under realistic network conditions where the delay or the packet loss would influence things like the packet time and the round trip time, there was more variation and discrimination for each of the features. And we managed to achieve with our network near 100% accuracy and precision and recall in all cases. So this led us to another network-based approach as a countermeasure. So we first looked at Tor.
Would be very unusual for an industrial robot.
Yeah, so that's what the primary consideration would be, mainly because Tor would impact the delay, because the traffic would obviously have to be routed through the internet and back to the controller. So first, to implement this, we use a Tor hidden service, which is generally used for connecting to onion websites in the darknet, deep web, and we imitated the control architecture and the communication protocol in the HTTP payload, as the main influencing factors were on the payload itself, and that's where the control commands are. So we found that Tor actually reduces the classification accuracy by a factor of 2. So for example, the pick and place operation reduces from 84% down to 51%. And this is actually the same pattern we see. We see a reduce by at least a factor of 2 for the baseline as well. So it's individual movements. So an X movement would reduce from 70 to 35%.
Yeah, so what does our audience here usually ask you about the poster?
So one thing they ask is Tor, of course, a suitable countermeasure? So one thing
which is not routing your traffic from one end of the factory through the entire Tor network to the other end of the factory.
Yeah. So Tor routes the traffic through 3 autonomous systems. We experimented our results with over 20 different circuits and multiple autonomous systems. And we found that while the packet time was not necessarily a prominent feature in the initial set without Tor employed, with Tor employed, it became a more prominent classification feature. But the actual variations in the packet time and the round trip time weren't actually providing much more influence to the classifier. And we also found that the delay was actually not too significant because of the amount of data in the payload was not very big anyways to start with. We found that the delay was under 1 millisecond in some cases, but also under 1 second in other cases. So for example, in an industrial robot, this might not be the worst case. It's not the ideal situation. But in other safety critical cases, like a surgical robot, this would be less than desirable, as delay in movements could mean the result in life and death. So this leads to the exploration of other countermeasures, such as traffic padding, which would not induce any delay overheads, but would influence the payload. So this could eventually lead in more packet transmissions. But overall, it might be harder to distinguish between, for example, payload variations among all the movement features. Another option would be exploring the effect of other mixing networks on classification accuracy. But both of those are a point of future work. However, in terms of operational confidentiality, one other addition to the information leakage would be using other side channels. For example, the radio frequency side channel could be used to understand what the weight of the package is being lifted, for example. The same goes with the acoustic side channel. The robot would produce a larger sound inherently from lifting a heavier package. So by identifying the contents of the weights of these packages being lifted, we could then correlate this with inventory lists and identify what packages are actually being lifted. So this adds a higher level of granularity to operational confidentiality breaches.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I think that was the last poster we had here on site. We have 2 more online sessions. We can actually try to move over to them now and give you a brief look there. So, we have two last presenters who are not physically here, but they are online. So the first remote presentation we have is Wheels on the Modbus. Hello. Think we need to hold it like that. Can you say something again? Yeah, so what are you presenting remotely today?
Okay, so what we're doing is
I think we cannot hear you yet. Wait a second, we need to rearrange our setup. Where are the speakers on that machine?
I don't know. Can you say something? Yes, we can hear you, but we are just figuring out where the speaker is. Can you keep saying something to say hello? Yes. Yeah, I think the microphones are here and here.
Okay, well, let's.
I think sorry, the speakers. You see, this is the speaker. To both sides.
If you put
Okay.
it close to the speaker of the laptop.
How are things now?
Can you hear me properly now?
Can you say something?
Can you hear me a lot better now?
Okay, I think we can hear you now. So, what are you presenting here today?
Okay, so critical infrastructure and SCADA communication is predominantly done using Modbus protocol, which everyone there's a lot of publication on how inherently insecure this protocol is. However, in our work, we're presenting a new novel field flooding attack, which hasn't been presented before. And what we did was we have an experimental setup that we used a real Siemens logo PLC and an HMI, the attacker system. And our main goal was to traverse through the MITRE attack framework. How quickly can we move from initial area of compromise and to a denial of service scenario? So what we did was we picked the Modbus TCP packet, and the MBAP header and the PDU is basically limited to 253 bytes and 7 bytes. So we added 2 additional fields to that PDU, meaning we had 4 additional bytes to that. And what it did was it corrupted the TCP session between the HMI and the PLC by overwriting the memory allocation that the PLC had for that packet. And that resulted in a denial of service scenario. If you can see that in the chart here, for about 7 minutes, the operator could not control the PLC from the HMI. And in industrial communications, that could be a very critical and hazardous scenario. For example, a pipeline carrying hazardous gas. If the operator is unable to do an emergency shutdown, there could be a pressure overfilling scenario, and it could lead to a pipeline explosion, for example.
I think a lot of people in the audience do not know what Modbus or Modbus TCP is. So can you briefly summarize where it's used?
Okay, so Modbus TCP is an industrial protocol that is used to communicate between PLCs, which control operations, and the human-machine interface. And it usually operates on a master-client kind of service. And that's why on the TCP stack, the Modbus TCP version has a server-client scenario where the client sends requests or queries to understand what the status of the process is, and then the PLC, which is the server, sends that information as a response to that query, and then after that, the HMI has an acknowledgement saying, "Okay, I understand. I got a response from that packet." So it's just a master-client kind of arrangement where the communication, you ask questions from the server, and the server responds.
Okay, thank you.
One of the main problems with Modbus is that it is very insecure. All the communication is sent in clear text. There's no encryption, so you can see all the payloads and all the instructions that are being sent to the PLC.
Thank you. Maybe last question. How did the remote presentation go? So did you get a few interesting questions about your poster?
Oh yes, actually, I did. One of the recurring questions was how do we mitigate this? And there are some rules out there that you can put in your network to ensure that this doesn't happen. The problem that we've got with that is that's not a very scalable solution because one needs to have a very intimate knowledge of the network to be able to bring out rules that will set the thresholds that will ensure that this doesn't happen. But we're trying to create a more scalable solution where you could deploy this on any industrial network. And that's where the next line of our research is heading.
Thank you. Then I will now move on to our second remote presentation. So here we have our second remote presentation. It's a poster, which you also can see over there, but you can also see it here on the screen. So can you briefly summarize what is your poster about?
So our poster is about a novel method to authenticate IoT devices using magnetic, physical, and clonable functions. So as we know, nowadays the number of IoT devices are increasing and growing rapidly in every field of homes, offices, medical, whatever, you name it. And with this increase of IoT devices numbers, there are some security issues. The main security issues of the IoT devices are arising from the fact that they are resource constrained and they cannot handle the public key infrastructure or the intensive cryptography techniques. Some of the techniques that use hard-coded keys that's stored in the NVRAM are easily compromised
I think our connection here just broke
by
up.
the attackers.
Sorry, we
Can you hear
just
me?
lost you. We couldn't hear the last 10 seconds.
Okay. So, as I was saying, the IoT devices have some security issues due to the resource constrained nature of the IoT devices, and they are mostly cannot handle the public key infrastructures and the intensive cryptographic techniques. From there arises the physical and clonable function concept that uses an input challenge and output response.
Sorry, but
each
we
individual
lost the
device
connection
user.
again.
Yeah.
Sorry, okay, but sorry, I think we just lost the connection and we couldn't hear the last seconds of what you said. So maybe as a summary, what kind of questions did you get here from our audience, and how did the poster and demo session go for you?
Yeah, I got some interesting questions about why the electromagnetic emissions will be different for each IoT device, even though they are identical in the model and make. And this is mainly because there are inherent variations that are introduced on the electronic devices through the different manufacture and die processes. And those variations make the electromagnetic emissions unique to each individual device.
Great. By the way, which kind of devices did you try? So on what kind of devices did you implement your PUF?
We tried on 25 Arduino devices.
25 identical models, of course, that just differ by their variants that came from the production cycle.
Yes, exactly. And we used 4 different codes. So each code will produce a different fingerprint on each of those Arduino devices. Even though it is the same code, those inherent variations that we talked about that are introduced in the manufacture process will make each device respond a little bit differently to the same code challenge. And from there, we can theoretically use unlimited codes as input or challenges, and their corresponding electromagnetic emissions as the response to this challenge.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sen. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes our live stream for today, and also the poster and demo session. And of course, I would like to encourage everyone who wasn't here to come to the conference next year, but otherwise, I hope we can provide even a better experience next year from the poster and demo session. Thanks a lot, and goodbye.